What is up? Welcome on into this edition of Warchant Game Day. It's Phase 2. It's the live watch-along with myself, Aslan Hajavani, Director of Digital Media for Warchant.com, and Dominic Robinson. D-Rob's in the house, joining us remotely from parts unknown. We won't disclose his location. Dominic, good to see you again, man. How are you?
What's up, fellas? Happy to be here. Excited for the game.
3-0. Who'd have thunk? And this Johnny Wilson kid turns out to be a really good football player. Dominic, who would have seen this coming?
Nobody could have known. There's no way you ever would have been able to forecast this a month ago, 2 months ago, that a really good player would do really good things in a big game. I wish I would have said it. I wish I would have called it out.
I got you. All right, so Dominic and I are probably a little bit behind you folks at home, so feel free to catch up. We just saw Toe go on the football. Florida State will receive the ball to start the game off. And here we go. We got a return that's going to cross the 30, going to cross the 35, 40, 45, 50. Oh, he's gone.
That's a touchdown.
Go. Oh, look at that. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go.
Special teams. Everything's coming together. Florida lost. Miami lost. Apparently A&M's losing, and the Noles are on top, Dominic. Let's go.
I love it.
Trey Benson. Trey Benson's way too large of a human being to be returning kickoffs like that. Tighten up, Jeff Hafley. Amazing effort out of him, man. Look at Mike. Mike's dialed in tonight, Dominic.
Man, there's nothing better. Start a game, 7-0.
Yeah. That's how you keep Jordan Travis healthy. Just keep returning these kicks. Are they going to review it? Looks like they just blew it dead. Or maybe there's something going on here with the extra point after attempt. False start. All right, come on, guys. Tighten up. Incredible.
Yes, nothing better. You got the band just trying to get back to their seats. Yeah. They're hustling back. They just finished watching the spear get planted, and they didn't even get to see it. They didn't even have time to get back and sit down. That band. They're just walking in now.
And this is good. Push it a little bit back for Fitzgerald. Make it a little bit more challenging for him. Let's get him tested early on. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, a little bit ugly, but whatever. We'll take it. All right. Look at that. Just like that. Florida State's up 7-0. The offense hasn't even taken the field yet. They returned the opening kickoff of the game. I don't even know was that 90 yards? I don't know. We'll have to see what they're officially listed here on the stat broadcast. I got it in front of me. I should pull it up right here. 93 yards officially is what they have it at. 93 yards. Florida State currently up right now, 7-0 in the first quarter. You're watching the Warchant Game Day. Watch along live here with myself and Dominic Robinson, presented by Zaxby's. All garnet too. Not
barely able to get settled in our seats, man.
Yeah.
Barely.
Yeah. Look at Mike. So cathartic. Mike's like, I'm here. We're out here. All right, so defense now just get a 3 and out, and let's just cruise.
Yeah, how about that, Aslan? How nice would it be to have a game where we can chill for a little bit?
We
hadn't had that.
Yeah, well, you and I, Duquesne we did, but Duquesne, it's tough to count that as a game. But it was like a month ago you and I did that game.
But honestly, we didn't know what we had too at that time, right? So we still were really in tune to try to, kind of see what we were trying to establish and who was doing what. And remember, they were flipping O-linemen on almost every series. We had a different O-line combination, and it was a lot has changed in a month, man.
A lot has changed, man. They're the best team in Florida now. They're gonna be ranked if they hold on and win this game tonight. Incredible. Yeah. Look at us now. All right, Phil Dracovic and the Boston Eagle offense taking the field here. Just guard Flowers. Just don't let Flowers go too crazy, and you'll be all right, I think, defensively here. Does not look like Jared Verse is out there, nor Fabian Lovett. I don't think we'll be seeing them this evening. So there we go. Good stop on first down. All these injuries, though, I don't know, at some point, will they catch up to Florida State, or you just feel so confident right now, Dominic, about the way this coaching staff's preparing them that they should be all right?
No, man, that's a concern. That's a legit concern. I don't believe we're at the point now. You love to have next man up mentality and all of that. But the truth is, we're not at the point in the rebuild where guys can go out and then the next guy just steps up, and we should expect to get from him what we got from the starter. That's just unrealistic, to be honest. But at this point, man, we're holding up. But yeah, that's going to become a concern because, that's a big part of football is the ability, the depth to have guys step into roles that they maybe came into the season thinking wasn't going to be their role. So, we're definitely going to have to deal with that, especially with the tough stretch that we have coming up. If we can get through this game, the next three are going to be, legit. Yes, sir. We're off the field on third down. We love it. We absolutely love it. Are they going to call that a pick?
That's right. I was on the wrong microphone channel, so now hopefully I sound a little bit better. Nobody was complaining though, so thank you everybody. Everyone usually complains there's something off in this thing.
Oh, did they tell you? Were the people telling you?
No.
I don't know
I was
if
just
that was
saying,
a pick. Is that clean?
Yeah, that's
I think that's clean. Let's go.
That's an interception. Yeah, they're rolling it. Yeah, it's under review right now. So if you're just joining us, Florida State has returned the opening kickoff of the game for a touchdown, and then on third down just got off the field with an interception, which is now under review, and I think is going to be upheld. So,
Aslan, how is my sound?
You sound great. Do I sound any better now, Dominic? You sound fantastic. You look great too, my friend.
No, I think you sound the same. I didn't think you sounded. Right. I didn't notice there anything being wrong with your sound. To be honest.
Shout out Mello. See what happens when you pack the stadium. These boys going to put on a show.
Yeah, man. Shout out to the stadium. Period, man. It's so nice to have that's what it should be. Let's pack that thing out, man. You got a good football team. Well,
there's a good football team. Yeah, it'll be a good football team coming to town next week too with Wake Forest. So, which I think they should still be ranked after that game against Clemson. That was just a really good football game with two good football teams going back and forth. So, I think I think everybody's back engaged here, Dominic. You can not to be all you can feel the energy in the air out here, but it feels different out here, man. Like people are excited again, genuinely excited. So it's been a really cool day.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The crazy part about football too is you're almost better off Wake Forest winning that game than losing that game because you're going to have a fully engaged. Well, you're going to have a fully engaged, fully prepared Wake Forest, come next week. As opposed to when you win, there tends to be that letdown from the big game, which is what I was worried about for us tonight. It's it's hard emotionally to get up from week to week, and back-to-back weeks. You just see teams consistently win a real big game, and then on the following week, struggle to kind of get going. So. So I don't expect Wake Forest we're going to get a great shot from Wake Forest next week. Not to look ahead, not to look past this game. We're 5 minutes in, but I would say that Wake Forest offense is a bear to prepare for, and so I expect them to throw the kitchen sink at us next week, because they're fighting for their ACC life. After losing to Clemson. So yeah, if they win that game, you may find them, you may catch them lacking a little bit, but they're not going to be, not this week. They're going to be locked and loaded and ready to go, or next week, I should say.
Brussels, stand up. Belgium in the house. Give it up one time.
Shout out to Brussels, Belgium. What time is it in Brussels, Belgium?
Man, 4 a.m. or something, probably. Go free play.
Man, I love it.
Treshaun battling there, gets a little bit past the line of scrimmage here. It's funny you say that though, Dominic, because I'm like, Wake Forest is a good program, man. So I don't think they're not going to roll over. But man, to go to double overtime against that Clemson team that you've been dying to finally beat, and you'll lose.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there'd be an emotional letdown for them, but I think that's a good program. They won't roll over. I wouldn't think.
No, yeah, it is. Yeah, I think they'll be locked and ready to go. Oh, that's a bad miss there.
Yeah, that's all right. He's got to get settled in here. It's crazy though, just to see Jordan's healing ability. I think he might have like part Wolverine in him now, D-Rob. Because if you would ask me on Tuesday if he was going to play,
no.
No way.
I didn't even consider it. I didn't even consider that he would potentially play in this game. I'm shocked. I was absolutely shocked when I heard this morning that he's planning on playing. 3rd and 9 now. This is a big down here. We got to. You'd love to see a conversion here after a turnover.
Pressure. You think they're bluffing, or you think they're going to bring it? They're showing a lot of pressure.
They're going to bluff. They're bluffing. Oh,
yeah.
They brought it.
A couple guys are out back. That's nice design. All right, well, that's all right. It's for the ratings, everybody. It's for the ratings. We got to keep BC in it for a little bit, It's for the ratings. So,
hang it.
BC bad offense, still got a good defense. 3 and out, though, for the Noles in their first possession. If you're just joining us, you're wondering how they have a 7 on the board already. They returned the opening kickoff of the game. Trey Benson, 93 yards for a score. They're going to go for it here on 4th and 9, D-Rob. Why not? Why not? Have fun.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough spot to be in. At this point, you're at 30, 33, so you're talking 50-yarder. You would have liked for a short completion on that 3rd.
They blitz from way too far out. Yeah, that's not going to work if you're Boston College. And that's a touch. Oh, hold on to it. Hold on to it there, Cam. What a great conversion. Cam McDonald rather brought down the 1 yard line. He's just too stressful for a defense. Like, all right, try to bring pressure, but they blitz the linebacker like 5 yards off the line of scrimmage. You're not going to get home in time.
Yeah, that's interesting that they didn't bring pressure there on 4th down after having success on 3rd down.
6 points. Treshaun Ward splashes in from Lawrance Toafili, rather. They don't even know. See, it did look like Treshaun. I thought it was Treshaun too, ESPN truck. It's all right. 14-0 if the pending PAT. 13-0 right now for the Noles. They're up with 12:52 left in the first quarter. What is going on, Dominic? This is crazy.
What's going on is, for the first time in a long time, we've got a good football team with a good coaching staff. Guys are prepared, and it's fun, man. It's really fun. We've got a legitimate opportunity ahead of us.
I think they'll probably be an underdog at NC State and Raleigh. Probably. Other than that, though, I think they'll be favored in every other game. I think they might even be favored against Clemson if they hold on tonight and then take care of business against Wake. They're good, man. Like, I'm not trying to get everybody's hopes up. They're a good football team. That quarterback is really tough to defend. This offense is really well dialed in. I know the defense concerns some of you, but it's 2022. People score points to get yards on you, man. But just get some turnovers, limit some possessions. ACC championship, maybe, Dominic.
Yeah, I'd say one of the big things that I'm not I don't know if surprise is the right word, but one of the big sort of overtones of this whole thing is we've got a machine gun at quarterback in terms of like a legit weapon. We've got a guy who, when things break down, he's not going to panic. We've got a guy who, when it has pressure in his face, is going to be athletic. It's going to move. Now, as long as he can stay healthy. But that's just an X factor, man. That's the one thing that, the last time that we had a quarterback that was leading the ACC, how far back do you have to go to find that guy? We just haven't had it in a really long time. And that's the thing that just, there's probably been teams that were close to this team, not in competitive spirit. That's the one thing that really puts this team over the top, is the competitive spirit of this team. I've seen up to this point, it's just through the roof.
Absolutely.
But the quarterback that we have, he erases a lot of sins. The analysis that I did this past week of watching, watching the offense on the very first drive, there's a 3rd and 14, and they bring A-gap pressure right in his face. And I know from being an offensive coach and dealing with offensive staffs, in that scenario, we're just hoping we get a field goal. And we know not only just escape with the field goal, he escapes the pressure, finds Johnny, who gets the first down, extends the drive, and we end up scoring on the next play or 2 plays later. That is stuff that you don't expect to happen. You don't even you're crazy to even wish it to happen as a coach, because that pressure is 4 yards from him and he's running full speed. But he's just different, man. It's the guy it's the guy you pray for, to be honest. As a coach, he's the guy you pray for, because it's not just talent, physical talent. There's something else that he has.
Well said, Dominic, for sure, man. And I just don't know how you defend him as a defensive coordinator. They run jet motion. They run, read option really well. He does a really good job on RPO stuff. They roll him out. He stays in the pocket, takes big hits. It's good luck, man. Just good luck trying to stop that kid for 60 minutes.
No, you don't defend him. And in the past, he hasn't had the weapons. And I think he's grown a lot too, just in his own maturation. But guys like him are really hard to prepare for.
First down run by Boston College, their first down of the game. Garwo, who's all conference for them last season, I think, is only averaging 2.9 yards per carry. They don't even get 50 yards rushing per game, Dominic. Their rushing offense is 130th out of 133 programs in the country this year.
Wow. That's kind of hard to believe, man. BC.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. BC has always had a very good running attack.
There you go.
That
Good
is a
open
heck of a tackle.
Not a boy, Renardo Green. Yeah, man. Renardo Green, sneakily, maybe their best cornerback right now. We thought, although Duke Cooper had that pick early in the game, but Renardo's been just really good tackling so far this season.
Yeah, the edge guy right there just made a real bad decision going underneath. He should have continued to stretch that thing along, create a long edge, make the back keep running laterally.
Look at that score at the bottom. Northern Illinois tying up Kentucky, number 8 Kentucky. Oh! It's easy for me to say it in the comfort of my chair up here, Dominic, but when you're a quarterback in those moments, why do you even try to throw the screen pass there? Nothing good is going to happen. Even if he catches that, it's still a 5-yard loss. Just throw it at his feet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you're trying to avoid, it's just bad. There's no explanation there. You're trying to avoid the sack, and you need to just throw it at his feet.
All right, third down here for the Noles, trying to get off, and the throw is high, and then still up.
Again.
Now bring out the punt unit for the Eagles.
Back, third down.
Man, there's 11:31 left in the game. Florida State's going to get the ball again, and they're already up by 2 scores. What a time to be alive, Dominic. Let's see if we can add a nice punt return by Micah Pittman here, hopefully. I think he's going to be chomping at the bit to do something tonight, so hopefully he'll be smart on these punt returns. I know he wants to probably bust one off, though. Oh, all right. Oh, no. I would have let it bounce, Dominic. I would have let it bounce personally. But you know more than I.
That's bad. No. That's bad. That's bad discipline. Hey, he's been coached to not go inside the 10, and he just lost where he was at there. You never want to go inside the 10. You let that thing bounce. It's going out the back of the end zone for sure.
A nice compilation here of Jordan Travis deep balls, showing just how much he's grown. Man, that was a really nice throw to Cam.
Yeah, there's a player right in his face too, and that's the thing he does, man. He just stands right in there.
Yeah. Handoff goes to Toafili. 2 yards. And as we see, Robert Scott not out there for the Noles tonight. Darius Washington, who came in the Louisville game, still starting at left tackle. So they're piecing that thing together.
Hey, Aslan.
Yeah,
Vicky Kristen just asked if we're going to show the game. I think maybe want to explain to her why we can't show the game.
Oh, well, first let's just enjoy Treshaun Ward busting off a huge catch and run. Look at him look at Johnny. Johnny, let me hit somebody. Yeah, Vicky, this is a watch along. We can't actually broadcast the game on this screen because we don't have the rights to it. ESPN pays millions of dollars to be able to do that. So we're just watching and reacting live as everybody else here in the room is doing. We're just watching it together like a family. But yeah, we will not be broadcasting the game in any way, shape, or form.
What you do is you mute the poor broadcasters. You turn the game on, put it on mute, and then you keep the volume on us.
Yeah. Tell him, Josh Stark.
That's how you watch. That's how you watch it. You'll enjoy the game so much more, and you'll learn so much more about the game watching it here than listening to those guys.
All right, so that was brought back apparently as we were just discussing broadcast rules in the world. So that was a illegal block in the back on Dylan Gibbons, backing it up. So 2nd and 12 on their own 4-yard line, it looks like. Oh, yeah. No tight ends on this formation. Oh, get away. Unbelievable.
He's different, man. He's playing at such a high level. He's playing at such a high level.
Incredible, man. And that was my thing. I'm like, how is he going to be able to protect himself if the pressure breaks down? And the pressure will break down because they're just mixing and matching all these offensive linemen. He still escapes. Incredible.
That's a sack, man. He's playing at such a high level.
Safety. That would have been safety,
Yeah.
All right. Noles on the 30. Little screen throw out there to Darian Williamson. Keep feeding him. Keep feeding him.
Aslan, who do we got on the O-line?
Left to right, we got Darius Washington at left tackle, Dylan Gibbons at left guard, Maurice Smith is your center, Dimitri Emmanuel at right guard, and then Justin Turntine is at right tackle now. The transfer from South Carolina.
Yeah.
Who I think they wanted to play at guard, but then Bless Harris went down in week 1, and they've had to kind of, figure it out there. And there's Trey Benson just being a man, just being more of a man than you are.
Yeah, and BC is really loading the box right now. They're that was the now that they threw earlier, that little screen, wideout screen, was because of numbers. FSU is trying to take advantage of the numbers in the box are not good for running the ball right now, and they're still able to pick up a good gain there because of an individual effort from the back right there breaking that tackle. And that same thing BC, right there.
Yeah, BC thought
same deal right there.
BC wants a false start. They're not going to get it. Johnny Wilson first down.
Same thing right there, man. That's a run play called, and Jordan Travis is making the decision that the run is no good because we don't have numbers or angle to run the block, block the play that we called. So we're just throw it out here to this one-on-one matchup.
First down from Florida State now as they cross their own 40. So, Dominic, how does that work, though, in terms of, like, the blocking assignment if you're an offensive lineman? If you don't know it's a run or it's a pass? I mean, is it a pretty
you go block you run your assignment. That's the thing about when you throw that screen, it doesn't. The O-line blocking doesn't matter because the ball's out and it's thrown behind the line of scrimmage, so there's no downfield blocking, penalty, and so you don't know that the quarterback even threw it. Guys will come back to the huddle like, what happened on that play? Like, oh, he threw it out there.
Treshaun Ward moving the pile forward. Looks like Florida State probably about 3rd and 4 coming up here. Full playbook at your disposal on 3rd and 4, right? So that's the thing. Like, good luck being a defensive coordinator defending this Florida State offense on 3rd and 4 when they're kind of in 4-down territory too.
And one of the things you love too is it looks like they're going to be aggressive on 4th down. They just went for it on 4th and 9. So that really, as a DC, as a defensive coordinator, that really puts you in a bad place if a team's got 2 downs to get 4 yards, and then you have
there's Micah Pittman showing you why we're excited about him.
Yeah,
what a nice catch and run there.
That's very good.
This is a fun offense for a lot of players, huh, Dominic?
It is. That's one thing that I've loved early on, and loved even about doing the breakdown that I did this past week was multiple guys lining up in multiple positions, doing multiple things. The guys that they have are incredibly versatile. It's really fun to watch, and they play with such energy and such passion that you don't see, typically, to be honest, especially wideouts, we're such prima donnas and we want 10 touches on every game. These guys, they play incredibly well without the ball, and that tells you a lot about the coaching staff, and it tells you a lot about the individuals that you have on your team. It's like,
oh man, wow,
that's a big run.
Off a beautiful throw of the previous play, Trey Benson. Good gosh.
Yeah.
I wish I could pull up Ira's tweets. I'm sure Ira's tweeting about how he's been all in on Trey Benson since day one. This
Love
is
to
remarkable.
See it, man. Love to see it.
I mean, again, they've got, only 3/5 of their starting offensive line that they want. Going up against a good Boston College defense and just bullying them. I mean, Jordan's 5 on that drive.
Yeah, and technically too, that was a loaded box too. They had 7 in the box there, and still were able to block it up. That's really, really good job. You love it. You love to see it.
Shout out to our Florida and Miami fans watching this game. Look at this football team that you got to play later on this season. 21-0 Florida State's up with 6 minutes left in the first quarter. Dominic, man, what stood out to you so far through this first part of the first quarter?
Well, I will say 3rd down stuff. I think we've converted 3 straight 3rd downs, and BC has had 2 3rd downs. One, they had a pick, and then the next one was a 3rd and 5. Both of them have been 3rd and more than 5, which is what you like. And then, we had a pick, and then we had an incomplete pass. Our defense has forced a pick and then an incomplete pass, where their defense has had, I believe, 3 3rd downs where we have completed. And then the 1 3rd down we didn't get, we went for it on 4th down and got it there. So those are things that, man, like you just don't win football games. If you're BC, you don't win football games if that's the case. And if you're Florida State, you do win football games. So, we're 2 for 3 on 3rd down, and then we got that 1 4th down. And BC hasn't got it. So that's what's standing out right now is just getting them in 3rd and more than 4. And then us, no matter what 3rd down we've been in, we've been able to convert. It hasn't mattered.
Averaging almost 9 yards per play, Florida State right now. Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, and everything's there too. That's the other thing that you've noticed is Jordan's getting us out of bad runs. So we haven't had a run for a negative yet. And when we are throwing the ball, we're efficient. We're getting it out. He's not standing back there holding the ball. When he does, he's making athletic plays, which is, again, the reason why you love to have him. It's a machine gun. It's hard to lose a war when you have a machine gun when the other team doesn't. and so yeah, he's he's quarterbacking at a level that we just haven't seen in so long. We have not seen a guy quarterback, whether they may have been physically talented, but then mentally they weren't playing the game the way that he is with his brain. And then they may have been mentally talented, but then physically they just couldn't handle it. Maybe couldn't make the throws that he makes or escape in the pocket the way he does. So yeah, man, that's the fun part. This is proven to be a fun team to watch.
Nice shot of Tim Lukaku and Jeff Hafley right now trying to figure out what are we going to do, man? What can we do? What are we going to do? We can't do anything. What are we going to do? Nothing, coach.
I love that. There's nothing better as a player, I'll tell you, than when the other coaches are just flabbergasted on the other sideline, or when they're just yelling, ripping into their guys. It's like, yes, we've done it. We've broken the other team.
I mean, you have to be able to get the 4 guys. You have to be able to rush with only 4 guys and actually get to Jordan Travis and grab him and pull him down. It's like your only shot. And that's everybody's plan, right? Like, you want to establish the run. You want to be able to affect the quarterback rushing only 4 guys. But, man, 4 is not enough, and they're not getting home. Like, Florida State's offensive line is holding up well. I still don't know how you defend this offense. It's incredible. I mean, I know I keep saying that word incredible, but it just is. I did not see this coming. And Phil Dracovic goes down, sacked the defense, feeling it. Everybody's excited. I mean, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to Expedia and book my tickets for the ACC championship game, everybody. I'll be right back. I mean, it's beautiful. And that's the thing. Like, I got to watch practice. I watched, 18 preseason practices. I'm like, look, all right. Did not see this coming, Dominic. Didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
Love to see it, though. You love to see it. There we go. 2nd and 17. Garwo gets 4 yards. Well, generously, I guess we'll say. It's going to bring up 3rd and 13.
I see your question about Tate. You don't even think about that at this point, man. You play the game, and at some point you'll realize, okay, we got to get him out of there. But at this point, it's way too early. You got to keep playing.
There's 5 minutes left in the first.
Yeah, yeah. You got to keep playing, and there is a point where when we see him, I would say, but as a coach, I'll tell you, there's not even slightly chance that that's in your mind at this point. You're correcting from mistakes that have been made. You're trying to think about what you need to do going forward, what we need to change, what adjustments we need to make, and taking the quarterback out right now is not one of those things.
3rd down and long. BC has to settle for a screen pass, which gets them practically nothing. Florida State about to get the ball back again with 4 minutes left in the first quarter, up by 3 scores. Just like we saw. They were 18-point favorite. Micah. Oh, Micah. Oh, that was close. Oh, but now, go. Keep your feet moving. Oh.
He's strong, man.
He is. He's muscle. He's like Doug Martin. They call him the muscle hamster. That's him.
Yeah, he's strong.
Now they're showing a nice montage of Florida State's last drive, which was 96 yards on the touchdown drive. No incompletions by Jordan. Just reliving the glory, everybody. Welcome into the show. 21-0 Florida State's up. They returned the opening kickoff of the game. 93 yards back for a touchdown, Trey Benson, and created a turnover on the very next set of downs for Boston College. Just been cruising. Right there it shows the last drive, 10 plays, 94 yards, 5:19, Dominic. Just the way you as a coach would draw it up.
Shout out to Sydney, Australia.
Throw another shrimp on the bobby, mate. What's going on, Sally?
Australia. I want to be somewhere and watch an old game at a random time, like 4 a.m.
Yeah, all right. We'll go like the Mongolia. We'll go get your game in Mongolia.
Yeah, I'd like to. That just seems like it would be fun.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been out of the country and watched a Florida State game. Like I'm usually have to cover a football game, so I do not leave the country when it's football season. You're usually coaching or playing in them too, so
for sure, exactly. Yeah, that's why I'd like to experience that. Like, have to wake up or something. Wake up in the morning to watch a game, but then the game is at night wherever it is. But it's morning where I am. Yeah. I'd like to do that.
I'm here live atop the Hotel Indigo.
Did we get what was the call there? Oh, did they say it's a fair catch?
I don't know. I don't have any audio kicking up on here, so not all that sure. But anyhow, first down, the Noles, good territory here, good position, 36-yard line, little RPO there. Ball is batted down. Oh, Jalen Woodby. We hardly knew the former Florida State defensive back now for the Boston College Eagles. Oh. All right, 2nd and 10. This is adversity, everybody. How will they respond?
Did he play?
Yeah, he started. I mean, as a freshman, he played a lot, and then 19 and 20, not as much.
Yeah.
A little wildcat here, Treshaun Ward. Offensive line doing their job. Preston Daniel getting to the corner and doing a block. First down, Florida State. It's going to keep happening, everybody. I mean, that's
a good call, man.
Yeah.
That's a really good call. It's a quarterback run, and you got a quarterback that's, hobbled a little bit. Change up your personnel, but run the run that you like. There's something you see throughout the week. You'd like this run. I got to put this run in, but I don't have the guy that can do it. You change up the personnel. That's a good job by coach.
Two tights, a little bit of an obvious run situation, probably a tackle for loss there by the Eagles.
Well, they're setting something up. They went into that same set earlier, and they threw a play action or RPO there. So they're kind of, I think they're baiting them for something big here later.
Hey, never lose your nerd. I'm going to whisper in your ear and say thank you for the $2, man. Thank you. Shout out. 2nd and 12 for the Florida State Seminoles on their own 70-yard line, we'll say it. Nice little RPO. Strike, first down throw. Pokey getting involved. No, I'm sorry. Darion Williamson, who had a really good week of practice last week and didn't get to really see it carry over in the game, but he's been active in this game so far. That's his third catch for 43 yards, Dominic.
I love it. I love seeing 21 with the ball in his hands. We need more 21.
He's one of those guys that they recruited in that
21 legacy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, touche. I forgot. Yeah, shout out 2-1. I mean, Treshaun Ward's running strong. About 5-yard gain on first down, bringing up 2nd and 5. Lawrance Toafili. Now I feel bad because I'm like, how do they keep getting these numbers wrong? I'm getting that this is the second time I've gotten their numbers wrong. Jordan's laughing. He's like, I don't even care. Just give me a play.
What's going on with Deuce Spann?
I don't know, man. I think, did not see him as active in practice this past week, but I don't know. They're up 21-0, Dominic. I'm not worried about anything right now.
There's your play action shot that I told you was coming.
I mean, on a bad knee, and they still can't tackle this kid.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
This is an unhealthy guy. This is a guy that's not 100%. He's just better. He's just good. Australia, shout out to Australia. Another Australia. I'm going to Australia
all over the place.
That's so good, man. He's just good. And this is another reason why, talking about taking Tate out or bringing Tate in and stuff. If he's healthy enough to play, then you're not trying to conserve him. You're not worried about an injury. Once a guy is sort of tagged as he's healthy enough that he can help us win a football game, then you play him. You play him until you've won the football game. You don't try to win a later game, you don't affect a later game, or you don't think about a later game while you're playing this game. And so I actually just had a situation with one of my best wide receivers who has a knee issue, and I probably technically should have taken him out, but as long as he's healthy enough to play the game, then you keep him in the game, even though we had the game at hand. It's just one of those things. That's just how you approach it. Shout out to Indonesia. I'm
Jakarta,
loving it.
Worldwide. Stand up, Jakarta.
Worldwide in the watch along party. I don't know, man. What time is it in Indonesia? I have no clue where Indonesia is.
It's probably like 9 a.m. I think that's like a full 12 hours or so behind us.
Is that okay?
Maybe in a whole day. I don't know. Pokey drops a second down pass. Third down only gets a few yards. 4th and 3, they're going for it right here, Dominic.
4th and 3. Yeah.
They're gonna let it go to the end of the quarter. I assume they'll probably come out and Terry Carter. What's up, Terry? Let's go.
Terry, we appreciate it, Terry. We love it. We love the love.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Sally and my man from Jakarta are close to each other, apparently.
Yeah. End of the first quarter in Tallahassee. Florida State 21, Boston College 0. This score, every bit indicative of just how much Florida State is dominating the contest. The opening kickoff of the game for Florida State was returned for a touchdown, 93 yards by Trey Benson. The defense created a turnover on the very next possession for Boston College, capitalized with a touchdown, and then Florida State had a 96-yard touchdown drive after that to make it 21-0, where Jordan Travis went 5 for 5 on the drive. As you see on your screen right now, Jordan 7 of 11 for 115 yards. The run game, 69 yards. Nice. 5.3 yards per carry.
Very nice.
That's very nice, man. Just doing it. Doing the big thing.
Do we need to do a Zaxby's read?
Oh, look at Dominic. Dom's a pro. He is right. Hey, everybody. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all. Anytime is right for the Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless or traditional wings. If you're having trouble, I have trouble. Just get the most of both worlds. Get a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby is a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. Look at that graphic. Look at all those handsome dudes hanging out with Chief Osceola. Look at Dominic. Thank you for keeping me on task here with the reads, the sponsor reads. I got my little my little chicken here too. Go a little solo real quick, everybody. I'm on top of the Hotel Indigo. Behind me's dope. Yeah. My little chicken hanging out here with me, man. So we're doing it.
I'm still waiting for Zaxby's to send me a cup. I need a cup so during the games you got a Zaxby's cup? Okay. Water bottle.
Well, welcome pack. Yeah.
Zaxby's? Hook me up. I need something.
We will make it happen, my friend. Again, if you're joining us, look at these great scores scrolling at the bottom. Shout out to our producer, Ben, in the back, making this all happen. Miami goes down to Tennessee, or Middle Tennessee State, rather, at home. Tyler Van Dyke, their starting quarterback, who was a first-round projected pick to start this year, gets the hook for Jake Garcia. Florida loses to Tennessee despite the fact the Vols did everything they could to give that one away. And last I checked, A&M is losing 14-7 to Arkansas. It's a really good weekend if you're a Florida State football fan. You know, if Wake would have won, it'd be perfect. But hey, close enough. Close enough.
We'll let Clemson take the L when they play us.
All right. Ooh, Oregon came back on Washington State. Yeah, I'm sorry, Dom. You're saying Clemson.
No, Oregon lost.
Did they? I thought we had the winning score up on the screen. Oh, no.
No, Oregon lost.
Well, you know, the bamboo doesn't like growing in Eugene. So
No, I was just saying Clemson comes to Tallahassee, right? In 3 weeks?
Correct. Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get Wake this week, and then or next week rather, and then actually no, I'm sorry, Wake next week at NC State, then the following week Clemson.
Then Clemson.
Yeah,
right.
No disrespect to NC State. Oh, he made it. All right, there you go. Field goal, 30-yarder. Never in doubt. 24-0 now. Florida State leads. 14:55 left in the first half. Tom Warner's there. Because I don't wear any Florida State gear, because I don't work for the university, and I have to go actually work the game at the stadium. So you're not supposed to dress up like you're wearing. You don't wear the team you're covering. You just don't do it in the press box. So sorry.
You're neutral. You're supposed to be neutral. It's journalistic integrity.
Yeah.
But I'm
Birmingham.
not a journalist.
Yeah,
I'm alumni.
Birmingham.
Shout
What's
out
up,
to
Vontae?
Birmingham.
Yeah, we're everywhere. Everywhere.
The Senior
24.
Bowl. Shout out to the Senior Bowl.
Reese's Senior Bowl.
That's the only thing I know about Birmingham is the Senior Bowl.
No. That's Mobile. That's Mobile, Dominic. Birmingham is just UAB.
It's nothing. UAB.
Birmingham's on the come up. But yeah, it's
all right.
Yeah. It's not as popping as Scottsdale or Phoenix or wherever you're at. All right, kickoff for the Noles again. They're up 24-0. Boston College desperately needs something to go their way so they don't get completely embarrassed. But we'll see. Duke lost to Kansas.
We need to figure out how to get the Noles to the Fiesta Bowl, so I could have a home game.
Hey man, I've never been to Phoenix. I know it's in Scottsdale, but whatever. I really want to come out there. I really want to come out there.
You'll love it, man. We'll take care of you. You'll love it. You may not leave. It would be great though, man, to have the Noles in the Fiesta Bowl. I don't want to get ahead of myself. We gotta win the conference first.
First down for Boston College on their own 25-yard line. Florida State without Jared Verse. The defense holding up quite well. Nice stout run defense there. Nothing going for Boston College, who's just been absolutely obliterated on their offensive line. But hey, it's football. It happens. Guys get hurt. Don't get hurt as much. Trying to find out these dates and everything here. I think we might be. Yeah. The Fiesta Bowl is a semifinal this year, Dominic. So get that guest bedroom available.
I guess Oregon did come back and win. I thought I saw the end of that game. But it's 44-41. Oregon did win.
All right. Our guy Ben. Don't doubt Ben.
Sorry,
Ben. Got
Ben.
the score right.
Yeah, my fault, Ben. I swear I thought I watched the end of that game. I think I got it mixed up with the Florida game. I watched the end of the Florida game, and then I had to bust it back here.
Man, my heart sunk when the Gators got that onside kick. I'm like, oh, no. But you can't advance an onside kick. What kind of nonsense is that?
Yeah,
Third and 10. Florida State not bringing pressure. Zay Flowers.
Oh, they converted the first.
Fire Adam Fuller. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Just kidding, Adam. I love you. That's a nice route, man, right? Real recognizes real.
That's good. Yep.
Little tempo now here by Boston College, desperately trying to get something going here as their offensive line fails the block. Patrick Payne's actually having a nice little game, 56. The young guy.
Yeah.
He's been
there's a miscommunication there. The offensive lineman thought that they were throwing a screen, and he took off, and the quarterback went to drop back. He tried to go drop back pass, and didn't work out.
Intentional grounding for Boston College. Apparently, Oregon scored 21 points in 3 minutes. Says somebody. Yeah. The Lion King. Thank you, Lion King. Man, Boston College.
That must have been the 3 minutes that I wasn't watching. That's incredible. I thought for sure they had lost the game. I was wondering why, but my phone was going crazy. That's probably what that was about. They found a way.
2nd and 18 for Boston College on their own 28-yard line. Zay Flowers is a human being. He can't do it all. Yeah, a 3rd and 15 coming up here about.
Yeah, another third down.
Long.
See what we got here.
Now, what does Coach Robinson want to do on 3rd and 14 if he's coaching the defense? He's going to keep everything in front of you here, or are you going to try to bring some pressure and rush a decision?
No, we're rushing forward and play our base defense. And guys, it's all about tackling here. When you get into the 3rd and 14, it literally just comes down to as long as you tackle, we should be good.
Man, they rushed 3. They rushed 3 and they couldn't block 3. They couldn't block 3 with 5.
Love it. Yeah, and that's why you don't send pressure. As long as you tackle, we're good.
I think they rushed 3. They're showing the replay on this. Yeah,
yep.
They rushed 3 and 5 guys couldn't block them. Yep. Hey, Patrick 56. Payton down there too.
Individual effort. Love it.
All right. Well, I almost want to say the game against Duquesne that you and I did was more competitive in the first half than this one so far, Dominic. So maybe
it definitely was.
when we hang out,
not almost. Yeah, it definitely was.
All right.
Were you doing the game with me when Gene screwed it up, or was that Tom?
Oh, Gene doesn't screw anything up. What are you talking about?
The LSU game, he showed up and it all went bad.
Oh no!
I think that must have been when you tapped out and Tom took over, because you did the first half of LSU game.
No, I was at the game the whole time. So we had an Airbnb that was like 15 minutes.
Yeah, you didn't do it with me though that day.
Correct.
You said yeah. I think that day Gene showed up, popped in, and as soon as he popped in, bad things started to happen. So we had to kick him back out.
Stop working
Did you watch that Miami game?
I watched bits and pieces of it. I didn't see Van Dyke get the hook. But I mean, 45. Listen, I like the Kevin Steele hire. I know he's a journeyman, but like Kevin Steele coordinated some really good defense at Auburn in 17, 18, and 19. I mean, beat Alabama twice, beat Georgia in 17. They allowed 45 points at Middle Tennessee State. Woof.
That's tough.
But they might have a new quarterback now, though, Jake Garcia. So who knows how that'll affect their trajectory. But, the one Miami friend I have is not happy. Not happy. He calls Mario Rich Manny. So, like Manny Diaz, but richer.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's tough, man. It's surprising. I thought they had something going there. Not that they don't now, but that's a tough loss, man. I'll tell you this. So, I literally was just telling a woman getting off the elevator at the hotel, you can't take any wins for granted. Like the parity in football right now, both at the college and the NFL level, it's through the roof, man. And the level of the coaching is so much better than it was when I played. The ability of the players to show up prepared for college football now, it has bumped up a whole nother tier. Freshmen are way more prepared than they ever were, like multiple freshmen. Back in the day, the freak used to show up and he was prepared. Ernie Sims, for instance, Antonio Cromartie. Those guys showed up and they were ready on day one. But they were anomalies. Now, I mean, half of your class shows up and is prepared because the training is better. And so that whole, sort of dichotomy, it trickles down to everything. It's not just now the high-level teams. It's everybody. Everybody's better. And so you have to be better prepared. And so you can't take any of these wins for granted, man. Even this. Yeah, winning is hard, man. It really is. These guys are very well coached. And so being up 24 to nothing is no small feat.
In a conference game, too. They're showing a replay. Jordan was shaking his hand after a throw on the last drive there with his thumb. Doesn't look like anything is taped up or anything, so he's still out there. 7 of 11 on the night, 115 yards in the air, and he had that 16-yard beautiful scramble. So good to see him still out there. Oh, and there's 21 repping for the number.
Let's go. Right,
no.
21.
Johnny,
We see you 20. Wow. We see you 20. Wow. We love it.
Pokey.
These guys,
Johnny.
they work, man.
Malik.
These wideouts, all of them.
Darion.
They work on the edge, man. Shout out
Look
to
at Maurice
Ron
Smith.
Dugan.
Shout out to 53.
You know,
Maurice Smith was like 20 yards down the field trying to block.
Yeah, you want to know, you learn a lot about a team when you watch them on the backside of run plays, the backside of pass plays. The kind of the saying that I use with my guys, like front side wins games, backside wins championships. And you can tell a lot about how much a wideout loves his teammates by what he does when he's on the backside of plays. And watching these guys, they absolutely get after it, play after play. On the backside, when they throw perimeter screens, when the backs are running the ball, they really work hard.
Dude, somebody decleated 90. I don't know if that was Marquiston coming on 90. Please show the replay, ESPN, ACC Network. Great blocking by the offensive line. Darion Williamson actually came off last play, hopefully just cramping, but looks like the trainers were checking him out. Not into the tent, though, which is good. Tent's usually something serious, but looks like he just took a seat on a chair after catching, I think, his 5th pass of the evening. He's got like 99 yards receiving right now, so cruising right now, the Noles. They're on the Boston College 30 right now.
3rd and 5.
Trips at the bottom of our screen here. Some rub action here, Coach Dom, when we got trips staggered out like this. Oh, Malik McClain, make a play.
Oh, man, we need that. So they tried to pump the screen that they threw to Pittman earlier on 3rd down. The Pittman came in motion, and they tried to pump that, and it was there. He had him beat.
Yeah, it was good. A little good coverage. That was tough. Yeah, that would have been a tough catch.
Yeah.
Keep the offense out here, huh? All right. Yeah,
it's a good call, though. It's a good call. This is a good place to be.
So I don't think they're not going to anything outside the 20-yard line. They're probably going to just go for it. Which, whatever. I get it. Field goal. A lot of pressure. Wow. And that's a good stand by Boston College there. 4th down does not go Florida State's way past complete.
Yeah, try to throw a solo route to Johnny, slant. He's on the backside of trips by himself. And the corner, knowing the down and distance there, that corner does a good job knowing, hey, what are the possibilities of what the guy's going to run here? We're looking at hitch, was it 3rd and 5? Yeah. So we're looking at hitch, slant, speed out, but usually speed out into the boundaries, no good. So, if he gets a wide split, that corner's thinking, yeah, we're jumping a slant here. And so make note of that, because now later you use that against them. You can line up in that same situation and you run a slant and go, sluggo. And take advantage of a guy that's a little jumpy.
We got a lot of anti-ref sentiment bubbling right now, which would not be a Warchant watch along if we did not start throwing shade at the refs. Like it, guys. I like it. It looks like on the 3rd down throw, defensive end came in, got some hand contact on Jordan's face mask. Not necessarily a face mask, but maybe illegal contact, but that wasn't called. And I guess some people wanted pass interference on the Malik McClain play, but you got none of it, everybody. And we're still up 24-0. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. It's all positive energy. It's going to be all right. 24-0 the lead for Florida State here in the 2nd quarter, 9:41 to go. Boston College will take over on their own 30-yard line after that 4th down conversion was not successful for the Noles. But, they need something to practice on, right, Dominic? If they just kept scoring every single drive, they wouldn't even have practice this week. And then what would I do for a job?
They would practice. They need to score. You got to keep scoring, man. Run the offense.
I wonder what Ryan Fitzgerald's thinking when, it was a 47-yarder. It's, not a gimme by any chance, but I think most coaches probably trot their kicker on that situation. And I'm not second guessing Norvell. This always just shows you how they're doing the math in their head when it comes to kicking field goals with Ryan Fitzgerald at this point right now. So,
yeah, I don't know. I would say more than anything, I'm thinking again, I don't know, for lack of a better term or parallel, your machine gun is Jordan Travis. That's your weapon. Put the ball in his hands. You 4th and 3. I'm putting it on him and letting him go to work.
Shout out to the teachers, by the way. They're paying tribute and homage to local teachers. It's like that extra point week. I think they kick some money back, hopefully, to some public schools in your local community. Here we go.
Yeah,
little toss sweep. Look at that. The toss sweep lives. DJ Lundy shutting off the block, getting the tackle there after about a 7-yard gain, it looks like. Yeah, $1,000 gift, extra yard for teachers. Look at that. There we go. Shout out Miss Dantzler.
What school did he say? What school that was?
Boyd Elementary. Not familiar with where it's at in the city.
Yeah. Okay.
But shout out Boyd Elementary. 2nd and 1 now for Boston College. Texas A&M up on Arkansas now, looks like. Roll out. Oh, that's a fumble.
No.
That's a fumble.
No.
That's targeting too, probably. Then is that your reaction?
That's not targeting.
That was vicious. That was bangity bang.
Yeah, it was. Oh yeah.
Oh,
he freaking dropped his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been a fumble too. I mean, he caught it. He made a football. Yeah, that's targeting. He his head. I don't want you to go on. I don't want to get too political here, Dominic. But like, what is your? People think the sport's getting soft. I didn't play the game.
Yeah.
I don't like seeing data and information on head injuries, man. So like, the only way they're going to outlaw this is by eventually at some point, guys are going to figure out a way to not do this, but maybe they never will be able to stop doing this. I mean, what's just your whole take on targeting?
And my thing is, I want people that are creating the rules. I want them to be people who have done it before. I want safeties and linebackers, running backs, wide receivers to be the people who are coming up with these rules. Educate them on the head, the numbers and the science to the head injuries. But a lot of these calls, a lot of them, if you've ever played the game, you would know it's impossible. So many of them, it happens so fast. And if a guy's going to drop his head or lower his shoulder into me, and I have a job to do, I've got to prevent him to get, to a specific spot. I've also got to lower my center of gravity, or else I'm going to get lit up. And then I'll be on his highlight, and I'll be on SportsCenter Top 10 on the wrong side of it. And, so people just need to know how hard it is on some of these plays. There's some of them that definitely they need to be out of the game. Don't get me wrong. There's the defenseless receiver stuff. A lot of times it's pretty clear as day. But when a guy's running the ball, and some of the quarterback stuff, it's so hard. When you have an athletic quarterback, as Jordan Travis is a perfect example. You have a guy like him, people don't realize how hard it is to get him to the ground. And so right. My head may make contact with it. My helmet may make contact with his helmet. It's just the way it is. I'm going to try not to. I understand there's a strike zone, but man, it happens so fast. And that strike zone changes so fast, and it's really difficult. Right. So I just want the right people on the committee that are coming up with the rules. It can't be a guy who has never been in those positions and made those plays. I want current and former players who have done it, and I want them to,
the replay again. Yeah. I mean, I know.
By the
Listen,
letter of the law, that's the thing. It's targeting by the letter of the law. But I'm telling you right now, if I'm number 7 and he's dropping to the ground, I got to go to the ground with him. Like, I know when I played, we would have got cussed if we didn't make contact with him there, if we just let him go to the ground. That was our job. Mickey Andrews would not be okay with us not being physical in that spot.
Right.
So how else do I get down there without taking my head down there? I have to take my helmet onto that level. So it may come in contact with his helmet. So
whatever
yeah, it's
happened,
just tough.
whatever happened to the see what you hit mantra that, you used to see the posters in all the locker rooms in every high school. See what you hit, head up.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely trying to do that. We're trying to take that out of the game. That's for sure. But like I said, it's just not as easy as words. It's really, really hard. The game happens really fast. The thing that I hate is a lot of these, like probably 90% of these, I can't stand when you take a guy out of the game. You can't kick a guy out of the game. And what they used to do, making them go back to the locker room, that was asinine. That really would piss me off.
The walk of shame.
If I traveled to go see my son play a football game, wherever it was, and he went to make a play on a football play that he's been coached to do, and then I've got to watch him walk off the field into the locker room, I would lose it. I would absolutely lose it. Like that's not cool. Penalize these guys. If they gotta, even if you made them sit out for a quarter or something like that. But man, taking a guy out of a game, these games are too precious. You only get 12 of them, and that's only if you get to stay healthy for all 12. A lot of times these guys are in their senior year. I remember one time I almost started crying. I was watching a guy. I can't even remember who it was, but his senior year, in his last game, he got a targeting penalty in the second half, and then that was the end of his career. They weren't playing a bowl game, whatever team it was. And I didn't even know the kid. I didn't know the team or anything. But I just kept thinking about what that would be like if I ended my senior year walking to the locker room and my guys are out here battling, their butt off. That really bothered me.
So ruling on the field, sorry, Dominic, ruling on the field did stand. They did call it jarring. Looks like his night is over as well. So
that sucks.
Although
and
actually,
what is the rule?
I don't know. I'm trying to look at the play-by-play, and I don't see that. I tell you back. I need to do some investigation.
I saw him clapping. No, he's still in the game. There he is.
Yeah, all right. No. So I guess I called it incomplete then. Well, let me go to the play-by-play here. I'll pull it up. Everyone's like, Aslan, that's what happened. They're calling it that he was complete and he was down, which should have been a fumble. I don't know how they didn't call that a fumble. All right, so there you go, everybody. No targeting. Zay Flowers gets some head trauma, and they're about to force a punt. So everybody wins. Everybody wins. Everybody got a little bit of something.
No targeting. Love it.
Yeah, no targeting. So it was not targeting everybody. So the targeting was removed. Surprisingly, it's crazy. A big win for all you alpha males out there.
Yeah, I will tell you, just based on the letter of the law, the way that I understand the rule, lowering your head to make forcible contact is targeting, and that's what that looked like to me. He lowered his head and made forcible contact.
Third and 9 here.
I'm happy for him, but
8
brought pressure and they got a pick.
Interception. Look at
Great
that,
call.
man. They brought like 8 dudes on third down. Look at Greedy Vance. Sorry, I'll start calling you Greedy now, Jamie.
What was that? Third and what? Was that
third and 9? Yeah,
third and 9.
Second
Another
turnover
pick
of the game for Florida State.
Yeah, both on third downs too.
Yeah.
Another 21 sighting. 21 is eating tonight.
That's right. Man, I don't know. Maybe not 8, but they rushed at least 6, if not 7 dudes. That was overwhelming display of force. Greedy Vance, Duke Cooper with interceptions, Jordan Travis throwing dimes, Trey Benson, kickoff return touchdown to start the game off. Florida State cruising right now, 24-0 on the plus side of things right now as they take over. Jordan Travis, let it rip. Jordan, let it rip, man. All right. Incomplete. It's fine. It's okay, Jordan. Well, let's not take hits that we don't have to, Jordan. He was looking for somebody downfield, it seems like, Dominic.
Yeah. And that's a lot of times after a turnover, a lot of guys will do that, try to take a shot, and just wasn't there.
2nd and 10 now for Florida State. Again, still on the plus side of the field against Boston College, up 24-0. 7:28 left in the first half.
Jordan Fari, I saw your comment, Jim Fari, about the linebackers. Randy Shannon is a phenomenal football coach. So we're incredibly lucky to have him on our staff as a linebacker coach. He's very, very good. So it doesn't surprise me that these guys are playing at a high level. And it helps too that the defensive line has done a really good job also. That helps. You keep the linebackers clean, you let them run. But yeah, I think Randy Shannon was a great hire.
3rd and 11, Boston College scrambling around again. Place here. They got Jordan on the run. Jordan's playing backyard football. Oh, go pokey poke. All right, they got probably about 9 yards on 3rd and 11. Flag down though.
Should go for it here.
Maybe defensive holding. Maybe some pass interference on a play of that.
It's going to be what?
That long?
4th and 2, 4th and 3. They'll go for it.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Boston College, first down, Florida State.
We'll take it.
There you go. Man, rough night for Jeff. Rough night for you, Jeff Halfley, huh? All right, so the personal foul penalty on Boston College gives Florida State an automatic first down after a 3rd and long came up just a bit short. But, again, first down now for Florida State. A little pistol. Oh, yeah, a little pistol action here. 2 tights. What are we going to do here, Dominic? Are we setting something up on this one? Or are we cashing in on something we already laid out?
No, this is that set. They've been running the counter in, and they're setting up to go counter and then run play action over top. They bring it in and try to make you think you're going big. We're going to go big. We're going to run, and now you go. Look. Once they go big and they start to load the box, then you go over the top.
Trey Benson, 6-yard gain on that. Averaging over 6.5 yards per clip. 2nd and 4, Florida State still in the pistol, still with 2 tights. And another 2 yards.
3rd and short.
Right. Yeah. And they're not going to kick a field. Well, they're inside the 20. Maybe they would kick a field goal here. But they got 3rd and 3.
Down, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm saying if they don't get it, but it's 3rd and 3. If the world's their oyster, they'll get it.
Yeah.
Although, no, the field side would be Jordan sprinting out to his left in this situation. So, see what they call out. What do you like here right now, Dominic? They've been saying this formation this entire set.
They're going here. They're trying to score. They're going to try and score right here on this 3rd down. They're going to go play action. They're going to hit Johnny on the post. They're just going to try to get the first down. Dang it.
We got delay of game. False start. Jackson turn time, the right tackle hit for the false start. And a little more leverage on 4th and 8. A little more leverage, you know? All right, well, they have changed up the set now. Now they're going trips up top of the screen here. Cam McDonald, tight end. Nice. I mean, great blocking.
Shoot.
Give him another yard on the spot there, ref. They're inside the 20. You would think I'm fine if they want to go for it, but you'd figure this probably
they're
the
going.
time to get
they're
your
trying to go fast. Let's go. On the ball. Let's go. Go fast. Go. They're just going to try to line up and run inside zone. Let's go. Oh, did we sub somebody?
Oh, they're going to try again to jump.
Yeah, I was just going to say, move Johnny to the field.
Oh, boy.
Give him some space to work.
Oh, they're going for it here on 4th and 1. Trey Benson is met at the point of attack, and I don't think he got it. No,
he did not get it.
So it's another 4th down. The Boston College defense stays firm. But they're still losing 24-0.
Dang it.
Well,
That's a good stop. Good job by BC.
That was a good tackle, yeah. All right, it is 24-0 here in the second quarter as we approach halftime here. It seems like everyone, Dominic, has got a chicken sandwich, right?
You got to have one.
But how do you know which one to try? Luckily, Zaxby's sandwich towers above all the others in size and deliciousness. The Zaxby signature sandwich is an extra large hand-breaded filet with 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split-top bun. What else do you want, everybody? And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. You're watching the Warchant Game Day presented by Zaxby's here with Dominic and myself. Hey, Dane. What's up, Dane? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Just want to whisper.
Hey, Daniel. Daniel Bigby. Daniel Bigby wanted to. Daniel Bigby wanted to donate, but couldn't figure out how to do it on iPhone via YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you need to have like your credit card linked to your YouTube account, and I don't know. Just the thought's all that matters. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it.
Just throw it. Take a $20 bill and throw it at the computer screen.
I'm going to put my Venmo at the bottom, Daniel, and just Venmo it to me. I'll make sure Dominic gets his cut.
That's
thanks
tough,
for joining
man.
us.
Thanks, Daniel. We appreciate it. Who was that dropped the 20? Shout out to Dane.
Dane. Big
Appreciate
Dane.
you, Dane.
Ooh. All right.
Appreciate you tuning in. How many we got tuned in? Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Where's the button at? Right here. Boom. Hit that like right here. Subscribe right here. You'll get updates of when we're on. And that way you don't ever miss it. You can mute the ACC guys and listen to some real football talk.
Dom's just on top of the game. I love it. Yeah, like and subscribe, everybody. It's only $1, by the way, to subscribe to Warchant, but only until the end of the month. So if this decision holds, or this result rather holds, Florida State will be 4-0 on the season, and you won't be a member because you don't want to spend $1? You know? Come on, everybody. It's only $1, and it's ending soon. So head over to warchant.com, sign up. Second half, Dominic will be here hanging out with Tom Lang, and that will take you to the postgame show with Gene Williams and Tom Lang, which will be a fun affair, I'm sure, because things look all right about now. And then we'll also have full postgame wrap-up and analysis, as well as all the interviews will be up on our YouTube page as well. Boston College thinking they're here in a one-possession football game, running a toss sweep like it's 1994. Hey, we'll take it.
I didn't even know Tom was coming on.
Yeah. We got to give Tom a little bit of a breather.
I thought it was Aslan Day.
No.
Tom did the pregame show?
Yeah, Tom does pregame show all the time. Yeah.
Oh, does
it? Send some smoke signals out there, Tom, if I need to cover for you in the second half. And I'll be walking over to Doak here behind me. 2nd and 11 for Boston College. They probably just want to get one first down and get into half, I'm guessing, or because they're not showing a lot of urgency to score points. There's a completion there.
Thanks,
tight end.
Aslan. Thanks, Aslan.
Sorry. All right, my bad.
Keep those thoughts to yourself.
Yeah. South Carolina only up by one possession against Charlotte at half. I think somebody posted that what was this? There was a game. I can't believe Texas lost to Texas Tech. Come on, Sark. Figure it out, Sark.
Did they really?
Yeah, in overtime, I think. Josh
that's
Farmer
what it
in
was.
there.
OU.
Yeah.
OU is losing.
Yeah.
That's the
K-State
game that I have on my TV right now.
Sam, that's interesting lineup here. I mean, Brendan Gantz at linebacker. They've got Josh Farmer at tackle, but they got a tackle for loss right there.
Love it.
Azarie Thomas, a freshman that we've talked about a lot. Yet to see him flash in the game. But, yep.
Love him. That's a good question. Any recruits in this weekend?
Oh, yeah. Jordan Hall, big 4-star defensive tackle out of Jacksonville. Rod Kearney out of Orange Park, who's a commitment but might be flirting with Florida, is also here. I think DJ Chester, another big-time offensive lineman out of Georgia, is also here. Several guys. I think Lamont Green's son is in the house, who's a commitment. Camden Fryer, 2024 prospect. There's about over 40 guys here for this game. There's an exhaustive list. All that recruiting stuff over at warchant.com for only $1, everybody. Dane's back. Am I a pillar yet? Dane, not quite. Not quite, but keep it up. I appreciate you, man. I like it.
My other guy didn't find the button yet. Dane told you it's on the right super chat. Just hit super chat or something. It's not that hard, is it, Dane? Dane was able to do it twice.
Dane's showing off. 3rd and 7 for Boston College here as we're about 90 seconds away from halftime on the clock. Florida State up 24-0. Patrick Payne coming off the edge. Lost in the wash. Jerkovich is flushed. Looks like some holding.
There's a hold.
Bring
it back.
All right. Cheaters. You cheaters, Boston College. All right, that'll back it up. That'll make it 3rd and very long now for Boston College. Florida State still has all 3 timeouts left. If they're able to get off the field here, it'll be very interesting to see how they kind of attack this final possession of the first half for them. I mean, they've got an NFL offensive line coach, and he hasn't figured out a way to find – I mean, I guess, you can't make chicken, salad out of chicken blank, but they're struggling mightily, Boston College.
Yeah.
3rd and 17. What's in Coach Robinson's playbook on 3rd and 17 when you've been getting whipped up front all night? A draw? Screen?
Can we punt? Are we allowed to punt?
Oh.
Got nothing. I tell my guys all the time, man. There's nothing on here. There's nothing on this sheet. I got my sheet here. There's nothing on here. I got nothing, man. You don't get into that position.
Is it worth taking a shot downfield and trying to get a pass interference, or is there too many things that could go wrong?
No, man, probably too many things that could go wrong. Yeah, things can get crazy. Somebody asked if you're shotgunning a beer.
No, I don't. I'm not an alpha male. I can't. No. This is purple, Josh. I'm sorry, it's purple, which is actually in the garnet family, but it's not garnet. And I can't shotgun beers. I can't funnel beers. I just don't have that esophageal. I don't have that esophageal
Purple
strength.
is in the garnet family.
Yeah, it's in the color wheel. Come on, Dominic.
Whoever told you that?
No.
Purple is in the garnet family, huh? There we go. Get off the field. Let's go. Let's go for it. Gas on the pedal. Let's go.
Florida State holds on for the 4th down stop, or for the 3rd down stop. I'm sorry, forcing the punt unit to come out now for Boston College. 4th and 17. Florida State's going to have the ball with like a $1:15 and all 3 timeouts, and probably pretty good field position here. So interesting to see how they'll attack things here. Punt unit out. Let's see. Decent.
I like a good return here from Micah.
Yeah, there we go.
Get us back to the 40 or so.
Stay up. All right. There you go.
We'll take it. 36. We'll go.
We got to go 65 yards in 67 seconds with 2 timeouts remaining for Florida State. Yeah, this is what they do every single practice, period number 3, when they go tempo. So they're prepared for this moment. Let's get 6 right here. Let's get 6.
Oh, John, we were talking about BC, not Florida State. Taking a shot on 3rd and 17. He asked Of course you throw it up. They say you got a 6'7" wide out. Of course you throw it up. That's I'm talking about the other team.
I don't want to force it, but just I feel like you got to throw the ball at Johnny more than I think he only has one target in the half.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you're up 24-0. I'm not complaining, everybody, but curious. There we go. Break that. Drag him, Johnny. All right, tempo. Let's go.
Here we go. On the ball.
All right. Deuce Spann is out there, top of your screen, everybody, number 5.
Okay.
Nice.
That's
throw.
A heck of a throw.
Yeah, good pass breakup, too. Good defense by Jaden Woodby, but that was a really great throw. That would have been a tough catch, but that's all you can do in that situation on that read, right, D-Rob?
Yeah, man, that's great, man. He knew he had pressure, and that's a really good play by the DB. Yeah. He has no clue when that ball's coming. And we work that drill a lot as defenders, just playing hands, but it's way harder than it looks.
Yeah, I know.
It's really hard. You just panic. You're in a position you can't see anything. You just have to wait for the hands.
3rd and 2, Florida State picks it up.
Very good.
There you go. Efficient. Pokey with a catch. Good.
Pokey's been great this year. Pokey's been a big addition, or just having that element of him playing has been very good.
1st and 10, 40 seconds left for Florida State on their own 48-yard line with 2 timeouts remaining. Pressure. Jordan with a great throw, great catch by Malik McLean. I think that's 7 different guys that have caught a pass now. Yes, that's 7 guys that have caught a pass. No, I apologize. Treshaun was only targeted. He did not complete it or catch it. So 6 different dudes in the first half have caught a ball from Jordan Travis. 35 seconds.
Dang it.
2
timeouts. To see what route he ran.
Toafili with a good – oh. Yeah.
Are you at the club, Aslan? Where's that music coming from?
I'm right off like the strip, so I can hear people.
Is that somebody driving by, or is that? Oh, really? Wow. Tallahassee.
I'm muting it because it's so loud. It might come through on my microphone and hit us for copyright.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna mute myself.
Right. Seriously, Tallahassee, Florida. Dane is dropping money again. Thank you, Dane.
Dane, man, just dropping it, man. All right. This is his strategy of becoming a pillar. Instead of like home runs, he's going for a bunch of singles. I like it. Good approach. Good approach, Dane, my guy. 3rd and 10 coming up here for Florida State. Still got 2 timeouts, 26 seconds left on the Boston College 31-yard line. We got Johnny here on the boundary. The ball, he's on the boundary side. Who got up top here? We got Deuce Spann, so it looks like. And maybe Poitier.
That's what it's looking like.
All sorts of time. Throw. Look at that catch. Poitier. Hey, that's a flag. What are you doing? It's over, buddy. You lost. Look at that. My goodness. Florida State absolutely cruising right now. Now that's 7 different dudes that have touched the football for that 31-yard touchdown to make it 30-0 for Florida State. The PAT coming up. Dominic, look at this team, dude. Incredible.
It's a good football team, and it's been a long time since I've been able to say that, man. I'm almost like, I don't want to say I'm shocked, but it's almost scary to be able to say it, because every time I've thought it in the past, they've done something to sort of prove to me that they're not. And this is a good football team, and I think so much of it does have to do with that quarterback, but a lot of it has to do with, I can see the coaching staff, the competitive spirit that the team has, man. It's incredible, man. These are games that even when they were decent, there are teams that were probably close to this talent level, but this game wouldn't go this way. It wouldn't be just domination. The other team would have probably a kickoff return touchdown. There would be some sort of random penalty that gave them 30 yards, and then they scored off of it. and it'd be like, it'd be 22-14 or something right now. We'd still be up or we'd be, it'd be a closer game. But this is the mark of a good team. You have a huge win. You're coming off of 2 huge wins. Your quarterback is playing hurt, and you shut them out. You shut out the other team, and you score on almost every drive. Did we punt one time? Oh, no, we haven't even punted.
No. Well, we had a couple of 4th downs that we haven't converted on. But, I mean, look at that. He's got 249 yards in the half.
Yeah, we've gone for it every time. But we haven't even had to punt.
So this begs the question now. As I wrap up, Tom Lang will be joining shortly to take us home in the second half, as well as the post-game show with he and Gene. Some people asking the question now. So how long do you – there, Daniel. All right.
Daniel figured it out. Let's go, Daniel. Daniel, let's go. I see you figured it out. Persistent. He found the button, the super chat button over here and over there. I think it's over that way. Attaboy, Daniel. We appreciate you, man. We appreciate you tuning in, tuning out the ACC announcers and listening to some real ball talk. I love it.
Do you have Tate Rodemaker start the second half, Coach?
No way.
Okay.
But he should play. I'm telling him right now. I'm going up to him and saying, "Hey, man. When you get in, these are going to be your calls. This is the defense they're playing. Like, be ready for this. This is what they're showing. I'm making sure he's engaged and prepared to play. But Jordan Travis is healthy, you guys. Like, let's not forget, he just played a whole half. He's clearly running the ball well. He's a healthy player. You don't take out your starter. You don't especially at the quarterback position. They're responsible for so much. People don't realize those guys, the starting quarterback is responsible for so much. Getting into the right protection, the right run calls, the right pass calls, reading the coverage, communicating with the offensive line, communicating with the backs, getting the backs set on the right or the left side based on what the defense is doing, picking up blitz protections. I mean, there's so much that the backup quarterback is just not, even if he's a guy that was taking a lot of reps this week, they're not the starter. The starter knows. And so you got to let the guy, as long as he's healthy, the guy plays. And, if we go down and score on the first possession, you maybe consider it. But, Tate's going to play. I'm not saying that he shouldn't play. I'm just saying when you have a healthy player, you play the healthy player. It's just as simple as that. And especially when it's your quarterback. If he comes to me and tells me, Coach, I'm uncomfortable out there, I don't feel like I can make the plays that I need to make, then, yeah, you pull him out. But as long as the guy's telling me, hey, I'm good, then he plays. He's a starter for a reason, So –
John Mulvaney, let's go, Johnny boy!
Hey, turn up.
Oh, man. All right. Last thing before I go, Dominic.
Look at Dane doesn't want to be outdone.
Dane, let's go.
Let's go. Get you a pillar.
Start throwing chairs off the balcony and everything.
Get you a pillar.
Do we want Alabama?
No, let's get BC first. Let's get BC. All right. Then let's get Wake Forest next week. I'm telling you, Wake Forest is going to be tough next week.
Okay, I agree.
Wake Forest is going to be tough. No, we don't want Alabama yet.
All right. Thanks for watching the first half, everybody. 31-0, Florida State is up. On your screen, you see the amount of big plays over. They got 8 completions over 15 yards, 3 runs over 10 yards. Dominic will take you in with an awesome dude to hang out with. Tom Lang will be helping me out. I'm done. I don't need any help. I'm done. I'm tapping out. Dominic, thanks for hanging out with me and not losing your mind with all my crazy questions.
Yes, sir, man. Hey, great job. It was awesome. It's always fun. And I'll see you next week.
All right. I think we're going to take a commercial break here. We're going to take a commercial break
here.
Yeah,
let's do that so I can use the restroom, man.
All right. And then we'll have our guy Tom Lang hop in here, and it'll be good stuff. So here we go, everybody. We'll see you in a little bit here. I think. Why won't it take clip?
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. It's Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickles on a split top bun. And it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. And go Noles indeed. That is the theme of the night as FSU is blowing out Boston College. Everybody, welcome back to the Warchant Watch Along. He's Dominic Robinson. He's getting his affairs in order for the second half. My name is Tom Lang, and those stats are crazy good for Florida State. 327 yards in the first half to 64 for BC. D-Rob, my goodness, man, I'm loving the camera. You look so clear. It's nice to see you, man. How are you?
Yeah, I brought my my 4K camera on the road.
Nice.
Nice. So I should be pretty sharp.
Absolutely. So
the team looks great, man.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts. So I sometimes I linger in the green room here for the first half. I was hashtag bouncing around and doing some things at the house in the first half. And obviously I had the game on. But what do you think? They start with a bang with the Benson kickoff return for a touchdown. A couple of huge conversions, a 4th and 9 for Jordan Travis, a good throw to a wide open Cam McDonald over the middle of the field. Big play coming out of his end zone on a 2nd and 12. What did you think about the offense and the defense in the first half for those that are just joining us on the Warchant Watch Along?
I just think I'm surprised. I expected us to find a way to win this game, but I did not think that the domination that I'm seeing, I said it a couple times in the first half, and it's kind of weird to say it because in the past I've been so afraid to say it, or I haven't even been able to say it, but this is a good team. This is a good football team. Are they, should they be top 10 or something like that? Like somebody said, we want Bama. No. We're not there. We're not there. And, but this is a good team. And that's, it's very liberating to say. It's very, it's refreshing. It's a good team. They're worth watching. They're worth separating from whatever it is you were going to do on a Saturday. They're worth planning in advance to make sure that you can get to a TV to watch them play. These are things that haven't existed for a while. Yeah. It's kind of like if they're on while I'm home, then yeah, I'll turn it on. Not me personally, but I would say the general sort of gist of the team is that type of team. It's not a plan in advance to make sure that you don't miss the game. And we're approaching that territory. They're fun to watch. The quarterback is incredible. I'd be shocked if there's a better quarterback in the ACC. And that's a cool thing to say. When's the last time we had the best quarterback in the ACC? That's a big, big statement, That's a big statement, and that's a big thing to have. When you have the best guy in your conference, you just don't, we had that for so long. That was such a consistent thing that we had at Florida State that we've gotten so complacent with knowing how special it is when you have the best guy at the most important position in the whole conference. And we just don't, we haven't had that in so long. And it's a big deal when you do have it. It's really, really cool. So
I hear the
so I'm super thankful. Yeah. I'm super thankful. It's really cool because he is so good, and he's so good on schedule. I see him making changes and getting things to run fluidly that you typically wouldn't notice. Like earlier, there was a 1st and 10. They loaded the box, so he threw a now screen, and we got 3 yards or 4 yards. People don't realize when you get out of negative runs early in downs, in possessions, it changes the complexion of the whole drive. Because when it's now 2nd and 6 instead of 2nd and 11, I have the whole playbook at my disposal. when it's 2nd and 11, if I have an incomplete pass on 2nd and 11, 3rd and 11, the percentage goes incredibly down. 3rd and anything longer than 5. And that's the thing that, BC got in the first half. They got into 3rd and 5 or more multiple times. And those are incredibly hard to convert against good defenses. So you want to stay out of those. And Jordan, again, he just continually, gets us out of those. And then when somehow we do end up in a 3rd and 2 long, he makes a play. They get pressure. He escapes the pressure. He pushes the ball downfield, or he takes it, and runs with his legs. And so, yeah, like I was saying earlier, like we have a legit weapon at quarterback, and that really is such a game changer because again, he's probably the best quarterback in the conference, and those are things that those are things that allow me to say confidently, like, we have a good team. Is it great? Yeah. No, but it's a good team. It's an above average team. And so we're going to be competitive in every game that we play this year. And we haven't been able to say that for a while.
Yeah, I hear the relief in your voice. It sounded like, as I got in towards the end, you and Aslan had a really good time in the first half. And thanks to Aslan, who is now inside Doak Campbell Stadium as he's doing his normal camera work and behind-the-scenes production. Nobody on the team works harder than Aslan, so we appreciate what he did in the first half. And all of you in the chat who supported the program with a donation, a tip, we appreciate that. And those of you that are just keeping the conversation going, please continue to do so. Nearly 600 of you here for the second half of this ball game. It's 31-0, D-Rob. Last time we were talking on the Warchant Watch-Along, there were exhales of relief because of the blocked extra point. And now what am I walking into here? An opportunity to look at some of the guys that are maybe on the second level, the 2 deep, maybe even deeper, to see about development and what guys can Florida State count on for this next 3-game series. Assuming nothing crazy happens, that's what the second half is about now, building more solutions for Wake Forest, NC State, and Clemson. And that's when it gets fun, D-Rob.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We haven't had a game like that. I was telling Aslan, even the Duquesne game, although we were, we had it in hand, there still were a lot of unknowns. We were still learning a lot about the team. And, even the coaching staff, they were changing the offensive line almost possession by possession. We didn't even know who was going to be coming on the field for most of those possessions. So, so this is a lot different. We haven't had a game like this. Honestly, we need a game like this big time. We need the team needs a game like this because I kept saying it. Aslan, was kind of brushing me off. That game next week, that Wake Forest team is going to be tough. That's going to be a tough game. Those guys are going to show up. They're going to be very well prepared. And so we needed a night like tonight where these guys can, sort of, play without that the pressure that we've had to play for back-to-back games. These past 2 games have been, very, very tough games. We played on a Friday night, in front of the country, and on a game that came down to the wire. So yeah, having a game like this, these are important, sort of progressions throughout the course of a season when you have a game like this, and they're needed, and they show up later. It may not even be next week. It may be 3 or 4 weeks from now when you look back and go, thank God we had, we got, with the next 3 games, you're going to look back and go, man, we couldn't have had a tight one tonight and then won the Clemson game 3 weeks from now. This is the night where you win a game. You win a later game with tonight's game. Is kind of the point that I'm making.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. Wake was not ready at the jump for what Clemson brought to the table, but Wake adjusted and they got ready on the fly. That was a really compelling. I wish I got to see more of the second half, D-Rob, because we were doing the live pregame show and they were set up for that. But what I saw, the transition from the first quarter to the second quarter, Wake figured out that, first of all, they better run man-to-man instead of zone. And then once they did, things got better for them on defense. but to hold Clemson down while their offense gets it together, they're so much more prepared for the challenge to come down here next week. The question is, emotionally, are they prepared after being let down? Because Coach Clawson has put a lot of rhetoric into that game against Clemson all offseason long. So you wonder about their emotion levels, but they were so game from 14-0 to where it went. That was very impressive to see at a Wake. So that's next week. I see a couple of questions. The hat, guys, it's at Garnet and Gold, garnetandgold.com. I know, it's an excellent, fantastic, sleek hat. I love this logo, too. I hope we wear that at some point as the second half is about to kick off. And then, no, I am not shotgunning a beer after this game is over. I will if Florida State beats Wake next week. I think that's worthy of it. And Jesse from the top rope. Oh, my goodness. What a welcome. Jesse Little, thank you so much for your contribution.
Let's go.
3 bills.
Yes, sir, Jesse.
Oh, man. At 3D Robinson on Twitter. 3 bills for at 3D Robinson and me. Thank you so much, guys. I have a question for D-Rob. What's your take on Duke Cooper? What have you seen from 13 so far, Dominic?
I got nothing.
Yeah. I'll tell you. So
I got nothing. What do you got?
I got that. So this is the advantage of listening to the radio. Actually, let me continue that in just a second. So I've got 14:52 on the clock. Let's make sure we're synced up close enough. Am I way ahead of you or am I behind you?
Oh, okay.
14:50.
I'm gonna jump ahead because Aslan was behind.
Aslan's speed is pretty behind, which is crazy because you can hear Duke behind him, so you kind of know what's.
Yeah, it kind of drives me crazy. So I'm at 14:25. Did I go 25? Ahead of you? Yeah,
you're just slightly.
20.
I'm at 25 now. I'm about 5 seconds.
I paused it at 14:18.
Okay, 19 and go. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Looking at Dennis Briggs, and it's going to cut. So it's 2nd and 10 for Boston College. For those of you that are watching along with us, we've got 25 seconds on the play clock now. And those of you watching on demand, now you're up to sync with what we're doing. So Duke was somebody who played only a handful of snaps at Louisville because of an injury he's working through. One of the advantages of driving home as late as I do from Indigo to my house is I get the FSU radio broadcast. And Mike Norvell said he's playing through some physical hardships, but he's going to give it a go tonight. And he had the interception early in the game. My answer for you, Jesse, I know you asked D-Rob, but my answer for you would be it's hard to fully assess Duke Cooper at the present moment because of the injury concerns. He was dominant down the stretch last year. He had an up-and-down camp, and he should be your best corner, but it hasn't shown just yet. So we'll keep an eye on 13 in the second half. He was out there to begin this half as Boston College moves the chain on a 2nd and 10. Garmo with about a 10 or 11-yard run now, 1st and 10 for BC.
Yeah, I will tell you, I will put this tape on and watch him closely. But up to this point, I haven't seen much from him where I could, definitively say anything, whether good, bad, ugly, technically, schematically, any of that stuff. I just hadn't seen enough of him. So I don't like to speak on things that I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do. So at this point, I don't have anything, but I'll watch this tape and see if anything stands out, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of targets his way in the first half, too, because of all the pressure. And, they picked on Noles a little bit more than they picked on 13. But It's 2nd and 8 now for BC. 31.
Hey, somebody asked if I played golf earlier. I missed that. Yes, of course. Of course I play golf. I don't know. I'm not sure why they were asking, but yes, of course.
You a big golfer?
Golf. I love Yeah.
Me too.
I used to be really good. Yeah, I used to be really good.
Single-digit handicapper?
Yeah, I was getting close. So I was playing. Yeah, there it is. It's Daniel. So Daniel couldn't find the tip button earlier when you weren't here, Tom, and so we had to help him out, help him find it. He eventually found it, and he gave us the tip. So we shout out to you, Daniel. Appreciate you. But yeah, I used to play. When I was in the NFL, I would play these celebrity tournaments almost every weekend, and I got really good, and then I had kids, like most of us, and once I had kids, I stopped playing, and now I play like once a year, and I hate it. because I love to play.
Well, if you get to Tallahassee, we'll go out to Capital City Country.
We're playing, Tom. Well,
right.
Here's the thing too. We decided at the first half that the Noles are going to make the Fiesta Bowl, so you'll be in Phoenix.
All
You
right.
guys will come visit me in Phoenix, and we'll go play.
What's it, about a half a club less because of the altitude?
Oh yeah, ball flies.
Yeah. So Derek McClendon with a good pursuit play. It won't go down as a sack, but he grabs Phil Dracovic by the leg to avoid a first down quarterback scramble from Boston College. Boston College now punts the ball away, and Florida State will start with the ball deep in their own territory here with 10:58 to go on the clock in the third quarter. So good job by the defense. You want to put down the opposing offense with a lead like that. You want to make sure that no funny business happens, right, D-Rob? Just get off the field
away.
Yep.
Yeah, that first possession of the half is so big. A lot of the studies are talk about the first possession of the game, first possession of the half, last possession of the first half. Things like that. The difference between when you drive, and it's not even always about scoring. A lot of times it has to do with how many first downs you get in that first possession of each half. And the teams that get multiple first downs in the start of the first half and the start of the second half tend to have more success offensively. So yeah, man, when you come out as a defense, obviously, and you can get that first stop, it's a big deal. And it's really important to kind of, what happens is you go in at halftime and you make all these adjustments, right? And the coaches try to convince you of, hey, this plan now is good. We've modified it, we've tweaked it, and this is now good. And so you leave halftime going, okay, let's go see. And then when you get smacked on that first series, and then you go, and it puts that doubt in your mind, like, okay, coach told us this new plan was good, and no, it's not good. We got stopped. We went 3 and out. And so now that doubt stays there for the rest of the half, and it's more of a psychology thing than it is an actual strategic thing. So it's important to sort of take that hope away from them as quickly as you can.
Almost back from commercial break for the first offensive possession for Florida State, up 31-0. Doesn't get old saying that. Dane asks, and thank you, Dane, for the contribution. D-Rob, what do NFL players think of fantasy football?
It just depends. They're no different than anybody else. There's some people that think it's an absolute joke and they hate it and they don't understand why it even exists. And then there's guys that actually play and they love it and they enjoy it and they're into it. And they actually, when they meet up and they talk, they say, hey, man, like, I got you on my fantasy team. Like, you got to have a good week, and stuff like that. So those conversations actually are kind of funny and interesting and stuff like that. But yeah, it's no different than anybody, that's outside of football in terms of, some people love it and some players love it and they actually play. And then there's some guys that don't know anything about it. The thing I think that would surprise a lot of people is how many football players don't even watch football.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I see that.
That's the thing that's the part that I think most people would be shocked of, like, a lot of football players don't ever watch football. There's a big play.
Oh, he's still up.
Make a miss. I talked about Pokey earlier. He's been a big addition, I think, where they're getting more out of him than they probably even expected.
So that looks like a corner out. Oh, they got all 22. I'll shut up. Go ahead, D-Rob.
So this is a smash concept.
Yep.
And it's smash with a sprint out. So smash is a low route, or it's either a hitch or a quick out. Sometimes it's a short comeback by the outside guy and then a corner by the inside guy. And you sprint out to it, kind of try to get, some movement, moving the pocket. And, here's the quarterback again, making another great play. I didn't see why the coverage broke down so bad. That he shouldn't be that open based on the coverage that he typically plays. There's here it is.
Safety
Safety came down with the So the spread out pulled the safety across. And so he got flat-footed and worked across when he's supposed to work to get depth over the top of that route. And there's a rushing touchdown.
There you go. Okay, so 2 runs on the drive for negative yardage or no gain. And then there's the big play from Jordan Travis in between those two. And Treshaun now 22 yards for the score. It is now 37-0 Florida State over Boston College. The drive started a bit rough, 2nd and 11, but next thing you know, the Noles are in the end zone. 1 minute, 39 seconds to go, 90 yards. Boy, oh boy, D-Rob, explosive plays left and right tonight.
Tom, is that right? Is that his first 300-yard game?
For Jordan?
Jordan Travis? Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Somebody put in the comments that this was his first 300-yard game.
It could be. That would not shock me. I'll take a look at the Miami game last year as maybe one that was close. I know against North Carolina when they dominated up there last year, he didn't throw for a ton of yards. He was just every time he touched the ball, it seemed like it was a touchdown.
Wow. That's pretty interesting.
That would not shock me one bit. Let's see. So a missed extra point for Ryan Fitzgerald. That's a toughie. So you can see why their 4th down calculations were the way they were. Oh, there we go. He's got a smash on the board there.
There's your smash, and there's your quarterback with your sprint out. All right, so that's kind of the deal. And then here's what happened with the safety. He worked this way, and he's supposed to be over the top of that smash route. So
got it.
That's what we just saw. And again, man, like Pokey, the growth and just production that I think we're getting out of him is above what you could have ever even hoped for. Probably, he's just been really dependable. You can see he's where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there, and then, man, it's all good. You know, it's been all good for him. I don't think he's dropped the ball. And so the wideout play this year, I wish I could. I can't even use words to describe the difference between. And I wasn't, breaking down every game. I wasn't watching, the film. So I don't want to get too deep into it. But I was watching close enough to know that we didn't even have anywhere near close to average wideout play. And I did look at some of the sort of metrics and analysis on them, and we were somewhere near like the 100th best wideout group in the country. So clearly that's not the case this year, and that's an exciting thing. I'm super thankful for that, and that was something that we definitely needed to address. Was just the talent in that room now is it's definitely a tier above what we had just last year.
Yeah, PFF is not the be-all, end-all in the world when it comes to grading stuff. They get some stuff right and stuff wrong, but just for the record, they say Florida State's receiving core is number 2 in the country so far in grading out, only behind Ohio State, which is, I mean, look,
that's
when you have
a lot.
Yes, it is. And when you have those kind of stats in your favor, use that as a recruiting tool. I mean, you make sure Hakeem Williams knows about that before he commits on a Friday afternoon like the 5-star did at Florida State yesterday. And you're right. There's the graphic. 321 for Jordan Travis. His previous high that I found, D-Rob, was 274 against Miami last year.
Wow. That's so good. I mean, that's so good. That's in essentially just a half of football. Yes. I mean, that's not even 3/4. I mean, that's a half and one drive. What a day for him, and really just the progression completely. The total progression of him is so awesome.
See, there's a close game with A&M and Arkansas as Jimbo's team is up 2 points. I bring that name up because the smash concept, every single quarterback in his system knows how to execute that particular
smash
from everybody like Christian Ponder through Sean McGuire. Everybody knew how to make that throw. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Yeah.
2nd and 10 for Florida State. Good.
It looks like Tate may be warming up. Somebody put in the comments that Tate may be warming up.
I believe that. I mean, we were in a similar position, D-Rob, for the Duquesne game where there was one drive, in the second half, they went down the field, they took care of business, and we said, no mas, right?
Yep, yeah, and I that would make sense to me here. If he didn't have the knee, I would probably give him another drive. But yeah, with the knee, it completely makes sense. They have complete control of this game. BC has never made a single threat. At this point in the game.
You saw Mike after first down. Florida State's secondary sniffed out the screen to the perimeter to the offense's left, and he was pointing to his head and nodding, saying, well done. I guess they saw something, and they trained for something this week, and they sniffed it out. So good to see that their heads are still in the game as now it's a 3rd and 1. Zay Flowers making dudes miss. That's what he's going to do at the next level. That dude projects to be a Sunday player. Interesting decision to come back to Boston College for an extra year, but good for the young man to decide. There he is again on the drag against they got him isolated against Gant. First down for Boston College. He's their best player.
So, yeah, and that's a tough call. You put a guy on a shallow route. It's got to clear through all the trash, and it's a 1-on-1 situation. So it's if a guy has any sort of speed, he's going to separate there. That's that's a good call.
Especially on the speed of Gant, because they've converted Brendan Gant from a safety down to a linebacker, so they bulked him up a little bit. Good to see Azarie Thomas on the field. I know he made his appearance, TFL late in the second quarter, but number 20 is getting some more run. This is the time to start looking for jersey numbers and see if there are younger guys. 56 Patrick Payton. He has a lot of snaps because Verse is out, but he's going to get more this half. 20 in the secondary. We'll see if Sam McCall gets out there. There's a lot of names to be watching.
I think Azarie, is that how you pronounce his name? Azarie. Yeah, I think he's gonna be the next great. He's legit. He's very good, and excited for him. I was glad to see him out there earlier.
He's so smooth. He reminds me of I think I said this when we were talking to the Duquesne game. He just reminds me of Carlos Beltran, the great center fielder. And the way he runs, it doesn't look like he's motoring, and he is moving at light speed. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah. 3rd and 10. Get it off. Oh, dang it.
Is that Flowers again? Can't tell. So I have a second laptop, D-Rob, that's staggered about 8 seconds behind to see replays, and I still can't see the number.
Okay. It was 7.
7
Flowers.
Yep. Or Jones is who they isolate Jari on, and then they went after 11, their receiver number 11. Good tackle by Lundy there. Dave is bemoaning, they crossed the 50 again. That's right, Dave. They are. Boston College is.
And that's such a great place to be when you can start worrying about, oh man, did they cross the 50? That's good. We're not worried about, oh man, are they scoring again? It's like, no, right. We're worried about whether they're getting across the 50. And honestly, when I played, that was a big pride point for our defenses. There were a couple games where they legitimately were working really hard to not let the other team cross the 50. It was almost like they used the 50 as the end zone, mentally. That's the way that they were kind of, preparing, and they would try their damnedest to keep them from crossing.
Florida State has not had a shutout in a hot minute. This is not the era of college football where shutouts come easily either. But if they want to spike baseball, they better get on their horse here pretty soon.
No, it is tough. Shutting teams out in today's day and age is incredibly hard.
Looks like BC will indeed move the chains here.
Yeah, and I've seen a couple comments about the depth and seeing these backup players. As a coach, there's few things better than when you get to the point where you can get these guys experience in a real game before it gets too out of hand. You don't want to do it like super late, but having a guy, like the first or second series of the second half get time it's invaluable, because they're playing the real game plan from the things that we worked on all week. It's not vanilla yet. You're not at the point where you're super vanilla and you're holding back things. You're doing things that we game planned. So they're having to execute maybe checks that are, week to week checks that are just based on what this team was doing. So you're finding out things about your guys, who's actually locked into the game plan, who is, who's remembering what I said on Tuesday's practice when I told them that when they get in this formation, this is going to happen. And a lot of times in these games, you actually find out something about someone that you didn't know. Some guys are gamers. Some guys, when the lights are on, they're just different. Their game goes to a different level. Some guys, their heart rate gets super fast and they become out of control and they can't control themselves and they forget the things that they were coached to do. And as a coach, you can't always it's all unpredictable. The only way to find out is on game day. And if they're a backup, you already know what you get from the starter, so you can't take a chance and put in this unknown thing. But when you're up 37, now you can, and now you find out something about someone. So now you go to him next time when you're up maybe 20, because you're like, okay, this showed he's trustworthy, he's dependable, he's going to do the things that we asked him to do. And man, he kind of comes on when the lights on. He runs a little bit faster. He's instinctual. You just find out things like that. And so, yeah, you love moments like this. Like you really are excited about the opportunity, because a lot of these guys are very, very talented guys that, they lack something, whether it's experience sometimes, and things like that. So it's like, if I can get them in this experience, they're going to help us come week 9, week 10, week 11, or a bowl game. And those things, like I said, they're invaluable. These are big moments. They're way bigger than I think the fan probably realizes. We're not just getting them out there for show. It's not just, oh, whatever. We don't want, and it's not just because we don't want to get a guy hurt. If a starter is prepared and ready to play and he's healthy, he's going to play. And if the backup isn't ready and not prepared and, isn't healthy, he's not going to play. Like, I'm not just going to put a guy in there so that my starter doesn't get hurt. We plan on playing 4 quarters no matter what. And so, yeah. So this is, if a guy is ready and he's prepared, it's so great to get him in there when you can.
Yeah, that's why, often you'll see a coach coaching even harder in the second half. You'll see the sideline shots and he's running on the field and screaming and those things. A couple of notes as Boston College runs a first down play from the 34-yard line, and they're going to pick up some yards here, and they're on the precipice of the red zone. The last shutout, we were asked that question. The last shutout, I looked it up, 2015 on the road at Boston College, 14-0. I remember that game. I was there. Friday night in Chestnut Hill. They went down the field and scored their first drive, did Florida State, with Everett Golson at quarterback. And then the only other score was a fumble recovery for a touchdown. A fumble recovery for a touchdown for Jalen Ramsey late in the game. That was it. That was all that happened that night. 14-0.
Wow. Everett Golson played quarterback. Yeah.
Looks like we've got a toss pass.
He was early. Shoot.
Yeah. Your only argument there is uncatchable because it's too deep, right?
Yeah.
He can catch that. Ooh, Derek McClendon is down. That's something to monitor. Can't lose another one of your defensive ends.
No, can't afford to lose anybody at this point, man. So somebody asked if we could copy paste this this game plan. I think
the one thing I'll say,
wait.
so BC in their 2 games where they didn't play Maine, D-Rob, they were averaging under 2 yards a carry. Their leading rusher, 25 carries for 40 yards in the 2 games they didn't play against Maine.
Yeah.
So there is some stuff, I think there is some stuff to clean up the middle week to week. So I think Adam Fuller will have plenty to keep the guys head screwed on right for Wake Forest, especially with that. I mean, that bizarre mesh point thing. Have you ever seen that in your life anywhere else besides a Dave Clawson team where they just hold?
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. It's actually it's a good change up. That'll be fun to prepare for, but you'll lose sleep over it if you're coaching, that's for sure. Because you just don't know how your guys are going to respond to it, and it's anytime there's a little wrinkle like that that's unique to a specific team. It's always, even if the team, you could be playing a 0-7 team or something like that for preparing for, but whenever they have this unique scheme that they run, it sucks. It's hard it's really tough to prepare for, and you're never sure how your team is going to respond to it.
So the last shutout will remain 2015 against Boston College up on the road at Chestnut Hill. Alex Broom with a 5-yard touchdown catch for BC, 37-6 pending the extra point. Don't love this drive. A lot of good things for BC here. It looked like they had Florida State off balance a good amount.
It was a good mix of run and pass, and it did seem like we probably had a couple second-team guys in there. So, there is that, but you'd like to see them bow up. The thing that was happening earlier was they were getting in 3rd and longs, and I'm not sure we even had a 3rd down on that drive, actually. But if we did, it was 3rd and short, and that's the thing. Got to be dominant on early downs. So to answer your question, John Mulvaney, thanks for the
thank you, John.
20. I would say no. I would say no. It's a struggling Boston College team that hasn't proven to be anybody or anything. But I will say this: we've got 3 games coming up that he'll have plenty of opportunity to grab respect. Because again, those next 3 games are going to be big. They're massive. And if you win those 2 and you have Clemson coming to your place, plenty time to gain national respect.
There's a moment of
I will say, that was good. Yeah, fair catch in there. Anytime you get a ball up in the air. No, I was going to say, just in the scouting world, as I do some stuff, in the scouting world, the college scouting or NFL draft scouting, he is starting to get some attention, and that's exciting and good, because I would say going into the season, there was no attention, or he wasn't considered an NFL player. So that's cool, and that's good, and it's well deserved.
Yeah, he's on the radar now. How could he not be? So an interesting moment. I'll ask you about the psychology. This is Florida State picks up about 4 yards. Somebody was asking how much time is left on the clock. 3 minutes, 20 seconds and ticking in the 3rd quarter with FSU up 37-7. So Jordan Travis, when they came back from commercial break before Boston College scored, looked like a pitcher when he was done, going down the line in the dugout and getting high fives. He was with his offensive lineman. They were congratulating him on a good night. BC scores, and I was going to ask you, if BC scores that quickly, do you think twice about putting Jordan Travis in the game? And I'll ask you about the psychology of that, because Jordan had his helmet on as they were about to break to the sideline. I think he was. Am I going back in? So what about it, D-Rob? If you tell somebody they're done for the night, do you kind of have to stick with it? Because I'm sure there's a release mentally once you tell somebody they're done.
Yeah. So I would say when you go to tell someone you're done, you don't wait to say that until you know that if the other team does do something, I'm not going to respond that way.
Right.
I'm not going to have an irrational response and put you back in. So that would be a poor coaching moment if you did. Tate just pulled that. That was nice.
Yep.
On the zone read, and Tate pulls it. That was really good. Yeah. So that's sort of the thing is like, I can't go to a guy and tell him he's done until I know for sure that whatever happens, I'm not going to have to go back to him and tell him, hey, lace your cleats back up. You're going in. You don't do it that early. But I will say this, though, too, knowing Jordan Travis, my guess is when he saw them score, he decided, I'm not coming out of this game. And that's probably why he had his helmet on. It wasn't a coach's thing. It was no, screw this. These guys scored. I'm getting back in there. We're going down to score. And coach told him, no. You sit over here. I told you you're down for a reason. You don't need to be in there. You're good.
Well, you love that. You love that fire.
Yeah, you love it. Yeah. And that doesn't surprise me one bit. You could watch him play, and you can tell he's that type of guy that you're not going to easily take him out of an opportunity to compete.
So I'm not going to say that Tate Rodemaker can fly because I'm going to define Jordan Travis as somebody who can fly. But Tate Rodemaker can scoot. He can scoot a little bit.
He can. He can run. Yeah,
and he made them pay. He made them pay on the pole, which he could have done against Louisville a couple times. I'm glad he finally decided to do that. And now Florida State finds himself after a short completion with a 3rd and about 4 yards here as we're winding down inside of 40 seconds in the third quarter. 3rd and 3 is what the TV graphic says.
Yeah, I think the big thing you want to see from Tate here is one, here's the big 3rd and 3. You want to see him get rid of the football here. You can't take a sack. We want to see him be efficient. Look at Jordan Travis found a job. He's that type of guy. So you want to see him be efficient with the football. You want to see him, get rid of it. You can't take sacks. And more than anything, he can't have a turnover in these 2 quarters. He cannot turn the ball over in those 2 quarters. That was the thing that really, really almost tarnished a really good day that he had last Friday by turning the ball over. You can't do that. He had 1 interception that was really unexcusable. So, got to take care of the ball. Canada. Let's go.
All right, man. I love how worldwide Warchant TV is. It's so cool.
Yeah. You should have seen, man, the first half. We were insane. We had them coming from all over the country. It was really cool. Gotta have Tate take care of the ball. And then again on third, like on any down, we can't take the sack. But here, 3rd and 3, and you're near the 50. You're most likely gonna get 2 chances here. So if you're gonna throw it, it's got to be quick game and it's got to get out of his hands.
I got to tell you, D-Rob, these 8 seconds can't go quick enough for me. We were in the sun at Hotel Indigo, and sunblock is just not getting in my eye. I've been in pain for like 2 minutes. I am suffering as Tate misses. That looked like a play that was just kind of blown up there on 3rd and 3.
It was, yeah. They brought pressure and they tried to run a naked in a play action pass, and BC caught him. And it was a good job by BC. But again, this is what I was just saying. Really good by Tate. Get the ball out. You can't take the sack there. And
now you would take the penalty here.
On the offense.
Yeah. You got to take that penalty here. Mike will go for it on 4th and 3. So now it puts him in 3rd and 18.
Yeah, that's what you want.
Of course, this is the longest 8 seconds in football history as I'm ready to wash my eye out. We're going to go to commercial break. Producer Ben, we're going to go to commercial break at the end of the quarter so I can wash my eye. The Sting is real, D-Rob, but we battle through.
Yeah, you got to play hurt, man. Jordan
Yeah.
Travis just played a whole half.
That's right.
And the second half hurt. You got to do the same thing.
You can take a little banana boat in the eye if that dude can play with a bum leg. Come on now. Yeah. So 3rd and 18 from the 49-yard line. This should be the final play of the third quarter. Instant pressure.
That's good.
Did he catch that? They're saying he did.
He did.
That's a nice job by Tate there.
That was really good. Yeah, that was really good. I thought he was going to take a sack there.
So it'll be 4th down and 7 or 8 from inside the 40-yard line. We'll see what Florida State does to start the fourth quarter. We are through 3 quarters, and Florida State leads the ball game 37-7. To the 500+ of you who are here watching us live on Warchant TV, please throw us a like and subscribe to Warchant TV for absolutely free. You'll find great videos like D-Rob breaking down film. We have one live. We posted it yesterday where he's breaking down Johnny Wilson. He also has some thoughts on Jordan Travis, Tate Rodemaker. He'll teach you about Glance, the RPO game. It's a lot of fun. There's going to be more of that to come. So make sure if you're just here for the first time, subscribe. It's absolutely free. And if you hit the bell, you'll be notified every time we go live and bring you new content on Warchant TV. We'll be right back in just under 2 minutes on the Warchant TV Watch Along presented by Zaxby's for the fourth quarter.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
I'm seeing the debate is raging on in the chat right now on the Warchant Watch Along. Should Mike go for it? Should he punt? What should he do? What would Coach Dominic Robinson do with a 4th and medium to kind of long up 30 points in the fourth quarter?
Just based on what he's done up to this point, he's going. He's definitely going for it. I think he doesn't. He may have an issue with the kicker, or he just really likes what his offense is doing. Versus what a lot of times it's just you have a call that you love, that you just know, man, this is really good.
And he deviates.
And he's punting.
How about this?
I didn't even know we had a punter. Mastromano.
That's it. Mastromano. He's Australian. So from the 39, look alive for a fake.
That's a fake. You don't punt from the 39. Is he really going to punt?
He is. Wow. Well, Coach Norvell says he has. Oh, did that go? So, D-Rob, that is the first touchback of his career. He's been around for a year plus. He has done a great job of pinning teams down. Never has had one roll in the end zone. That is a first. And
jeez.
That just missed, too.
So that is a 19-yard punt right there.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Well, Mike
That's
Norvell
money.
said he has great respect for Coach Jeff Halfley. Apparently so. I believe him now, D-Rob, if you're punting from the 39-yard line.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, you're better off going for it there. 100 punts without a touchback.
There it is. Thank you, Briley. Appreciate the number there.
Yeah, and he barely missed it. I mean, that was very close.
That was a lip out on 18 at Augusta right there, D-Rob.
Yeah.
That
was very close.
I'm glad that you like golf. I'll break out the golf analogies a lot more now. So
yeah, no, I love it. Oh, that's so close. So close. 100 punts. 100.
2nd and 5 for BC for those of you watching along with us. 14-20, 14-19, and counting on the clock. Let's see. We got Greedy Vance out there. Amarian Cooper still. Okay, so they got the starters out there on the bottom of the screen with Kevin Noles and Amarian Cooper at corner. There's Daniel Lyons, 95 in the defensive interior. I freaking love this player, and he did a great job of standing up the left guard there. He's a true freshman, early enrollee, so he's got that extra camp under his belt. 95 is one to watch the next few years.
Yeah.
I'll hit the under there, Buffalo Tom, on the golf references. I think I've overstayed my welcome there with the golf thing. So we'll next week.
Oh, he's gonna be in your head now. Tom's gonna be in your head, like he's gonna want to make one, but they'll keep it back.
Excellent
tackle. Third down, 3rd and 4.
Yep. Oh. I'm going to get a free 15 there? Nope. Post-whistle shenanigans, but that doesn't stop the fact, D-Rob, that 28, Brendan Gant, the converted member of the secondary, got downhill and made a play. Shaheem Brown was there to help, too, in case there was a missed tackle, but there wasn't one.
Great play. 3rd and 8. Or, no, 3rd and 4 when they got -3.
Yep.
That's big time.
More time for Tate Rodemaker upcoming, as with 12:51 and 50, BC is about to punt the ball. Whoop. I'm going to have to wait a minute. They moved.
You bring up a good point there, Trey Harper. That's always a concern when you're going to take out your quarterback and put in a backup quarterback, and also trying to decide, well, then when do I take out the guys that are protecting him? Because I want to see his true performance, the quarterback. But you're not going to get his true performance because he's going to get pressured sooner if you take out and put in younger linemen. So that is a conundrum that every coach deals with. That's there really is no answer to when you start to pull those guys, because you hate. Honestly, I will say this. A lot of times you're monitoring the other team, and when they're starting to remove their starters also. And as long as they go with their starters, you gotta keep your guys in there. If they have somebody up front that you think is going to give your backups issues. If they've got decent guys up front, you kind of keep tabs on them also. To try to make sure I don't have my freshman 18-year-old kid going up against the 23-year-old stud, that's their best guy, and he's just going to eat them alive. I don't want to create a bad matchup, for my guy who's I'm trying to get reps to. So
that makes it,
you're sort of playing this. I don't want to say game of chicken, but both teams are assessing, when do I pull my guys? When do I? And as they start to remove their guys, then it's like, okay, we'll do this thing together. There's a limbo that's kind of happening, and that's my best answer for that.
I never thought about it that way, that you're kind of looking at the
Mhm.
other personnel before you make a choice on your own. That makes a whole ton of
Yeah.
sense to me. And those are the
Yep,
insights that
for
you
sure.
would never know without, and you would never know out there on Warchant TV without Dominic Robinson breaking it down. Here's a personal interest question, though, from Well Done, who asks, who are your favorite all-time Seminoles on offense and defense?
Oh man, that's such a great question. So I always have to start with Dion. He's the reason why I went to Florida State. So he would be the defense guy. Kind of a surprise on the defensive side would be after him during my time as a young kid. Clifton Abraham was a corner that also wore 2 before 2 was retired, that I loved. I thought he was just incredible. He's a big reason why I also loved Florida State as a kid and was such a fan. And then offensively, so I got to know Kez McCorvey as I was there. So he's one of my favorite people. Just a great guy, great man, and just a really funny guy, great personality, and was a really good player. Peter Warwick, the '99 national title. I skipped a high school basketball game to watch that game.
Nice.
And I think I lied to my high school coach and told him I had a college visit, but I didn't. I wanted to watch the game, and I was such a huge Noles fan. It's crazy. So yeah, Peter Warwick would be up there, and my all-time guys. Those are some of the top guys. And then Peter Boulware was a guy that I got to have a relationship with. That again, when I was a kid, I watched him, and then actually got to know him and was best friends with his brother Michael. Watching those defensive ends as a kid, Andre Wadsworth, Peter Boulware, those guys. That was a big part of my fandom growing up, because they were just unstoppable, and it was amazing that they never blitzed. They managed to play without ever blitzing because their ends were so good that they just played man and just rushed for every down. So yeah.
What a luxury it is to not have to blitz ever. That's kind of nice as a defensive
It
coordinator.
is. It's crazy. Yeah. Mickey's job was real easy. It's kind of funny too as a coach now, when I look back and I watch some of those games, or I think about kind of what he was doing. I think, wow, how easy his job used to be in comparison to today. Like he couldn't do what he did now. They would get eaten alive, But back then, their talent level was, the disparity in talent was so ginormous. He literally could line up in the same defense every down and dominate, not just be good, and dominate games. So kind of crazy.
So a few things to touch on here. I see that Timothy Donovan is being featured on the screen right now. That's a connection that offensive lineman Dylan Gibbons made at Notre Dame to Timothy Donovan, and that connection remained and got stronger when he got to Tallahassee. They had a campaign that started last year on Labor Day Monday night, Take Timothy to Tally. And this is before NIL happened, and people supported this GoFundMe, and they got him down to Tallahassee for the Florida State Notre Dame game, which is extra special for the Gibbons family as well. And so Dylan Gibbons has now started a fund based upon the success of that endeavor to help, I think it's called Big Man and Big Heart, to do charitable things. And so they got Timothy down for this weekend's game for his birthday, which is awesome. And there is a video out there on social media. It's also on the warchant.com message boards of the marching chiefs playing Timothy his happy birthday yesterday when he came to campus. So just a really good story. Good people doing good things. So that's why you see that on the screen a lot. If you're a casual Nole fan and you have not heard that story, it's a pretty great thing that Dylan Gibbons has done and is doing, and love that story. And I love how the Nole fan base has embraced Timothy Donovan as Trey Benson off the left side adds to the touchdown ledger. Another one for Florida State, 36 yards, a 40 burger for Florida State, 43-7, pending the extra point. D-Rob, it keeps getting better. The news for Florida State tonight.
Is that his third? Is that his third touchdown?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the kick return, and then that was his second rushing touchdown.
It was pretty easy, too. And I will note something else because somebody was asking about the offensive line. At left tackle was freshman Julian Armella, number 72, on that drive. Dylan Gibbons had come out. They did some shuffling. I believe Bryson Estes was in, I think. But I know for a fact that number 72, freshman Julian Armella, played left tackle on that drive. Let's see when they go to the replay if Armella made a key block there. But
yeah, he did.
And Jordan is fired up. The starting quarterback is on the sidelines cheering on his team in the second half. That has not happened at Florida State in a little while, so that's very good news.
Yeah, it looks like that run too was off the left tackle, so that he must have done something right on that play. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good to see.
Keeps getting better, Dominic. Wow, you said it earlier when I first came on to start the second half. Said I could just say they're a good football team, and I heard the relief in your voice.
Yeah. It really is. It's hard to believe. We wanted to believe it. We thought we were seeing the makings of a good team, but it's not the first time that we've thought. There's a couple teams in the past that we thought might have been good, but I feel very, very confident that this is a good team. They're doing. It's not just. They're doing a lot of the little things that lead to it's sort of what I said in my breakdown this week was the things that they're doing are sustainable over time. They're not just flash in a pan. Oh my gosh, a guy had a incredible individual effort. They're doing things from a team standpoint that are sustainable, successes that are small, detailed things, and they're doing the small things, and then they're doing the big things. And so it's not just a guy who had a good game. It's not just a guy with a hot hand. They're getting in the right plays. They're doing things defensively. They're making stops. They've now stopped a number one receiver. They shut him down. They're doing things that are saying that, like, over time, this is sustainable success. This isn't, one-time flash in the pan type things. So that's really good. I mean, they had a 300-yard rushing game where three backs had 100 yards. Again, going to what I was saying during that game was football's hard. Winning football games is hard. You don't take anything for granted. And then, a week or two later, App State beats, Texas A&M. All these other games happen. So you just can't, pass things off as, oh, it's just Duquesne. Like, no, it's not just Duquesne. It's a football team that's been coached. And you don't just get to win, you have to go take a win, and you have to do those things. So you can't discredit having three backs have 100 yards. And so again, the things that they're doing, it's sustainable. And that's the exciting part, is like what I'm seeing isn't just a team that's winning today's game. They're doing things that are, I believe they can win long-term with the way that they're playing, the effort and energy that they're playing, the wideouts, the way that they block downfield, the way that they run routes on the backside when they know they're not getting the ball. Things like that are exciting. Those are things that, again, they win you really big games later.
So there are the numbers. There are 350 yards passing for Florida State on 29 attempts. You'll take well over 10 yards an attempt all day long, and $165 on 30 attempts on the ground for Florida State, averaging just under 6 yards a carry. So it's been productive all the way around. A couple of general questions have come in as Boston College picks up a medium amount. Looks like their backup quarterback is in now. Emmett Moorhead is his name. He's that's a big kid for a freshman from Woodside, California, 6'5", 228. My goodness. People were asking, D-Rob, first of all, Hassani asked, does Florida State have a chance against Wake Forest? That's an easy question. But secondly, I think it was Jonesy asked, does Florida State have a chance to win the ACC in your eyes now with what you've seen from the other teams in the conference and Florida State? Of course.
Yeah. No, they've seen it. And I've actually watched those other teams really closely. Have some really good friends at some of those schools and coaching at those schools. And this team is good enough to play with all of them. And again, this next stretch, these next 3 games are going to be incredibly important. I will tell you, I thought this game was going to be a problem. I did think we could find a way to win. I wasn't thinking we would lose, but I felt uneasy about this game because of the previous 2 games that we had to play and the emotional toll that those games take. A lot of times when you have a weaker opponent coming into your home, you sort of just assume, sort of like the line makers, they make the line and they give you 17 or they give the other team 17. You sort of assume we're 17 points better than this team. Well, the scoreboard doesn't know that. The scoreboard knows 0-0. They don't care. The game doesn't care. The thing I say to my guys all the time is the play doesn't make itself. There's plays out there to be made. You still got to go make them. Even if the other team sucks, it doesn't matter. The play needs to be made. The ball needs to be caught. That guy needs to be blocked. That read needs to be made. It doesn't matter. So you still got to go out there and do it. And I just thought that we would show up sort of like with the thinking that the game started 17-0 and we would play that way. Well, they didn't, obviously. The very first play, they took it back, scored. They got a stop at 3 and out. They got the ball back and they went down and scored again. So it was like, okay, this team is ready.
Yeah.
So it was really good to see. Good to see that. And I do think that this is the type of team today shows me a lot more than you would think because it's not a good team. You would think like, oh, this isn't that big of a deal. But this is a big deal. This is a very big deal. Florida State has had teams that have been close to this talent level before over the last, let's say, 10 years. The difference has been they don't have the competitive spirit to play this way all the time. It's not consistent. They get up, they are down. They're up, they're down. It's not consistent. Well, what I'm seeing from this group is a consistency in performance. They are who they are all the time. It's not just momentary. It's not just for the big LSU game that's on TV. It's consistent. It's against BC where nobody's watching and everybody who expected you to win by 20. That's something to be said for the coaching staff and for the players.
Yeah, I'd say the other thing about that, too, is if you go back and watch the first quarter, there's a lot of sloppy stuff for Florida State. So there's teachable moments, guys not on the same page. There was the missed throw on second down to, I think it was Johnny. And it was like, a miscommunication.
Yeah.
Should I sit down or should I keep going? You saw the defensive backs turning guys loose, but the throw was missed by Dracovic. There are some things there that you can clean up. But Dominic, the best part is the will to win superseded those mistakes. Like to your point, is the hell with that. I don't care that we just made a mistake. I don't care that it's 4th and 9. We're not coming off this field. It's going to be 1st and 10. Those types of things.
Yeah. Yep. And I said it a bunch early on. I remember in I think it was our first broadcast or maybe the second one. I was saying that a lot, because we didn't know who this group is. So much changes from season to season. Yep. Even had some staff changes. And so I remembered saying multiple times, let's see how they respond to this. I don't know. This is a little bit of adversity that I'd like to see how they respond. And it just seems like time after time at this point now, 4 games in, we're seeing the type of response where I feel comfortable saying, yeah, this team's good. Yeah. This team's actually good. Because when you continually respond that way, eventually, you are who you are. You are what you put on tape, and they continually put on tape a team that's going to compete, a team that's going to play hard, and a team that's going to execute their game plan. They've executed their game plan now 4 straight games. So we get it. We get what we get who they are. We see who they are, and they've taken on a character of a group that's a good team. They've shown some character of some things that good teams do. They're doing some things that good teams do. I'm concerned about the depth as the season goes along. That'll be an issue because you will not stay this healthy. And we almost experienced that last week with losing the quarterback, and the backup comes in and plays great, plays good enough for us to win. And again, even same thing there. He didn't even play great, but he was competitive in the moments where you needed him the most. He made the throws where you needed the most. He runs on a third down to get a first down when you needed it the most. It's exciting. It's exciting to see these things because, again, it's not one guy, although one guy is really leading this thing. You got to have the one guy, but it's not just one guy. Jordan Travis is a big reason why, but if you only have him, it's not going to be enough. You're going to need more. You're going to need other pieces in order to get this thing turned around.
Yeah, Mike Norvell's favorite word to use as a motivator is respond. And whatever version of the word. How do you respond? What is your response? And this team just continues to do that. But you're right. Suffer another injury or two at linebacker, you're in trouble. Offensive line, defensive interior, whatever it is. They're exhausting their assets a little bit here. And so with a 3-game stretch upcoming, it's going to be as difficult as this 3-game stretch is going to be. This is one where, the injury luck needs to start going your way a little bit as FSU starts 6:12 on the clock in the fourth quarter, 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line. I will note really quickly as there goes Julian Armella on a pull. A lot of backups in the last drive for the defense. I spotted a ton. Sam McCall, number 11, the freshman. Malik Feaster, the Jacksonville State transfer. Jarquez McClellan was called for a hold there. Linebacker Omar Graham was out there as well. Daniel Lyons, the freshman defensive interior player. You get the point. And now at quarterback for Florida State is freshman A.J. Duffy.
Love it. Love it. Very excited about this guy. Very excited about this guy.
His hometown is Murrieta, California. That sounds like a southern way of saying Marietta, Georgia. Murrieta, California.
Yeah. I think this is the future.
Couple of called runs. There's Rodney Hill. Oh, I love me some Rodney Hill, D-Rob. I can't wait for this guy to get more run in the rotation. He's a good player.
Exploded.
Oh, it's just so fluid.
Yeah, he is.
You loved him too on the recruiting tape. I mean, you had a breakdown on him.
I'm a big fan, man. He's explosive. Yeah. He's going to be a difference maker. This backfield, man, get used to it, guys, because this will be the foundation of the future right here, man. These two. I'm a huge AJ Duffy fan, and I love Rodney Hill's tape, high school tape. I thought he was one of the more. He thought he was maybe the best athlete in the class, and I included at the time. I thought Travis Hunter was signing, and I thought he was more athletic than Travis Hunter, and that's obviously saying a lot because that was the number one recruit.
It looked like two or three jump cuts there on a first down, and then a 0 to 60. I mean, 2nd and 7 doesn't seem like much. It's not sexy in the box score, the play-by-play. But D-Rob, even that little play shows you, like, man, this is a good play to mold here in a couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like that's Brian Courtney in the low slot, freshman tight end, who's a really good receiving tight end. That part of his game is already pretty refined. Former quarterback. Walk-on David Stickle at center, number 64. Lloyd Willis at right tackle. I think, again, I saw Estes. That looked like Stickle jumped. It's hard to do when you're snapping the ball. Zane Herring, 56. Sorry, Zane Herring, 56 at right guard, and Bryce Nestes at left guard. So, yep, a lot of backups there in the offensive line, as you would expect, as we're at 3:56 to go before Florida State officially improves to 4-0 on the season. And that is a lot. Excuse me. It's so fun I can't even say it, but it's a lot of fun to say.
Yeah, this would be tough too. You're not gonna just chuck it around. You got to keep the clock running. You probably go quick game here. Oh, they go drop back, and they do chuck it.
Let's see. Was there another choice there, or was he? No, they're running deep routes. Those are all deep routes.
No.
Here's what's interesting here. So they had Rodney Hill release a little swing route to the left. It's not covered. Do you think that play was designed to be a clear out to just dish to Rodney Hill, and Duffy might have done that on his own because he wants to have some fun, or do you think that they were he's allowed to the offense there?
Yeah, I think they wanted to take a shot there. Second and 12, you're kind of assuming that the drive is over, and so you want to give him a chance to. Oh my gosh, dang, that was nice. Good escape right there. Yeah. I think they were just trying to chuck.
So if Hafley's got a problem with that, Mike can say, "Hey man, I punted from the 39. You got to let me work my freshman a little bit. You got to let me work on it."
Yeah.
Trey Harper, the answer is no. You do not need a link for the post game. It's going to be here at this link. Gene Williams will be by, and I'm sure he's going to be very happy as the owner and administrator of Warchant.com is presiding over a 4-0 Florida State University and his beloved Seminoles. So I assume we're going to have a fired up Gene here in about 10, 15 minutes. So same link. You don't have to leave. Stay right here for the Warchant post game show.
Tom, what did you going into this game? What were your thoughts? Did you think you'd be seeing, I guess the spread was 17. Did you think that they would cover?
I felt better about it this morning when I heard Jordan was going to play. But honestly, I'm like you, D-Rob. My breakdown all week, I was just saying I expect a slog here. Like I think it's a comfortable win, but I think it's one where you're just going to be lamenting a lot of sloppiness and attention to detail will be lacking. It just like you, it felt like it was going to be one of those, and it's a desperate Boston College team. It felt like all the ingredients were there, but then a Trey Benson kickoff return later, and Florida State was just going from the. It was. I felt better about the cover when Jordan was announced, though. I will say that. But still, I didn't expect that this team would overwhelm Boston College tonight with the emotion they're coming off of the last two opponents, and then the emotion to come for the next three games. It just felt like a mental letdown was coming, man, and it didn't.
Yeah, that's definitely what I was thinking, and I felt like BC. We tend to play games close with them, and they tend to be a tough group. Mentally tough, physically tough. It felt like a game. But you did bring up a good point in terms of they had been the worst rushing team in almost in the country, and that's very un-BC like. And so that's kind of different for them, and so my perception of BC is a little bit different than what they typically are, which is a team that's going to run the ball really well. And
they're gutted on the offensive line. They lost 4 starters from last year, and then the one player they had coming back who was considered to be an all-conference, if not all-American guard, was lost for the season before the season even started. So they're just, it's an impossible situation that they're dealing with, and so that part of it feels a little bit academic, but you still got to go and do it. Like you said, it doesn't matter if a team is injured or they're just terrible. You still have to go take it. And that takes a certain kind of mentality. And they've got that mentality.
Yeah, for sure. And to Trey's point in terms of like tune-up game, you never really call it that or think of it that way, but I mentioned it earlier. Games like this are needed throughout the season. They're very important. And a lot of times in certain seasons, you miss these games. You don't realize that you missed them. Like they come and they go, and you get out of it with a 30-20 win or whatever. And you don't realize that you lost a game, 3 weeks later that had to do with today's game, because today's game was so close, and maybe you lose a player to an injury that he shouldn't have played the full game. Or, I remember a game actually that I was a part of. Phillip Rivers came to Tallahassee and lit us up. Absolutely lit us up. Had 400 yards. I had a pulled hamstring on that day, and we had another injury at wideout. I can't remember. I think it might have been PK Sam, or that was the day that Crefonzo actually broke his leg. Crefonzo Thorpe broke his leg on the final play of the fourth quarter. Well, I have a hamstring, and I didn't play a lot that day, but I was able to rest because we were in a two-tight formation. We were just playing one wideout. Well, because we ended up winning that game and whatever, and I didn't play, the next week we had a bye, and then the next week we played Florida at Florida. Us having that game against Phillip Rivers where we didn't have to play the wideouts and throw the ball a whole bunch, allowed me to recover so that I played well in the Florida game and ended up being the best game of my career. But it had so much to do with the NC State game that you never would have, nobody ever knew. Like, the reason why we won the Florida game was because we didn't need D-Rob to play in the NC State, the NC State game. You didn't know that. Like, you don't even think of it that way, but that's sort of the way it goes. So again, the point I'm trying to make is these games are important for a multitude of reasons. One of them is getting other guys in that need these live bullets, sort of shot at them. You need to be making decisions in real time and not on a practice field, under the lights, with real referees, with fans in the stands. You need all of that. But the other thing is you need to be in sort of lower stressed environments. You can't go 10, 12 straight weeks playing in these high stress environments. Eventually that wears you down. And that's why depth is so important. It's not just sort of depth in terms of injuries and guys, getting hurt and not being able to play, but it's more depth in terms of amount of stress, both mental, physical, emotional stress that it takes to get up for a football game every day or every week and then come down. Oh, what a catch. The guy just made a nice catch. Coming up and down from that mountain week after week eventually takes an emotional toll, and that's when performance starts to dip because of that, And so the more guys that you can have to carry that load of that stress, the better off you are. And so you need games like today, where the amount of stress load is very low. We scored on the very first snap, or not even the very first snap. It was a kick. Offense didn't even have to take the field. So this whole game, you're never in that moment of sort of panic or distress, thinking that we may not win or, whatever it may be. You feel in control the whole time. These things are really important, not to today's game, but to, like I said, to the game 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, the bowl game, things like that.
We'll return to that point in just a second as Boston College with their backups go down the field and score. So a lot of learning moments, a lot of teaching tape for the backups and the guys that are younger on Florida State's defensive roster, as it's now 44-14, and one has to figure that will be your final score tonight. I can't imagine BC tries onside. I can't imagine Florida State runs plays. I think this is probably all done here at 44-14. To your point, D-Rob, a couple of things, and I'll leave it with a question of Wake Forest so we can preview the next game before the post-game show starts. Before the season started, I would have said Boston College and Syracuse are on about the same plane because Syracuse hadn't proven that they were much of anything until early this season. They catch your eye right away with what they do to Louisville, and you say, whoa, things have changed there. But before week one, I thought to myself, Boston College and Syracuse are about the same likelihood for a win to me. And boy, am I glad that, first of all, that's not the case in any way. Boy, am I glad it's Boston College this week instead of Syracuse on the road this week because of what is to come. It is a huge deal. You're right that you play this opponent that's this beleaguered or injured or whatever it is, that you've got guys joking on the sidelines in the second half so you can get up for these games. And the second side of that about Wake Forest, you know this, we've already kind of talked about it. What Wake Forest learned today by going toe-to-toe with Clemson into double overtime has them so much more prepared for what they're going to come down and play in next weekend in Tallahassee. They learned a lot, and they got a lot better today in a losing effort. As long as their emotions are intact, D-Rob, they are a much better version of themselves than before the kickoff against Clemson today. Yeah,
I agree with that. You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. That is why I was not getting upset with Aslan, but I was really trying to shake Aslan to make him understand, like, he felt like, oh, Wake Forest isn't, in that good of a place because they just lost. And I disagree completely. I think that game prepares them, for next week in a way that we're going to have to bring our very best game. We're going to have to bring our A game because they're going to be ready. They just finished playing in an environment that will be just like the environment they have to deal with next week. So yeah, that's exciting. It's so great, man. We're going into a game 5 and we're still fired up about this group, and we're not already going, okay, what do we need to do in the future? Who do we need to recruit? We're looking at, it's this group. We're going to be talking about this group, not the guys coming, not the potential guys later. This group right now is a special group, Yeah, we're seeing something special, that's for sure.
So the final knee is in the ground. The clock has run out on Boston College, and Florida State improves to 4-0. And for the first time in eons, September is not a month of dread for Florida State as they are undefeated. The next football game will take place in October. They've won all their games from week 0 to this point. 4-0 are the Florida State Seminoles, and they are now about to embark on a period from today moving forward of 21 days that is absolutely crucial for their hopes in the Atlantic, for their hopes to climb higher than anybody thought that they could. You go 2-1 or 3-0 in this stretch, and the nation will be forced to pay attention to Florida State. It all starts next week against Wake Forest, but we're not even close to done here. We've got the Warchant postgame show with Gene Williams coming up next. Before we go there, as I see that the Noles are celebrating as they're walking off the field, everybody from the veterans down to the freshmen enjoying this one. Dominic Robinson, your final thoughts on what you saw tonight, especially for those that are just joining us for the postgame show, and what it means moving forward for Florida State as the schedule gets real fun and interesting real fast.
The other thing I have to say, man, is shout out to the fans who packed the stands, man. To have a sellout after being on the road for multiple weeks, and to come home and then return the opening kickoff back, to give those guys a reason to cheer and to be loud, and then to continue that thing. That's exciting, man. This is a group, again, undefeated in September, first time in a very long time. Winning at home out the gate, we won the first home game. That was the first time in a couple of years. How many years was that? I can't remember, but as a couple of years since we had won an opening game at home. There's just a lot, man. There's a lot of really good things going on. That's kind of hard to believe. So really looking forward to next week. It's really cool to be going into the month of October and thinking, my Seminoles are going to be playing a meaningful game in the month of October is it's a cool deal.
It's a nice place to be, and that's where we're going to end it tonight. Remember, folks, Dominic Robinson's breakdown of the Louisville performance, but more importantly, things that you can take away on FSU's offense, Johnny Wilson's game, Tate Rodemaker's toughness, Jordan Travis' ability to make plays like he did again tonight on the way to FSU going 4-0. That's available at Warchant TV. It was released yesterday. You'll see a photo of Johnny Wilson making a catch in a super close-up, and then D-Rob's Zaxby's cartoon character right there on the thumbnail. There'll be more this week from Dominic Robinson as the importance of things is heightened week by week. Florida State and Wake Forest will have a preview for you this week. D-Rob, thanks, man. I really enjoyed the second half. It sounded like you had a blast with Aslan in the first half. I did too, so I hope you enjoyed yourself tonight.
Yes, sir. I love it, man. We'll see you again next week, and we'll catch up this week on the breakdown. You guys go check that thing out, man. It's really fun to watch this team, and it'll be a lot more fun when you really know what's going on and you kind of see the things that Coach Norvell is doing to give these guys an advantage over our opponents. They're doing a phenomenal job, man, and it's exciting to watch.
Let's welcome in Gene Williams as we're about to hand off from one to the next. Gene, D-Rob, do you have any pleasantries to exchange before we?
I feel like I need to have the baton here and pass it down to D-Rob. You hand it off to me and I'll go running. No, D-Rob, I just want to say great job. It was fun in the second half. I just got to listen to the watch along and hear your insights. Man, it's great. It just adds so much more to me in the experience of watching a game, and I'm so glad we're able to bring you on. So it's also fun when they're winning and they're blowing the hell out of a team. It makes it kind of fun too.
It makes it a lot of fun. It's so much easier. I think a lot about what the games over the last couple of years would have been like doing this. It would have been a lot different, and I think a lot of people probably would have not liked me very much because I am. I'm very honest. I call it, like I said, I'm a coach, and so if something's bad, then I'll say it's bad. If somebody's not doing what they're supposed to do, then I'll say that. And I know I feel like a homer because the last 4 games they've played incredibly well. They just have. Like if I was coaching those guys, that's what I would be saying to them. Like, yeah, they're doing a lot of really good things. I'm not just saying that because I'm a fan. I watch these games as a coach, and, as a really just a football guy. And I see a very good football team, and I watch a lot of other games, and I don't feel that way about teams and certain guys. And actually, some of them are upcoming opponents. So yeah, it's been really weird because I was thinking about how upset people were going to be to hear me assess this team and have the things that I had to say that may have come across as negative, but just honest. And after 4 games, now I'm going, maybe I have to convince these people that I'm not just a homer and I don't just say nice things all the time.
Hey, D-Rob, hopefully we'll never have to see that side of you this season. That's fine. We'll just see positive D-Rob all season. We can go for that. I think we're all down with that, D-Rob.
Yeah, I would love to do 12 weeks of what I've done these first 4 weeks. It's just like, because I don't, like Travis just said, I really don't believe this is happening, like all of this. I really don't. I was not expecting this. I was hoping to be 2-2 at this point, and I thought that would be good, to be honest.
No, I thought 3-1. I said, man, they get to 3-1, that'd be great.
Yeah, I thought they would be 2-2 at this point. So to be 3-1, it's awesome, man. It's really good.
He is Dominic Robinson. He is our lead football analyst at warchant.com. And for the 1,000+ of you that are watching now, please hit the like button, subscribe to Warchant TV. Show your appreciation for Dominic Robinson by hitting the thumbs up button because we appreciate your support there. Yeah.
Other way. No, we want the thumbs up. The thumbs are down there. Point there.
Down here. The thumbs are down here, but the thumbs are up.
So there are a lot of.
Have any questions for me? I
guess I'm kind of curious, and you kind of mentioned it there. They look like a really well-coached team on both sides of the ball. It's just like they're getting, again, coming from where there's a low bar set before. So when I see guys get lined up correctly, execute plays, players know what they're doing. I guess from the coaching perspective, am I wrong? It looks like a really well-coached team right now.
No, it is. It's a very well coached team, and I think part of the brilliance or the genius of what they're doing is they have schemes that are simple but complex. So there's simple concepts that they can change and move with complexity in terms of the variety of the formations or movement, and then I can't talk enough about when you have a quarterback that is such a weapon in multiple ways. It does make your coaching look a lot better, to be honest. Like it's the thing that when I talk to coaches all across the country, when guys come to recruit at the high school that I'm at or things like that, it's very similar to, with my baseball program. When you have a pitcher, it cleans up all your sins. In football, when you have a quarterback, it can clean up some sins that you have. And it makes your coaching look a lot better because the one time that maybe you weren't prepared for something, that guy is so athletic that he gets you out of a bad play. And not only does he get you out of a bad play, but he gets you into a good one. It was the 3rd and 14 from last week where they bring A-gap pressure right into Jordan Travis's face on 3rd and 14 from the 20-something, and it should have just been a sack and a field goal. 9 times out of 10, 9 quarterbacks are, in the ACC, I guess there's 12 teams in the ACC, 11 other quarterbacks probably get sacked right there. He not only doesn't get sacked, but he avoids the pressure and he completes a pass for a first down. Those are things that make your coaching look good because now on 2 calls later, they go to the play action tight end pop. That is a great play call, but you don't ever get to see that play run with most quarterbacks. And that's why having a guy at quarterback like Jordan Travis is so important. It's so special. It's because they allow you to do things that you typically don't get to as a coach. So yes, they're very well coached, and they're executing at an incredibly high level. And whatever mistakes they are making are being cleaned up by having a guy that's extraordinary. And then Johnny's extraordinary performance last week, and Tate coming in and making a couple throws last week. Those individual performances are what you see on TV and on the highlights and all of that. But you have to be well coached to get to that point. To get to make that 3rd down throw or to get to get down there, to first and goal situations. So yeah, that's been really, I said it in our very first season opening, show. It was asked, what I was excited to see. I really wanted to see a Mike Norvell team with his guys, his recruits, and sort of the personality that they would play with. And the word that I use multiple times is the competitive spirit that they would have. It's clear to me that Mike Norvell is the type of coach that will get his guys to play incredibly hard. I have no doubts about that, at this point.
He is Dominic Robinson. He is our lead football analyst here at warchant.com, Warchant TV. We couldn't be happier for his presence on these shows, and it's been an absolutely fun night, D-Rob. There's a lot of things to love, and now it's time to get nervous the next few weeks. Look forward to chopping it up with you, no pun intended, or maybe a pun intended, for the second half of next week's game against Wake Forest.
Yeah, those will be fun, man. You guys make sure you tune in this week. Look for that breakdown this week. We'll do something fun and make sure you guys are ready for the game next Saturday. Do we have a time? We don't have a time yet, do we? For Saturday?
It should be any minute. Sometimes they announce it late. They did the 6-day option, so sometimes they announce it late at night. But in worst case, it's going to be at some point tomorrow. We'll know kickoff. I'm hoping for another nighttime, but I don't know. What do you guys think? At 3:30? Is that what we're kind of leaning towards? We think they're going to do.
I think national noon or 3:30 is probably the likelihood
Yeah.
because Clemson wins. Clemson NC State has to be the primetime game, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see what the times are, and we can't wait to talk again next week in the Warchant Watch Along. Thank you, Dominic Robinson.
Thank you, D-Rob. Great job.
Sure. Good night. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night. There's a lot of things we love about today, Gene Williams. We love the fact that Florida State is now 4-0. We also love, can we say, the state of Tennessee today, Gene? We love the state of Tennessee. Whether you're from Middle Tennessee or you're from Knoxville, Tennessee, I don't care where you're from. If you're from Tennessee, thank you for making this a really fun night. We're also thankful for Dane, who contributed in the chat just a few moments ago. Dane, thank you for supporting us at Warchant TV. And then also I saw a 10 came in just a moment ago from Field Boss. Thank you very much, Field Boss. This is the Warchant Game Day postgame show. He is Gene Williams, the founder and administrator of Warchant.com. My name is Tom Lang. And we have a couple of housekeeping notes before we get fired up here, Gene. I got to transition. I got to fire to make sure Zaxby's is happy with everything we're doing. I'm going to go get a beer. This is or actually I'll get a beverage. I'll keep you up to date. There it is. Zaxby's right there.
Product placement, boys. Girls.
So here we go. Pre-game, post-game, or no game at all. Or how about after a blowout win over Boston College? Anytime is the right time for Zaxby's platters, just as long as you're hungry. Feed your team with your choice of traditional or buffalo fingers or boneless wings or traditional wings. If you're having trouble deciding, get the best of both worlds with a sampler platter. And don't forget that world-famous sauce. Satisfy your chicken craving with Zaxby's platters. Order online or in the app. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Gold Chief booster for 17 years. They say go Noles. I agree. Go Noles. We will be back in just a couple of moments here with the Warchant Game Day postgame show. The phone lines, I see you, Austin, in the chat. I'd say the phone lines will be open in about a half an hour from now, roughly speaking. We've got some housekeeping to do. And also, Gene, we got to break down the game, you and me. This is something we've been doing for 3 years now, and we haven't had the luxury of being undefeated heading into the month of October. So a lot to hit on. This is the Warchant Game Day postgame show presented by Zaxby's. I'm going to go get me a drink, and I'll be right back in about a minute and 45 seconds.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Alongside Lene Kakua, my name is Tom Lang, and you are watching the Warchant Game Day postgame show right here on Warchant TV. Hopefully you guys got that joke reference, as Gene will be joining us in just a moment. Florida State improves to 4-0 for the first time in a long time. Florida State has won all of their games in September for the first time in a long time. And we get to celebrate it on the Warchant postgame show in its third season, now for the first time in a long, long time. First time ever, actually. So, Gene, tonight I've opened up a little neutral action. I've got a little vodka seltzer going on.
Nice.
And, a little cranberry grapefruit. So we'll see how this goes. But I like the vodka soda. Oh, he's got the Oyster City.
Thank you from our friends at Tri-Eagle there, Oyster City. setting us up.
We'll be telling you about a contest that they're running that can get you VIP treatment for the FSU UF game in November. And my, oh my, tickets for games in Tallahassee are now a hot commodity in a way that hasn't been in some time.
Can we have back-to-back sellouts?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
There's your final, 44-14 for the Florida State Seminoles. Gene Williams, I got to tell you, it was already a special night. Just as I arrived from home, broke down at Hotel Indigo. Thank you to everybody who came out there. We've got some fun photos we're going to show you in a little bit from the proceedings at Hotel Indigo for the pregame show. So I get to the driveway just in time for the kickoff of the game, Gene. So we all know what happens on the kickoff as Trey Benson goes for the score. A few things happen in sequence. So Jeff Culhane's call, first of all, is excellent. But before they kick the ball off, he says, here's the interesting thing about Boston College. In terms of kick return yardage allowed, they're 118th in the country out of 131. So I said, okay, that's interesting. The second thing he said that had me perk up even more was that it was Trey Benson and Micah Pittman back deep, not a freshman who's had a bit of a rough go as a kick returner. I said, okay, well, that's interesting. And then, bam, it happens. About 10 seconds later, Trey Benson scores a touchdown, and Florida State is off and running. Gene, what were you thinking, and where were you as Trey Benson took it to the house?
Well, I was, first of all, thank you for the donations there. I love the guy that was from Tennessee, and Tennessee is rocking right now because they own the state of Florida. At least they own Gainesville and Coral Gables right now. So that's that was awesome to see. Thank you so much for that. Everybody else that's donating. Oh, I get to take a little bit of time and sit with two good friends, and it's funny. I literally rolled in like you. But I was able to see it. I rolled in 30 seconds before kickoff and saw that. And I looked at my two friends and I go, I think that's the first one since Kermit in the national championship game. And sure enough, it was. Yeah. So you kind of got the feeling at that point it was going to be a good night. And I'll say one thing, when we all went through we do our pregame picks on that go into the report we do, the Warchant report previewing the game, and they go on the matchup analysis that Austin does each week. And I was probably the most pessimistic of the group. I think I have an FSU only winning by 10 points. Again, I'm a little jaded by the last few years, but I also thought, man, they've had two emotional games in a row that went down to the wire. They're playing a team that's obviously struggling a little bit. They're back home. They got Wake Forest coming up next week. This is your prototypical letdown game. They're not going to bring their A game. I really thought I thought they'd win, but I thought this is going to be kind of an ugly workmanlike win. It wasn't going to be that. To me, this might be the most impressive win of them all because you had this team overmatched. You had every reason to look ahead of them and kind of slog through the game. And they came out like gangbusters and just did the knockout punch in the first quarter. Yeah, I didn't know this team could do that. That was really freaking impressive. Like I was talking to D-Rob, the execution was at such a high level. Yeah. On both sides of the ball. The defense was just lights out. You kind of figured that a little bit because BC was so struggling, but BC actually has a decent defense. At least we thought they did coming in. They just got shredded, and I think it was because of execution and guys just making plays and guys being completely dialed in.
Well, and I think they overcame a couple early mistakes too. You know, they're in a 4th and 9, and I hear that's a beautiful sound in your studios over there, Gene. I heard that. Yeah. They're in a 4th and 9, and it's because of a couple miscommunications. Johnny and Jordan were not on the same page in 2nd down. You know, do I stay or do I go before he throws the ball? Things like that. But then that 4th and 9, I felt like even more so than the Trey Benson return was, all right, this is what it's going to be tonight. Once Cam McDonald's hit down the field, and I think it's goal to go after that for Florida State.
And again, hitting tight ends in the middle of the field. What are we doing here?
Yes, exactly. And them catching the ball too, because that was a prompt LSU. So that's good. Yeah, Cam got hit for 2 of those for 50-plus yards up the seams. Mm-hmm. You love that because what that is, Gene, is respect for the running game and respect for the quarterback's legs. I agreed with you as well. I thought it was going to be a slog. Jeff said the same thing. D-Rob felt the same way about the game. So whether you're dialed into the X's and O's or you're behind the scenes as a scout or you're somebody who works on the staff like us, just a normal civilian who cares a lot about the game of football, we all thought that today was going to be a little bit harder. But you know what? None of us knew until this morning that for a fact that Jordan Travis was going to be the starting quarterback, and that made a huge difference, Gene. I mean, Tate Rodemaker's performance will always go down in lore as one of the best Friday nights in Florida State fans' history. But it was nice to have 13 back at the helm, and he threw for over 300 yards, Gene, for the first time in his career.
I was going to say that was the first time because I remember arguing with some people. I don't know if you remember some of these threads in the offseason, Tom. They were like, he's not a good quarterback. Yep. He's never thrown for 300 yards. And I'm like, first of all, give me a break. First of all, he didn't have good wide receiving core. Second of all, when he runs for 100 and throws for 250, okay. I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's pretty good. But now you see he's playing better, obviously, and he's got a viable receiving core now. And what a huge difference that makes. I mean, but did you see Darian Williamson? I know we're just going to talk about Trey Benson. I'm guessing he'll be the guy that breaks the rock tonight, as he should, because of a tremendous thing. But how about Darian Williamson coming out of nowhere, leading them in receiving? I mean, just adding him to the mix. If he can become another viable receiver, how impressive is that?
Yeah, I agree. I thought last week that maybe Darian was on the field because there was some kind of issue with Deuce in terms of health or discipline. I just don't know what it was, because Deuce Spann was practicing last week, and it was strange to see Darian on the field. But it looks like Deuce Spann, Gene, might have just been passed on the depth chart.
Yeah.
I don't know, because, I mean, that's a lot of targets for Darian Williamson, and Deuce was perfectly healthy, and he was playing in the second half.
But didn't we think he was raw and was going to be a year or so really before being a major contributor anyway? I know he's got the elite size and speed and all that, but maybe he's just not ready to really take on a major role at this point.
Well, Darion's impressive. He's not as fast as Deuce, but tonight there's a few things I'll say. Firstly, about Jordan Travis, who his previous high was 274 yards against Miami last year. So this is his career high by a lot, nearly 50 yards. The two plays I thought that helped move this thing along, I've already talked about one, which is 4th and 9 to Cam McDonald up the seam. But then it was the 2nd and 12, Gene, after the bad blocking in the back call on Gibbons.
Treshaun on the screen.
Yeah, so they get back at 2nd and 12, and it's the rollout to the right, because, I mean, he's back there for 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi before he breaks to the right, and he finds it was either Pokey or Darian to start moving the ball down the field. Next thing you know, Florida State goes on a 90-plus yard drive, scores another touchdown, and that was a huge part of it, was Jordan making a couple of those plays to help pace Florida State to 21 first-quarter points. The other thing, Gene, is that Florida State ran tunnel screens tonight at a level I've never seen Florida State run tunnel screens.
Well, it worked. I mean, I've seen them run tunnel screens and they get blown up.
Yes.
They don't connect, but they hit the guys in stride. The blocking was there.
Yes. Yeah, Jimbo loved him a tunnel screen.
Yes,
never, ever, ever worked. But tonight you saw it early from Micah Pittman, 4 for 45 out of Pittman tonight, which was good to see. There was an early tunnel screen to him, one to Darian Williamson, where they're breaking back towards the ball or they're waiting to go. They just look. There are some things, Gene, that are just fundamentally different about this group. We say, damn it, they're well coached. There's just a lot of moments, and I'll give you another one. Boston College scores in the second half. They've got a pooch kick down the right sideline, and it's caught around the 39-yard line, and Marqueston Douglas has the presence of mind to go straight up.
Fair catch. Exactly.
Catch.
Which you think there's no way with his special teams a year or two ago it would have been something stupid would have happened there. Let's not touch the ball, let it bounce around or something. It would have been something silly would have happened. But you're right. There's the presence, to know just the mindset of, okay, we're in this situation. This is what we do. We don't need to second guess. We don't need anything silly. The other thing I want to talk about that I like what Jordan Travis did, what he did, also guys making plays. It was one play, but Kentron Poitier on that touchdown pass. And I love the fact that Jordan put it up in an area for his guy to make a play. And that, like Corey always talks about, you're allowed to make those 50-50 balls. You're allowed to make a play. And he put the ball where a wide receiver can make a play over a defensive back. And Kentron made the play, man. That was just beautiful to see. You see other teams do that all the time at FSU, and finally they did it to another team.
We've got to say thank you to a lot of people. I've seen the contributions scrolling through, and of course, we've got producer Ben making his first Warchant Postgame Show appearance. So thank you, Ben, behind the scenes. Director Matthew is also on hand. Z-Chan from the top rope, the official.
I met Z-Chan today.
You did? Oh, that's right.
He came out to the Indigo for the Zaxby's pregame show.
That is awesome. Well, Z-Chan, thank you so much again. Big contribution in the pregame show. Thank you so much for the postgame show. He said a huge win. Love that we took care of business against a team that we were better than. 6-0 going to Clemson looks more and more likely. Well, Z-Chan, if they keep playing like this, it's possible. It's more than possible. So thank you very much. Jeremy, we love Jeremy.
Jeremy, and this is old-time tribal council members will know the Drunken Fabulous reference. That after every FSU win, and I forget it was Fabio Noel or somebody goes on there and does
Fabulous Noel.
Fabulous Noel. I'm sorry. Fabio Noel's a different Noel out there. But yeah, Fabulous Noel will always post the I'm Drunk and Fabulous. So well done, Jeremy.
Thank you, Jeremy. And thank you, Tim Thomas. We see what you did there with the 44-14. Great day to be a Nole. Great. It is 4-0. Your rivals
There's our
lose.
Tennessee fan. Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Timothy Dangerfield, hello from Tennessee. I've been an FSU fan since 1985 when I was in the Navy in Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you for your service, Timothy. I now live 1 hour from Knoxville plus 2 hours from MTSU. You are within a 2-hour radius of two of the greatest universities in this country. Hey, Timothy. Thank you very much for your contribution to the program.
Yes.
And Joshua Keeman just wanted to give a shout out to the lesser known receivers. Williamson and Kentron showed up tonight. Gene, you just talked about that. To me, I thought that was the most impressive drive. Florida State had some 90-plus yard drives, but I love the fact that before the half, because they rep this situation a ton of practice, we get to see that in the third period, that they were able to execute it. They never got out of whack. They looked to be in control, and then they cap it off. In fact, they did it. It was the first practice we saw after LSU. They had like one timeout. They're down 6. It's a fourth quarter drill, and can they go 80, 85 yards? And they did it. So it's great to see things in practice, Gene, translate onto the football field. This looks like a well-prepared team.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. I'm glad, again, on the wide receivers that we don't talk about very much. Both had really good games. And then defense, that last poster put up about 2 guys. And it was funny, when I was watching the game in the first half, and I forget, there was a run by BC, and it looked like a little bit of a hole opened up. And Bethune just absolutely threw through the hole. I think he got him for either a no gain or 1 loss. And I'm like, I turned to my guys and go, it's so nice to have linebackers, because it seemed like FSU's played the last 3-4 years without linebackers.
Correct.
And what a difference that makes when a hole opens up and the linebacker does what he's supposed to do and shoots through the hole and stops the play. And I think Tatum was playing a little banged up in this game, but man, he fought through it and looked really good. And obviously, we know about Caleb, and he flies all over the place. So really good play by the linebackers tonight.
Yes, it was. And I'm seeing that there are unconfirmed reports. I know a lot of you are in the chat saying it as well, that 3:30 is the kickoff for Wake. I will endeavor to find either the ACC's official tweet or something along those lines, but it sounds like 3:30 is where they're trending. The moment that Clemson won that game in double overtime, I think that sealed the deal. That
that makes sense.
Yeah, and the Wolfpack will be the 8 p.m. national game. Who else are we thanking here on the Warchant postgame show? You guys are always so generous, and we really appreciate your contributions. Jan, 7667. Deloach is flying around. Man, Gene, it's almost like you're clairvoyant with your points, because here we go talking about the linebacker play. Just as you
let me clairvoyant on Lovett and Verse. That's a great question. We honestly don't know. We wish we could give you more insight in that. It's not like it's a lot of things we can't say. We really don't know. Obviously, they did not play tonight. They were on the sidelines. I think what we can say with confidence, they should be back this season.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe a couple weeks. I don't know if either will be back this week.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I honestly didn't think Jordan was going to be back. I thought he'd sit 1 week, but he came back this week. So nothing would surprise me. But, if I had to guess, I'd say 2 weeks. But again, I have no idea.
So Maurice Smith surprised even the coaching staff when he was
there's another one.
The LSU game. Jordan was a bit of a surprise. We saw him jog into practice on Wednesday, but still, I mean, that's really quick considering he was punching the ground a week ago. I will say this, because it won't get us in trouble, Gene, and everybody could see it. Jared Verse is walking around better than Fabian Lovett is right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's point blank. I mean,
there you go.
They cut both of them on the side. You want
to use an unscientific way, maybe he'll be back first. Maybe it's a better chance to be out there. You're right. And I noticed for Jordan, was there a design run called? I don't think there was. Was there a design run called by him?
I don't think so, but he
scrambled the one time, which I was surprised because he had a cutback on the injured leg, and it was good.
Yep.
And I was like, wow, that was pretty impressive, but I'm glad they didn't. I think it's obviously on purpose. It was the first time I've ever seen him in a game as a starter without a design run.
Yeah, it was a terrible slide, but it was a great slide because, he avoids getting hit. And one thing to note, folks, here, 0 is the number. That's how many sacks Boston College turned in against tonight, which when you've got a banged-up quarterback, that's an incredibly important stat. Let's go back to Gordon real quick. Gordon had contributed, I believe, 50 to the party. Thank you. This team, I love the fight. Our coaching has been outstanding. They continue to put our guys in a position to be successful. Couldn't have said it better, Gordon. And thank you so much wholeheartedly for your support of the show. I believe there was another one in between. Landy 30, there it is. Proud of this team, coaches. Stay humble. They are. That's what tonight proved, Gene, was that Florida State was not feeling too good about itself. They went right back to work, and they put in what I would
They're hungry. It's hard. It's amazing that they were as hungry as they were going into this game. They just embrace the moment. Very proud of them.
Over under FSU points or number of Miami fans at their stadium, says
Ooh.
FSU fan 1993. My goodness, we know it's not a college atmosphere unless we go down there, FSU fan 1993. So it'll be a college football atmosphere that day. The
Took it
question,
up for one game.
Middle Tennessee State. Do you know, Gene? Okay, so Jeff and I talked about this. We couldn't even contain ourselves with the laughter. Middle Tennessee, not Middle Tennessee State, excuse me. You know that they got smoked in week 1, Gene? They lost 44-7. Middle Tennessee did.
No, I knew nothing about them.
Okay, do you want to take a guess who beat Middle Tennessee 44-7 in the first week of the year?
Did they play an SEC school or something? Or you're saying you're going to tell me they played some bad team? But if you told me off the cuff, I'm like, okay, it's some warm up game for like Tennessee or Georgia, one of those teams.
James Madison, Gene.
Oh my gosh, James Madison?
Yeah. 44-7
Wow.
James Madison. And Middle Tennessee does Miami one better by dropping 45 on him. And Miami pulled Tyler Van Dyke out of that game. So
that isn't after Van Dyke badmouthed the program earlier in the week. I mean, that is complete. You saw what is Ruiz is now going off on him on Twitter. It's a mess down there. That's a shame. It really is. Can we run the Jerry Seinfeld? That's a shame.
Oh, that's a shame.
Right now, it is a shame what's going on down there.
We'll put Director Matthew on the case. He's got a trigger.
We got to get some memes and some gifts going on the show.
We do. To the 1,500 plus of you who are watching the Warchant Game Day postgame show, we are so glad you're here. If you wouldn't mind doing us a solid and hitting the like button underneath this video and subscribing to Warchant TV, and also in a different tab, go over to warchant.com, subscribe for $1, Bob, $1 for the year. That special is going away. It won't be around by
5 days. It's out of here.
Yes, it won't be around for Wake Forest. So make sure you get it done. The Noles are undefeated heading into October, guys. This is the time. It's essentially free for a whole year. You're not going to be disappointed. We talk these days, prices are going up. How far does my dollar go? $1 is going to give you a year of what we do. It's insane. Yep. I never agreed with the price point, but it's not my call. So it's $1 for the year. Head to warchant.com. It's the green box at the top, and join us for the year. Won't you please? I'll bet you re-up with us after because you're so pleased with what we do.
Yeah, and Eric Angel predicted. I mean, we thought he was crazy, but he predicted the blowout. He was right. So good job, Eric. Eric up there also today. Good job coming out to the pregame, Zaxby's pregame at Hotel Indigo. Good to see you. 52-14.
That's pretty close, Eric.
Not
bad. He says they're going to the playoffs. Hey, man, you call the blowout. So you call your shot tonight, Eric. Yep. We hope your voice gets better, and we hope your beer stays full the rest of the night. Nicholas Conlin, 44. Thank you again, Nicholas. He said last week, win small is just fine with me. Yeah, winning big feels all right, too. We agree, Nicholas.
Yes, it does.
That's what we saw tonight. I see AJ just jumped in. 4-0, baby, says AJ Gold. Great to see Jordan Travis do Jordan Travis things. Bring on Wake. Go Noles. This is, Gene, this stretch the next 3 weeks you're going to feel butterflies you forgot existed for Florida State football.
Well, you didn't think all you're thinking is let's just get to 7, maybe at the outside 8 wins. No one's thinking ACC championship. No one's thinking any of those kind of things. And now you're like going, maybe the way they're playing right now on both sides of the ball. I mean, it doesn't. When I see Wake and Clemson play, they don't scare me. I think FSU can play with those teams. So we'll know for sure in the next couple of weeks.
We will. Ben or Matthew, give me a thumbs up. Are we caught up on the Super Chats at this point? We are? Okay, very well. Thank you very much. So, Gene, let's talk about the defense a little bit tonight. Yeah. And then we'll probably open up the phone lines here pretty shortly. But the defense, I thought, was okay against the run. Not great. Boston College, even though they only had 60 yards at half, they were able to gash for 3 and 4 yards up the middle a little bit. But Adam Fuller said, to hell with their bad offensive line. I'm bringing extra guys. I'm not giving Phil Dracovic any time. I'm going to put pressure on him to make decisions. Yeah. And frankly, he missed some open things early on that Florida State was able to assert itself offensively. The defense got off the field, a couple turnovers. You had Amarian Cooper's interception on a bad throw. And then another interception by, I think, Greedy Vance got it. Another target of Zay Flowers. What did you see out of the defense tonight? You mentioned linebacker play, but was there anything else that stood out to you this evening?
We said, I think you got to give Cooper a little bit more credit because to me, that was not necessarily, but it was a tip ball to his player. It tipped out of his hands. And then Cooper, I mean, the instant reaction, he got a ball that quick to tip and to be able to make the play. I thought that was pretty impressive on Cooper's. and it's good to see him back out there full
Yes.
time, being healthy,
Yeah.
and that's big. And Arizie got out there some, made some plays. I think he's going to be big time. It is what it is. I mean, still, you limited running, and you can nitpick here and there. Look, I don't think Cooper's 100% out there. I think he's getting better, but I don't think he's 100% right there. And Fabian Lovett, who's your best probably interior lineman out there, who's your probably guy who's going to play in the league, is still coming back. Hopefully we get him back in a couple of weeks. I understand the interior run defense isn't going to be as good as it maybe should be or will be in a couple of weeks. So I didn't have a problem with that. I thought the defensive backs were active. I like that. And like I said, the linebackers, again, I'm just getting used to FSU having real linebackers because they haven't had them in years. So to see those guys, seeing Deloach, who ended up with, I think he ended up with 7 tackles. McClendon, hopefully did McClendon come back in? Because I saw he got banged up.
I didn't see if he came back in or not. The game was out of hand at that point, so I wonder if they just said no matter.
That's the one guy. He's looking better and better every time I see him out there. So that's the one guy I'm a little concerned of. I hate being without him in verse is a little concerning when you go next week because Hartman's man, he's a hell of a quarterback, man. I watched that Clemson game and man, that dude. That slow read option they have drives me nuts. I'm like, why wasn't anybody back there just blowing that thing up? But, man, he runs that thing to perfection, and he's got such a nice touch on the ball.
Yeah, we could talk about that next week. But the thing that I marvel at about what Wake does with that long riding mesh point between the quarterback and the running back, the offensive line never gets down the field. They're never in an illegal position. It's just wild to see how they hold up, and they do that. And, Gene, they got a lot tougher today to Wake Forest because they started out, they were getting their butts kicked within 10 football minutes. Clemson was going up and down the field, and it was a laugher. And then what do you know? They're
really well coached, and Hartman's a hell of a quarterback. So that combination makes them a really tough team.
Next thing you know, it's 28-20, and they're putting pressure on Clemson. It's 35-28. They're the ones that are applying pressure. They got a little scared towards the end, but they're a lot more prepared for Florida State.
They're better than I thought they were.
Yep. So that's going to be a war in a football fun way next week between Florida State and Wake Forest. But Florida State's going to be ranked, Gene. They're 4-0.
You thought that last week, Tom. Who knows? Florida will still probably be ranked because it's a good loss. You went to Knoxville. You hung. Look, what was the fight? They won by. I mean, they cut it to what was the final score? They lost by 4 points.
Yeah, 4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's a quality loss there. They should move up in the rankings, Tom. What are we talking about here? Well, they should be 0-4, and they'll probably still be ranked.
Thankfully, we're talking about a 4-0 Florida State team. They can't keep Miami in the top 25 anymore, guys. They can't keep Miami.
They need to be kicked out. Yeah.
They were teetering on the edge, and now I think
at this point, kick them out of FBS.
Yeah, they're going to be shoved off the cliff like the beginning of 300. That's what's going to happen in terms of the top 25.
There's another one. We need the gift. We need a 300 gift. That'd be awesome.
There you go. This is not Sparta. It's Tallahassee. There's the Warchant happy hour. Yes.
Okay. Are we going to get? Hopefully, we get Corey on. If Corey or Ira is going to come in later.
Yeah, we'll have that next Friday. I think I know what Director Matthew's doing. He's hunting for the animations, and so therefore he's in the Jeff Cameron Show world, which is why the branding changed. But trust us, everybody. You do not adjust your television sets. You are watching the Warchant Game Day Postgame Show. He's Gene Williams. My name is Tom Lang, and to the nearly 1,500 of you, we appreciate your support. 4-0 Florida State, baby. They're going to be undefeated going into October. Gene, this vodka soda is going down very well. Yes. It's going down so well, in fact, that I think we might start opening up the phone lines here soon. Do you think?
I think it is about time. And by the way, this is delicious. The Tate Hells. Thank you, Tom, for picking this up.
Yeah, no
Oyster
problem.
City. Good stuff.
It is good stuff. I made sure not to have the Hooter Brown so we could have a cogent post-game show.
No, I'd be laying on the ground by the end. Hooter Brown will get you.
Yes, it will. So I'm going to wipe up now the phone number. There it is, 850-805-5911. If you give us about 90 seconds, those lines will actually be active. We're going to take a quick break here, but first, before we do take that break, write that phone number down, 805-5911, 850-805-5911. A word from our friends at Zaxby's. It seems like everyone's got a chicken sandwich these days, so how do you know which one to try? Luckily, one sandwich towers above all the others in size and in deliciousness. That's Zaxby's signature sandwich. It's an extra large hand-breaded filet and 3 thick-cut pickle chips on a split-top bun, and it comes with your choice of Zax sauce or spicy Zax sauce. It's big, it's delicious, and it's only at your neighborhood Tallahassee Zaxby's. Your Tallahassee Zaxby's, a proud Golden Chief booster for 17 years. Go Noles. We'll be right back on the Warchant Game Day postgame show with some phone calls after this word from Zaxby's.
Something big, Something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
So we are back now on the Warchant Game Day postgame show. There's your phone number underneath. We're about to hit the airwaves with somebody who's going to make his 107th call in Warchant TV history. But before we do that, how about something a little bit fun and zany that happened today? That's right. I use the word zany. The chicken. The big chicken stopped
made his debut.
The Warchant pregame show at Hotel Indigo. Here is Gene with the giant chicken that you can meet next week at Hotel Indigo. We'll give you the time of the show in a little bit. But there is Gene.
It's my daughter Kaylee, and she came up. Hotel Indigo, had to meet the chicken, so it was parents' weekend, so it was a lot of fun for Dad.
You got to meet the chicken on Warchant, or sorry, not Warchant, but that's true too. But FSU Parents Weekend. Here's another. Oh, that one was a larger photo, so we'll pull that down. This makes more sense. How about this one? Look at that.
There we go.
He was photobombing us during Corey's interview with Jeff. If you were watching the pregame show, you saw them just wave at somebody nondescript. Well, it wasn't somebody nondescript. It was the giant.
Is Corey flipping the bird to the bird?
He's doing the deuces sign.
Oh, he does the deuces. All right. I'm like, man, Corey.
It looks like he's flipping me off as I'm sitting in the producer's chair. It was a warm one today. If I look especially pink, I tried to banana boat the hell out of myself, but I don't know that I was successful. It was a sunny day on the deck at Hotel
Indigo. That poor chicken in that heat up there, man.
Oh.
I felt you guys earned your pay today. It was hot up there.
Yes, we did. But it was really fun. And the great part is, even on a hot day at Hotel Indigo, there's plenty of inside space, air conditioning, and that's where the food and the drinks are. So we look forward, if you couldn't make it this week, to seeing you next week at Hotel Indigo. And thanks to everybody who did stop by. But now, here we go. For the 107th time in Warchant TV history, he is Gator Kirk, and he's calling from the 757. Welcome to the program, Gator Kirk, on an undefeated Saturday night in Tallahassee.
Let's go, fellas! How are you doing this evening?
All right, Kirk.
We're feeling it too, man. It is now the stroke of midnight on Sunday morning, and Florida State has not lost a football game. I'm fired the hell up. How you doing?
I'm doing well. We're doing well. Now we get the meat of our schedule. So what will our record be after the next 3 games?
All right, Gene. I'm going to let you grab this one first. 4-0. So the numbers got to add up to 7, just in case those Tate's Hells have kicked in.
All right, man. So you got, Wake at NC State, Clemson. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, the logical part of me is going to go. You're going to go 1-2 in those. But man, they're playing so damn well. Maybe 2-1. I mean, man, if they go 2-1, you are in the ACC, because that means oh man, I don't know. If I had to bet, put a gun to my head, I'm going to say they're going to go 1-2 in the next 2. And again, I've been beat down by the last 5 years. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's that speaking, but man, you got 3 really tough teams in a row.
Yep, you do. It's a bit of an attrition war. Gina, I've got to say though, they just keep keep doing more than they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
They're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're doing more than they're supposed to do.
They've looked better than I thought in every game.
Yep.
Every game they've looked better than I thought. And maybe I'm just haunted by those demons the last couple of years, and maybe that's not fair. I do think they win next week at Wake. So I think they're going to be 5-0. But I think, man, playing at NC State, that is a good team. And I hate playing games up in Raleigh, man. That is a really tough – the Wiz Palace, it's tough to win up there. Even some really good FSU teams have gone up there and lost. And Clemson is still the pinnacle of the ACC. Now, you get them at home, but I can't sit here in good conscience say you're going to beat Clemson right now. Yeah, you can beat Clemson, absolutely. I think it's going to be a close game, but if I had to pick, I can't say it right now.
Yeah, DJ made a lot of much better throws today for Clemson, so he's starting to develop a little bit. I'll say this, Gator Kirk, if Florida State wins next Saturday against Wake Forest, they'll be 6-1 after the stretch. They will go 2-1. You got to get the Wake Forest.
I'm going 2-1. I like it.
You've got to win the Wake Forest game. That's the one that's in doubt. So what do you think? How would you put Florida State in the next 3 games, Gator?
I'll be happy with 5-2 at the end. If we're better than
Gator
that,
Kirk, you're being logical. You're not getting caught up in the emotion. I get it. I want to get caught up in it too and say they're going to go 3-0 or 2-1, but we're not quite there yet. But man, I'll tell you one thing. I think every one of those 3 games is going to be incredibly competitive.
Yeah, I agree. And it looks like Florida State.
If we had everyone back from injury, then we could go 2-1 or 3-0, but since that's always the unknown right now, if we can end up 5-2 after that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, you got Lovett and Verse back. That makes that defense a whole lot different.
Yeah, I totally agree. Gator, any other thoughts on tonight's Boston College game, or how are you feeling in general? What you got for us tonight?
I think we should have given our kicker some chances there in the second quarter when they were some short field goals and we were up 24, just to see what his confidence was. But I mean, they may have talked to him earlier and maybe he wasn't feeling it. So I think we're going to need a confident kicker down the stretch.
Yeah. And that's a great point, Gator Kirk. I think that kicker, one of those, when we talk about the next 3 games, I bet I would not be surprised if one of those games you lose because of the kicker.
Yeah. Gator, take us home.
All right. I appreciate everything y'all do for us, and go Noles. Y'all have a great night or good morning. See y'all next week.
Yeah, that's right. From the 7.
See you, Gator.
There's Gator Kirk. We appreciate it as always. Yeah, and that was a very professional call. Just like tonight was a very professional night. You're feeling good. You're fired up that we're undefeated. But this game was about clocking in and clocking out and not being complacent, Gene. There was no complacency whatsoever out of Florida State tonight.
But Gator brings up a good point about what was. So I'm curious. So now that Mike Norvell said, "Hey, these are kicker," but he called the game when it wasn't completely over. He had a lead as if we have a really bad kicker, so I'm going to go for it on 4th instead of letting him kick 47, 48-yard field goals, whatever it would have been then. So is that the game plan going forward, that you're going to effectively, unless it's within 35 yards on those 4th and mediums, you're always going to go for it? Because I get it. I understand that. But if that's going to be the game plan going forward, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I agree. It could be problematic, but I'd rather him have a decisive plan than one that's kind of willy-nilly. And I hope
maybe that's the game plan going forward, unless he sees something in practice, the light switches on, and Fitzgerald's kicking more confidently. I hate that, because you're going to have, like I said, these games coming up are all going to be 1-score games, and missing out on 3 points here or there could be the difference in a win or a loss.
For the first time in nearly 2 years, we were talking to this gentleman from Washington, D.C. His name is Austin. He was asking about calling in the chat, and he has followed through. So, Austin in Washington, D.C., welcome to the Warchant Postgame Show. Go ahead, brother.
Let's go Noles, baby. It's been
Austin.
A couple years. 2020 was not a good year for me. I'm not dating the same girl that I was dating back then when she was talking to you guys, but I can say one thing. I'm so proud of our Noles, baby.
Yeah.
And I sprained my ankle when I was at the Rose Bowl game and Kermit Whitfield returned that kick. I sprained my ankle, but tonight at the DC watch party, I did not sprain my ankle. I was hyped. I was feeling it, and I actually have my buddy over here, Miguel. I'm trying to get him into the FSU Warchant family, and I had him wearing the 1999 championship T-shirt, And Miguel, why don't you say, like, what do you think about the Seminoles?
Let me just say, last week, right, when Watermaker stepped up, that was a beautiful sight to see. All right, that was amazing. The B-string guy came in. He was slinging left and right. The coaches trusted him. That is the spirit of the Seminoles. All right, let's go Noles.
Let's go.
All right, Miguel.
There you go. All right, Austin, tell me something real quick. How crowded was the DC watch party, and how much more crowded is it these days versus maybe last year?
Oh man, especially when Tiger was there, it was dead. I mean, we're at a new place now. We're at Walters, but the last place that I went to actually was the Boise State game when we were up 28-0 and we ended up losing that game.
Yep.
I actually wanted to die that game when we lost that game. But I'll say the Walters game, watching the game, I went to the LSU watch party. It was amazing. DC Noles are out there and we're living life, man. It's amazing. I see us winning at Wake Forest. I see us winning at NC State. It's not 2012 anymore. We don't have a Jimbo Fisher coach anymore. That game, and I see us beating Clemson. So I see us winning the next 3 games. But hey, maybe I'm a homer.
Well, Austin, we hope that, if these wins keep coming, that you keep calling. And if you have to break out into a conference call with Miguel or anybody else, we can have a conference call. We'll make sure we get it sponsored. That conference calling on the Warchant Postgame show is available. But thank you for the call tonight. And make sure that if there's a win next week and a win the week after that, that you remind people that you called it here on early Sunday morning.
Good call, him and Miguel. And I love the fact you talked about it. He sprained his ankle on the Kermit Whitfield return because did Jimbo pull his hamstring on that same play?
It was that. It might have been the Rashad Green breaks.
I thought it was the Kermit thing. Maybe somebody on chat. I thought it was Kermit, but maybe you're right. Maybe it was Rashad Green's thing. But I know he pulled his hamstring. So it would have been funny if he sprained his ankle and Jimbo pulled the hamstring at the same time. But love we got some DC Noles out there. Love we got Seminoles all over the country.
Oh, I bet those watch parties across the country are getting more populated by the game, Gene. And it's great to hear the support. People were checking in from all over the world. Belgium, Canada. We've had folks from Japan. We've had Ingvar.
Winnipeg. There you go.
Yeah, all over the place. There we go. Dan, there you go, from Manitoba. Thank you, Dan. We appreciate it. And to the Noles Worldwide, throw us a like underneath the video to the 1,200 plus. Thanks again, Austin. We appreciate the call. We now go to unnamed caller who's talked to us 21 times. Forgive me for not having your name in the system here, but to the 516. Is this New York? We talking to Josh? Who we talking to?
Oh, man, you're talking to Josh.
I nailed it.
Josh!
How you doing? What you got for us?
You know what? Well, I am so hyped right now that we are 4-0. We have gone through so many tough times, and now I'm just incredibly hyped that we are 4-0. But what I'm really proud about, and everybody that's been following the Noles should be proud about those young kids like Poitier and those guys that had such a tough time early on in their careers, and they are now doing well. I feel so good. My heart is so full for those kids because I could have sworn that they were going to transfer. All those guys that are now doing well, like the Brendan Gants in the world and stuff like that. But here's my question of the night. My question of the night is, if we were to go 3-0, will you guys start uttering the words of playoffs? If we were to go 3-0,
Josh, I just got some goosebumps there. I got some goosebumps. But you'd have to. Those are your 3 toughest games on the schedule. Look, we saw what Miami and Florida are. Those are the 2 toughest games after those 3. So you're talking about running the table potentially. And again, I know that's way ahead of ourselves, but if you go 3-0 against those 3 really good teams, I think you have to start talking about playoffs. I mean, you're going to be at that point. You're the leader in the clubhouse going to win the ACC at that point because you're going to have a commanding lead over the 3 teams in the Atlantic if you beat them all. So I mean that would be in play.
Go ahead, Josh.
My heart just fluttered. My heart just
you said that. And I was like, I got goosebumps, Josh. That's crazy, but you're right.
Yeah. So Josh, I'll answer this for you. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I would say ACC championship. I would say Atlantic Division and ACC championship. You all will know what I'm saying by code, but I can't. Oh man, to go from man, if we could
To
get
go from 0-4 losing to Jacksonville State and a year later being in the playoffs, that'd be the biggest turnaround almost in college football history.
well, and in August, you're talking about if the ball bounces the right way, if you stay healthy, how about 8 wins? Wow, how about 13, and you're playing in one of the playoff games? That'd just be such.
Are we going to get the chance in November? We want Georgia. Is that we want Alabama? Are we going to get that? We can dream. We can dream. Maybe.
Josh, we appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good night.
Call.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah, we'll see you, man.
We're getting a lot of people saying the 3:30 start for Wake, so I'm guessing I haven't seen it official, but enough people are saying it must be. So that's what I guess. So that makes sense. So the good thing is, Tom, you won't have the sun setting behind you on the pregame show at in the Hotel Indigo next week.
So if it was another 8 p.m. kick, Gene, I would say, forgive me, but we got to do it from the ballroom. We'll put a camera outside that shows the stadium. We'll do it from the ballroom. So it'll be a 12:30 pregame show. Mark it down, folks. 12:30 pregame show next Saturday. The watch along with D-Rob will begin at 3:30, and our postgame show will follow, as it's all brought to you by Zaxby's on Warchant Game Day, and we are so thankful for their support. We talked to this person last Friday from the 985, but again, unnamed caller. Forgive me for not having your name at hand, but who are we talking to in the 985? Go ahead.
Navy No, 4-0, fellas, 4-0.
Navy No, how we doing?
We're doing good, baby. We're doing even better now that we're 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, man, boys, I just wanted to kind of give a tip of the cap to Coach Norvell. Coming from having nobody for Jordan Travis to throw to last season, just having, just to pick your poison of who we're going to throw it to, that's just an incredible feeling. And I wanted to give a special shout-out to Micah Pittman. I just feel like he's our do-it-all wide receiver, and I don't know if he gets enough credit, being in Washington State. I don't know what they're saying in Tallahassee, but I think that guy's got some grit to him. I really respect him as a wide receiver.
Yeah. Gene, would you agree with that?
Oh, man, I love me some Micah. Again, he hasn't put up the big numbers. I don't think he's put up the numbers we thought, because he was one of the – going back to the spring, he was the most consistent wide receiver, and I think having him out there is great what he does. He also won me some money on the prize picks, Tom. 3 straight. I've gone 4 out of 4, 3 straight in a row on prize picks. And I had Micah with the over, and he did that in that last catch. Now, nice little slant route he did, man. And what I love about Mike. He's not the biggest guy, but he's got some toughness to him. I love that about him, that he will lower his head. He will knock into some DBs. And you're right. He just shows the right kind of attitude that you want out of your receivers.
So that's one thing, Navy Noel. Let me ask you this, too. When's the last time you've seen a Florida State team this tough? I mean, how many dudes do you have that run over people or want to run through people?
How about Trey? Wait. Trey Benson. Knocking the dude to the ground. It looked like freaking Derrick Henry.
Oh, man. Awesome. I was thinking, believe it or not, fellas, I was watching some Dalvin Cook versus University of Florida 2015 highlights, and that got me kind of riled up thinking about if that's what Trey Benson's going to be, we might be talking about playoffs. Maybe this year. I don't want to get riled up, but maybe this year it might happen.
Well, thank you, Navy Noel. We appreciate the call. We hope you have a good night. That's Gene, that's too much of the P word right now. I'm a little uncomfortable here.
I know. This 2 in a row. I'm getting too excited. I can't get wound up about this. There's 3 really tough games. Your 3 hardest games in a row. The 3 teams you're playing the next 3 are better than any team you played to date.
If
you got 3 in a row. So, yeah, the fact that you're going to get through that gauntlet unscathed, it seems extremely unlikely. As well as they're playing good enough to beat any of those teams, but it's just odds that you can beat all 3 seems very rare.
Your injury luck would have to improve greatly.
Yes, you need to get those guys back. And I know somebody again asked about Verse. We talked about it earlier, and we're hoping. I mean, it's possible he could be back this week. My guess would be, we don't have any detail. My guess would be 2 weeks for Verse, but we don't know. I never thought Smith would be back when he came back against LSU, but he came back, so maybe he'll be back this week. Who knows?
Troy Noel, good to see you in the chat. Enjoyed meeting you earlier this season. Again, Gene, because the TV broadcast showed it, all I'll say is when they cut to the sidelines and they did injury, they were doing a little side stories. Jared Verse is walking a lot better than Fabian Levitt, so that's all I'm going to see.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe there's an outside chance. Maybe he'll be back next week, but I would say worst case NC State.
Truth, what do you want from me? I said I think they might go 2-1 if they beat. They're going to go 2-1 if they beat Wake Forest.
I was negative Nancy. I said 1-2.
Yeah, I mean, And again, Gene, let's just say I'll indulge it for 10 seconds. If they somehow did win all 3 games and they're 7-0, they have a bye week again, and then they play Georgia Tech coming off of the bye. The amount of hype around this town.
Georgia Tech is worse than BC.
Buddy, the amount of hype for 3-4 weeks that we would.
Dude, if they go 3-0 in the next 3 games, I think they are going to the playoffs.
Yep.
I mean, I think they are because Florida is a mess. Miami's sucks.
Yeah.
And they're playing Georgia Tech and UMass, and who else do they have on there? Just one other. Syracuse. No, Syracuse. That's going to be the luck of this team. They'll go 3-0 to lose to fucking Syracuse. I'm sorry.
All right.
Damn it. I'm holding Cameron there.
We are rolling now.
Oh, no.
I'm hardly ever the one that swears. And the funny thing is, off camera, I'm the worst of you all off the camera.
Yeah,
but
that'll be it. They'll win the 3 and they'll lose to Syracuse. And
that game.
You know what? You win the ACC. I will take an ACC championship in one of the big bowl games. I'll be fine with that.
Gene, I'll take an Atlantic championship. I mean, yes, I'll take anything. Any of them.
In the Coastal, come on. There's nobody in the Coastal.
The
4 best teams in the ACC are all in the Atlantic.
I just love the immediate greed of all the Noles fans. Yes. Like, hey, man. Why do we have to stay at pretty good? Why can't we just go from, pretty bad to really good? But hey, you know what? It's a time to feel that way because Florida State is 4-0 and we're going to be making out of the month.
You're right, Truth. I'm sorry. It's this gosh darn drank too much of this Oyster City.
Is it a family show? It's a little debatable. I think that's debatable. We now go to the 757 again. Who are we talking to tonight at the 572 is the first 3 digits of your number. Who are we talking to tonight? Welcome to the program.
Okay, so it's Mark Johnson, Warlock 1.
All right.
A long time. And so I had a girlfriend in Orlando, Florida, and I went over to her house. She was about to go to Florida State. We watched the game in 1977. And I would go up to the games. And I watched a lot of great games there. Went through the whole thing. But now me and her never worked out, but I'm a longtime Florida State fan. Now, and the great thing, my observation is all the stuff that we've gone through. And it's like Norvell is an unbelievable coach, the way he's got him going. And I think he's the right guy for the right time and want to build his legacy with this team and growth. And so no matter what happens in the next 3 games, whether we won all 3 or 2 or 1, which I hope we win all 3, I think we're in a good place. Look at the recruits this week, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm very excited about the future of Florida State going forward.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, thanks, Mark. Welcome to the program, and don't be a stranger on the postgame show. Thanks for the call. Hope things are going well, and maybe you found a new girlfriend in the 50 years since.
And how about that, too? I mean, you want to talk about the whole – everyone's like, well, he's good, but he can't recruit. Well, you just landed a 5-star wide receiver this week, too. It's funny when you start winning some games, and Michael Langston, our recruiting analyst, talks about this all the time. Florida State's opening the door. A lot of these high-profile recruits are looking. They're interested in Florida State, but they need to see, Mike Norvell start winning some games and prove it on the field. Because the thing was, the narrative that you get from Florida, from Miami, from Georgia, from Auburn, from, all these teams that recruit against Florida State. Well, Mike Norvell is going to be fired. ESPN ran stories preseason while he's on the hot seat. We all knew that was nonsense. But in the recruiting circles, they see those things, they hear those things, they believe it. But now they say, wait a minute, he's winning games. They look good. He's coaching well. He's developing players. Yep. Maybe I need to consider Florida State. So you're going to see, I think that recruiting is going to start ticking up more and more and more. So the one thing you said he wasn't good at, surprisingly, now he's going to start being good at it because they're winning games.
Yeah, between the development of the receivers, like the transfers, Deuce Spann and Johnny Wilson from spring to now, and Hakeem Williams saying yes, it's been a good 6-8 months for Ron Dugan's here.
Oh, yeah.
State. And look, Gene, you know very well that sometimes coaches withhold what they really want to say in a press conference, or if they bring up somebody in a press conference, they're making a choice to do so to send a message. There's a lot of message sending on a Monday from Mike Norvell. That he spoke Ron Dugan's name and how good of a job he's doing this past Monday, I thought was extremely notable about the confidence level that they have in him behind the scenes, because I don't think it was there until recently.
Yeah,
that's really good to hear, because everybody roots for a Nole to do well in their next endeavor after they leave the playing field. And Ron Dugan's apparently is on the brink of turning it around here as Florida State's wide receiver coach. And that's a huge development, because I think on the laundry list or the hot board of people that Florida State fans wanted replaced, Ron Dugans was near the top for the last 2-3 years.
And that was the talk in the offseason after that he was probably maybe on his way out. There was some scuttlebutt that there was some wide receivers coach. They were looking to bring it in. So, I mean, it's great to see that because, like I said, he's a Tallahassee native. He's an FSU guy.
Yep.
Anybody who's met Ron Dugans loves. He's a really good guy. He's a Nole through and through. And to see him have some success on the recruiting trail, in addition to developing, like you said, his players, you're seeing these guys. I mean, not just the guys they brought in transfers who look good, but the Darian Williams, the Poitiers, these guys are suddenly like they're making plays. I mean, the Pokies making plays. I mean, he had the big game a couple weeks ago against LSU. So, I mean, nobody could be happier for Ron than me, and I think everybody who's an FSU fan is to be happy he's been successful.
Yeah, it's I will say this too. I just saw something in the chat that made me laugh. And Jim, I'm going to try and
pronounce that's awesome.
Your last name. And Dave, thank you very much. That's a funny thought too. But Jim, I'm going to go with Munier. Let's see if I got your name right, Jim. Go ahead and confirm for me. But he contributed 10 bones, and he says sources can confirm there are more people on the stream than Miami in home attendance. Also, that Louisville.
You're probably correct.
That Louisville is better than USF, which I believe he's saying Louisville is better than UF by the transitive property. I'll allow it tonight, Jim. I'll allow it. Go Noles, and hopefully I got your last name right. We also had another contribution to the program. Thank you so much, everybody. You're all so damn kind with your time. Island Chief, you're going to have to beat all of us to beat us. Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great way of putting it, Gene. Think about how many backups were in the game against Louisville last week in the second half, and yet Florida State was a much better football team than Louisville for the final 30 minutes. And Dave, thank you for the contribution for the bone. That will get you a year's subscription to warchant.com.
That's right. Spend that $1 there, which you have 5 days left.
Absolutely. 5 days left. You heard it here from the man who would know these things. I don't have the kind of meetings that Gene has. So I'm going to go and trust him and say that it's $1 for 5 more days. But Gene, what do you think about that? Island Chief's thought that it's strength in numbers with this team.
Well, I've mostly seen that on defense, and I've noticed that it just seems like we get back to that swarming mentality where it's just you see guy after guy. If one guy is there, they're usually making the tackle, but if they don't make the tackle in the pass, if one guy misses the tackle, like, oh, my God, he's going to run for 20, 30 yards, and suddenly there's another guy there right away. So they're playing that team swarming defense, and you see guys are helping each other out, and it is, you're right, they are playing as a team, and that goes to coaching. He's got these guys playing together as a unit, which is, really that's the successful teams, are usually pretty good at that. So yeah, you're absolutely right. This team is playing well right now.
Ryan Barksdale, thank you for your contribution. I think this game was a good performance for Fuller. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I hate they gave up that was BS, that last touchdown, but whatever.
A lot of young players are going to get chewed out.
The backups.
Yeah, sure. And I hope, who I hope chews them out? The starters. Because that's when you see the culture of a team take over. But I agree, Ryan, it's hard to argue with the fact that I think BC had under 70 yards at half. I mean, you're doing your job if that's the case.
Yeah, halftime, I wrote that down, 327 yards to 64 yards at halftime. I mean, that's doing some things. That's what you're saying critical about them running the football. But I'm like, man, it is what it is. But they were playing great. I would have liked to see the shutout. I want to see that spiked baseball. Fuller needs to get himself one of those.
Gene, the last time we had one was 7 years ago. It was Boston College on a Friday night. It was 14-0. Everett Golson led a touchdown drive to start the game, and then Jalen Ramsey had a scoop and score. That's the last time I was
hoping. I thought for the third quarter I was hoping that might happen, but they got one legit touchdown drive. The other one was against the backups, but it still was a very good performance by the defense.
I agree. I thought so too. Tonight was a good night for Adam Fuller. You did what you were supposed to do. Peaceful relaxation. Don't we all love peaceful relaxation?
I already feel more relaxed.
A pat on the back for Adam Fuller, having the defense ready to play. They were ready to play peaceful relaxation. Yeah. That's a very peaceful thought. I'm now more relaxed. Yuckmouth had said that I must have taken French. No, Yuckmouth. There's a very simple explanation. I grew up a hockey fan. You learn how to pronounce French names when you're a hockey fan with all the French Canadians that play the sport. Enough about me. We go to the 229, and I believe, again, I don't have the notes, but I see the 229. Is this the official DMD of Warchant TV? Is this Z-Chan, or did I just whiff?
You just nailed it, Tom.
All right, there we
go.
Z-Chan, how's it going?
What's up, guys? Man, I tell you what, the only thing I got to say, honestly, is holy crap, we returned a kickoff for a touchdown.
Yes.
Like, seriously, I can't believe it. We were sitting. I mean, you just look around the stadium when that happened. Nobody could believe what just happened. That hadn't happened has that happened since the national championship game?
No, that was it.
That was the last time it happened.
Correct.
Yeah, Z-Chan,
Yeah,
it's funny you brought that up. Very beginning of the show, Tom said, "Where were you?" And I just rolled a couple friends before I have to work at halftime, and I rolled in. I sat down literally 30 seconds before kickoff, and I saw that we all kind of looked at each other going, what the heck, Florida State special teams? And they go, when's the last time that happened? I said, I think the national championship game. Kermit Whitfield the last time. That's crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. But I tell you what, man, the team, the fact that they could just go out and dominate. You know, we saw it. You know, against Duquesne, we were like, okay, good. They went out and they took care of business, but they didn't dominate like they did today. Today they dominated against a team that was probably a little better than Duquesne, but still, I mean, they just from literally first kick to the end of the game, just there was no chance Boston College could do anything. And it's amazing they even scored 14 points. Man, I couldn't be proud of this team. I think it's awesome. I cannot wait to be back in Doak next week. I think it's going to be an electric atmosphere.
Z-Chan, before we let you go, I just wanted to note something because you came from a tailgate when you visited us at Hotel Indigo for the pregame show. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. How about those tailgate lots today? How about they looked as full as they did in the middle of the last decade? Did you notice that? And what was it like walking around Doak tonight?
Oh my gosh, it was unbelievable. We were in lot 14, right there down from y'all, and it was unreal the number of people in those lots. I mean, people were excited. Everybody's hanging out, having a great time. The atmosphere, like you said, it was as good as it's been when it was in the heyday. I mean, it was amazing. Yep. The atmosphere was amazing. People were excited, man. And I mean, we got good reason to be. We're 4-0 and playing dang good football for the first time in I don't know how long. I've been a big believer in Coach Norvell for a long time, but man, I am sold. That man knows what he's doing. Yep. He knows how to coach a team up. And furthermore, the other thing, I will say this, not trying to brag on myself, I said 42-17, so I was pretty dang close on the final score too.
Do you have an early one, Z-Chan, for next week?
Yeah.
Oh,
you don't. I don't
know.
Don't push it. No, don't push it. That's fine. That's fine.
No. I always do it on Friday. I'll give it to you on Friday.
All right, we got get in on the happy hour show, and you give us your pick then for Warchant happy hour next Friday.
I'll drop it in the happy hour show on Friday.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Z-Chan. We appreciate you as always, man. Hope you get home safe.
Good call. Thank you, Z-Chan. Great to see you today.
That is Zach from Thomasville.
Absolutely.
That's Zach from Thomasville. He's Z-Chan, the official DMD of Warchant TV.
But he's right. You know, and D-Rob mentioned this during your guys' watch-along show, which you guys can watch on all games. We have if you're tuning in now, we have a watch-along show that you can get the reactions. Dominic Robinson gives a great kind of analytical breakdown from a coaching, scouting perspective, what's going on in the game during the games. This is a lot of fun. But just to talk, you guys brought this up during the thing. This isn't fluky. You could see this stuff. Florida State is executing. They have a plan. They're executing it. They're doing the right things. They're coached well. They're not making too many dumb mistakes on the field. So you're like, it seems legitimate. This isn't 4-0 that they've lucked into a couple games or they played a bunch of bad teams. They're playing well right now on both sides of the ball, which is, I think that's what's so fulfilling about this.
Yeah, I agree, Gene. And you look at the LSU game and you say, look, if you manage your details a little bit better, you feel
both of those games, LSU and Louisville, you should have won those easily.
That score or that game could have been a laugher in the fourth quarter like this one was. And maybe that's what tonight was, taking that step to make sure that if you have a chance to run away from a team, you do go run and hide. Before we get back to the phone lines, and we're going to close them up in just a minute here on the Warchant Postgame Show, but a word from our friends at Bud Light. Do you want VIP tickets to Florida State and the Gators the day after Thanksgiving? Do you? Well, look at this right here on the screen. You could score a VIP fan experience for the FSU UF game on Friday, November 25th, courtesy of Bud Light and Tri-Eagle Sales. Text Bud Light Fan 22. You see it there. It's all one word. Bud Light Fan 22 to 855-297-9460. Let's say it one more time for the people listening on the podcast. 855-297-9460 for a chance to win sideline passes, hospitality passes, and 2 tickets to the game against UF. Plus, Bud Light and FSU fan gear as well. That's Bud Light fans, 855-297-9460. Make your football season epic with Bud Light. Must be 21 or older to enter, and for complete contest rules, make sure to visit tryeaglesales.com. So there it is, folks. That's a great contest, and thank you to our friends at Triangle Sales for coming on board and supplying us with a couple of beverages to enjoy, a neutral and an oyster city. We go to Jason in North Carolina next on the Warchant Postgame Show. Jason in North Carolina, welcome back to the program, man. How you doing?
I'm doing awesome.
Yeah.
Jason, I rate that that's a 5-star cackle. That's a Hakeem Williams cackle right there. Go ahead. What do you think about tonight?
All right, so I just want 2 questions. First, I want your opinion on the quarterback situation. Is like, how do you think they balance the quarterbacks as far as taking Jordan Travis out, putting Tate Rodemaker in, and then putting Duffy in later? Do you think they do the right ratio, or what do you think?
Okay.
And then my second question is, okay, and this could be a little controversial, but do you think D-Rob's son's now looking at Florida State?
All right, so I'll start with the second question. And
I'm glad you're doing that one.
Jason, okay, there's another 5-star cackle for you right there. Yeah. We're gonna call him the Cackling Wonder from North Carolina. Thanks for the call. Be sure to call.
Thanks, Jason.
I think we're just gonna be professionals here about D-Rob's son Deuce. Whatever he chooses, he chooses. We're not going to comment on that unless he wants to. Gene, is that fair?
Yeah. So,
yep.
We hope, if you're an FSU fan, you hope what FSU is doing, what Mike Norvell is doing, maybe somehow you can show a little interest in him. But for now, we just, like Tom said, it's not really our place to interject there. Hopefully D-Rob will, maybe give, or Deuce will give him a look. But on to his other comment, I like the quarterbacks, I think he handled it perfectly. I think once FSU got up to the point they did, Tate, it was good to get Tate some reps because we saw what happened, last game. I mean, Tate could be in a position again where he needs to come in during a game to help out. So he got some meaningful reps in the game. He was good enough. Wasn't great, but he was fine. And then just to get Duffy a little bit of play. Again, you got to look long term. You don't want Duffy to go, what if Jordan comes back and Tate comes back and Duffy, and now in this day and age, can go, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm going to transfer. So you want to keep him engaged, give him a little bit of play. So, no, I think it was handled perfectly in terms of the quarterback rotation. What do you think, Tom?
I think, yes, perfectly is the word I would use too. So, I mean, short and sweet. You now know that you have a bona fide number 2. It's not a battle for the second position, so why introduce that idea? The only thing I found funny was when Boston College scored after Jordan Travis was told he was done for the night. Jordan put his helmet on and he was going to.
Yeah, he wanted back in.
And Mike said, "No, I told you you're done. So that means you're done." I thought that was a great moment though, because I like people who want to be on the field, and that's just another moment. In addition to Jordan playing in this game in the first place and gutting it out, that's another moment of cool leadership from Florida State's quarterback. And make no mistake, Jordan has always been open with us in the media about how he's feeling, but I never expected that he would be a leader like he is now. And that's not a knock on the kid. It's just he's really taken to it, Gene, in a different way where he is showing by example. He's been fantastic in that regard this year, and that should not go unnoticed because it started right in camp. He'd pull players aside. He'd tell them what he wants done. He's not a rah-rah guy in the huddle, but he will talk to players individually and manage them. And you see moments like this, too, where he doesn't want to come out of the game. I just love to see that out of 13.
It's the competitor in him, and it's also the confidence. I mean, that's the biggest difference between last year and this year. You just see the confidence. He knows this is his team. He knows he's a leader. He knows he now can go out there and execute the offense, and he also has confidence in his guys. Yep. Like I said on that throw he did to Poitier, he knew his guy can go up and make that play. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was Poitier, right, that got the touchdown?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, so he knew, I have confidence in the guy. I'm going to put him in position to make a play on there. So I mean that is things too. So yeah, no, he is clicking on all cylinders right now.
So we've got 3 callers in the queue, the 3 of you in the 808, the 850, and the 803. A lot of 8 area codes. All right. You three are all set. No more callers for tonight, please. Those will be our final three. Before we go there, we've got a guest from outside.
Yeah, we got to bring this slacker on.
Slacker? Oh my God! Well, you can say that if you're the founder and administrator of Warchant.com. I would never say such a thing to the managing editor of Warchant. His name is Ira Segment, and it looks like I don't know who that is behind you, Ira, but looks like you just finished the wrap. That's usually the location for the Warchant wrap. How's it going tonight?
Good, actually. We did the wrap on the field.
Oh, nice.
It's 2022. We don't have to stand outside anymore.
That's right.
But we finished it, and instead of going back up to the press box, I just came over here to get it done.
All right. So, Ira, take the ball and run with it. Your initial thoughts on what you saw tonight. An easy breezy win for Florida State football.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's real impressive. And, I mentioned it in the wrap that, just a month ago, we weren't sure Florida State could do this against Duquesne. Come out and get a decisive win and really just kind of set the tone from the beginning, and they did that. And I thought Trey Benson, what a great move to put him at kick return. Yeah. It sounds like maybe it's something Mike Norvell wanted to do, but didn't feel great about maybe expending Trey Benson a little too much early this season. He is getting back, coming back from that injury last year or a year and a half ago at Oregon. And but man, that was dynamic. And then just the way they played, Jordan Travis, we didn't even know if he was going to play going into last week. We saw signs of during the week that he was practicing pretty well, and then he comes out and throws for a career high 321 yards. I thought the defense played really well. Boston College's offense is awful, but they still didn't give up any cheapies, and they did a good job on Zay Flowers, who's one of the best receivers in the country. So all in all, man, just a really impressive, dominant win for a team that is coming off of two pretty emotional games. I think that shows a lot of maturity for this team.
Well, that's what what really struck out to me, Ira, is when you play two games in a row like that are emotional games that went down the last minute. You've got Wake Forest, who's obviously a very good team coming in next week. If there was ever going to be a letdown game, or maybe you're going to win because you're the better team, but maybe you don't look so great, for them to come out of the gates and just blow the doors off the way they did against Boston College, it's really impressive. It tells, I mean, it's hard to believe a year ago at this point they were 0-4 with a loss to Jacksonville State, and here they are just blowing teams off the map. I mean, this transformation in 1 year is just incredible, in my opinion.
It really is. And again, especially with so many guys being banged up. I mean, you don't have your best defensive end in Jared Verse. You don't have your best defensive tackle in Fabian Lovett. You don't have your left tackle in Robert Scott. They had a couple guys go down during the game, and just one after another, Mari Gaynor still out. So you have Brendan, they were playing a lot of 4-3, so Brendan Gant was in the game a lot, and is a guy who's just moved to linebacker. And again, it wasn't a flawless game, and I think there's certainly plenty of things to clean up going into a huge game this week against Wake Forest. But again, it's just it's impressive. I wondered after the LSU game how they would bounce back against Louisville. They checked that off. Now you wondered how they would do it against Boston College. They checked that off, and man, it's a great time for Florida State fans because you had huge week in recruiting. You get the two big commitments. You have a sellout, great game, dominant performance. Oh, and your two biggest rivals take another loss. So really good times for Florida State right now.
Yeah, we mentioned that, Ira, that the state of Tennessee is the toast of the town. It's not just a street in Tallahassee. It's a beloved place this night. So I wanted to get your observations from the Binocular Central up there in the press box. The TV broadcast cut to Jared Verse and Fabian Lovett at different points of the broadcast, talking about injuries and such. And I thought, for my money, Jared Verse was moving around on the sidelines on the TV broadcast a little bit better than Fabian was. What did you see from some of those guys that maybe weren't active? And then if you saw anything with Derek McClendon coming off the field, it was in a spot in the game where I don't think you're going to put him back, given how lopsided the game was. Did you notice anything about Derek as he came off the field, or anything else that you saw on the sidelines in terms of availability for Florida State? Because this next 3-game sequence is so massive that they have as many of their best players as they possibly can.
Yeah, I agree with you on Jared Verse. And in fact, before the game, there was, he's in street clothes, but I saw him almost kind of dancing and jumping around a little bit. He looks like he could probably play pretty soon. Fabian Lovett was in a boot, and he saw the walking cane, but I still think that that's precautionary. My guess is that he's probably pretty close to getting back out there to practice. I don't know that he'd be able to play this week, but it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's able to play maybe by NC State or Clemson. So I think they're going to get him back pretty soon. But yeah, Jared Verse looks like he's very close to getting back out there. McClendon, when he got banged up, he did go in the injury tent, and then he kind of left. So I didn't get to see how It didn't look like it was serious. He was able to walk onto the sideline.
Okay.
But I didn't get any, he never looked like he was even close to going back in the game. And then also Robert Cooper went in the injury tent later, but he came out, seemed to be okay. So I don't think they had any major injuries tonight. Also, Amari Gaynor looks like he's getting closer and closer to getting back. So I do think, they're probably a couple weeks away from, maybe a week or two away from having a lot of these guys back out there.
Ira, something was interesting to me about the game, just looking when they get inside, 40, 30-yard line. Mike Norvell obviously decided he doesn't have a whole lot of confidence in Fitzgerald, and for good reason. He went for some fourth downs down there. I'm just curious, do you think this is going to be the mindset or the play calling going forward, that he's just going to not rely on the kicker unless you're basically has a 30-yarder in? Or is it going to, you think about with him, maybe if he sees some confidence in Fitzgerald, he'll change his mindset? Or is this just, he's going to go as if they don't have a good kicker and call accordingly?
That certainly was the message tonight. And it wouldn't surprise me. And again, Mike Norvell is an aggressive play caller anyway. He's not a guy that automatically is going to punt it on every fourth down or automatically going to settle for a field goal anytime he gets to fourth down. So it's kind of in his nature. But yeah, I think that's tipping him over to the edge. And, Ryan had some nice kickoffs tonight. It looked like early on, it looked like he was going to be okay. And then he missed that extra point later. And now you start wondering again. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I think that's going to be part of his calculus. What you'd like to see, though, is on some of those third downs, if you're thinking about maybe going on fourth down, is really making sure you get more on third down. It was like at least once or twice tonight where they threw it on third down and now it's incomplete. And now you still have a much bigger gain to get on fourth down.
Yeah. Last question I have for you, Ira, personally, is getting out of the month of September without losing a football game good enough reason to break out Don Julio tomorrow on Sunday?
It might be. Yeah, man, listen, again, just being in that stadium tonight with a sellout crowd, and Corey made this point in the wrap, it wasn't a sellout name only. Like sometimes you might have a sellout, but maybe some people don't show up. This was a sellout. It was packed, and they were loud. It was a great crowd, great environment, and the football was high quality. It just feels like a completely different program. You started to wonder the last 3 or 4 years when it would come back. And here we are, and there's a lot of season left, but it feels like it's coming back. It certainly feels like it's coming back. And then on top of the week they had in recruiting as well. So, yeah, man, we might break out some Don Julio on Sunday night.
Oh, boy.
The Sunday Smash is going to be it's going to be lit tomorrow night.
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
It's Don Ira. He's the captain now. He is Ira Toafili. He will pen the 3-2-1 column. He's doing so much work for us right now on warchant.com. There's a lot of coverage to come the next day or two and the whole week ahead for Wake Forest. What a time to sign up for Warchant. Ira, thank you so much for your reporting stadium side. How tired is your arm before you go? 1 to 5 stars.
Oh, we're doing okay. We're in mid-season form. This isn't like back in August. But yeah, and Corey's column's already up on the website. Aslan's got up all the post-game interviews. I'll have up a Trey Benson story coming up shortly, and then Austin's got another story coming, and then Corey's coming back with more. So we got plenty of coverage coming to warchant.com.
Awesome. They're shouting in the parking lots. Let's get him up.
Good work, Ira.
Go. Save Ira. Somebody save him. Thanks, Ira. That's Ira Toafili, the managing editor of Warchant.
I like how he just goes down. He's just like.
Hopefully that wasn't the masses going to get him. I saw him smiling. He's safe, everybody. But I didn't like the way that yell sounded. If that was me out there, I'd say, "Oh, we got to go." These are people who have been tailgating for way too long today, and they did not maintain.
So, I may have to be in the Smash. Tell people that tomorrow night.
That's right. You can wipe up the graphic.
I believe Don Julio. I'm definitely tuning into that one.
I believe we have the graphic ready for that in an overlay. The Sunday Smash. There you go. My earlier Gene during the watch along sunblock from today got in one of my eyes, and now I
heard that.
Yeah. So now we're 2 for 2 because the left eye's done. I'm like Lisa Lopez. Sunday Smash tomorrow, 7 p.m. Warchant TV. Make sure to tune back in if you want to be alerted to it because, oh, my gosh, guys, I'm enjoying myself so much. I'm like, Jeremy, I'm drunk and fabulous. Just hit subscribe and hit the bell. YouTube will remind you that we're going live at 7 p.m. for Sunday Smash. So help yourself out. Subscribe and then hit the bell, and you'll realize that tomorrow, oh, yeah, as the Bucs are taking down the Packers, I got to tune in to Sunday Smash. That's what we're going to do. So Sunday Smash tomorrow, 7 p.m. here on Warchant TV. The final 3 callers of the night on the Warchant postgame show. We go first to the 808 for the 21st time on Warchant TV. Unfortunately, I don't have your name in the call notes. Who are we talking to tonight in the 808?
Aloha, guys. How's it?
We should have known that. Ralph.
I'm so sorry. How you doing, Spartanol?
I am blessed. I hope you guys are well. And you guys just talked to Ira about it, but Norvell not giving Fitz-Miss an opportunity tonight other than extra point, I think that speaks larger to his lack of confidence in the whole damn kicking crew, not just Fitz-Miss himself. That's my personal take on it. But my real comment for tonight, and I'm going to be very brief because I know you guys have pulled a long one and you got 2 more callers. I'm happy for the Nole Nation. I'm happy for, obviously, the guys on the field, what Norvell's doing. I'm really happy for you guys because you're the ones who have been covering this team through the slop of the last 5 years, getting up, going to watch the practices, knowing we're going to get beat 50-0 by Clemson again, whatever. I want to appreciate you guys tonight if you allow me, because you guys are, I hope you're enjoying the hell out of now going to cover practices, setting up the soundboard, getting ready for the next live event, and all the things that you guys do for us. I hope this year is much, much better for you guys to get up and go do those things. So thank you guys. Mahalo.
Wow, great.
Well, thank you, Ralph.
I
Really
got goosebumps again.
Yeah.
What a great call from Ralph. You're right, man. It's fun. I mean, this is always a great job, man. I have the greatest job in the world, being able to cover FSU for a living. But yeah, it definitely is a lot more fun when they're winning games, and I get to experience with you, Ralph, and all the other fans the great experience when FSU's winning and all this positive vibes we get. So it's awesome, and people like Tom who work so hard. And I know it's easier for you, Tom, as hard as you work when they're doing these kind of things. It makes your job fun, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I grew up in Noles too, so there's always that. And Gene, when you devised this plan for the postgame show, I think we, you specifically envisioned more of these kinds of nights than the ones we had to endure the last couple of years. When we really, really arrive, and they're close here. They're a lot closer than they have been a long time. But when Florida State really arrives, it'll be fun to talk about that experience again of walking up the stairs in my home to the office after the Jacksonville State game and moments like that where you're just like, are you kidding me? We've got to be the face of the fan base for the next hour until the Mike Norvell presser goes up, and we've got to just eat this. Oh, we had 2,000 people watching at that time. Gene, how many of them were Canes? How many of them were Gator fans?
We were being trolled like crazy.
And here you are now on a day in which the state of Tennessee.
Yeah, where are the Canes, and how come they're not in our chat today, Tom?
The funny thing was, I guess it's bad karma because there was a Hurricane fan during the pregame show who spent like $80 in super chat saying that the U still owns Florida State. Okay, well, it's fair. They don't own Middle Tennessee. We know that much. Jim Munier jumped back into the fold a while back, so I want to thank him. He said, "Good teams win, great teams cover." Gene, we know all about that.
Yeah,
that's Gene Smith. Back in 2013, FSU's covered in each game they played this season. That's correct, Jim. Except if you got on the
Duquesne, I thought they didn't cover Duquesne.
The opening line might have, but if you got on it late like me, they didn't, which was so sad because that Tate interception killed us. But now Tate's a completely different player, so that's okay. Yeah. All is forgiven, Tate Rodemaker. And then we also had a contribution from Yuckmouth. Thank you, Yuckmouth. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
$20.
Yuckmouth.
And we've already had a question or comment from him up there. But if you got another question, maybe Ben will spy it. But we now go to the 850. And if you've got 597 as the first 3 digits of your phone number, talk to me. Who is on with Gene Williams and myself, Tom Lang, on the Warchant postgame show? Good evening, person.
What's up, guys? This is Garrett from Los Angeles.
All right,
I called
Garrett.
One time. I had the ride of my life, just like tonight. So not only did we just blow a team out with not even the full starters, but what a shame Miami loses to Middle Tennessee State. What a darn shame.
That's a shame.
Loses to Tennessee. And who blows out a team on a night of night where Benson goes off, everybody goes off, Travis throws for 300 yards. Are we really going to go 6-0? Are we really going to go 7-0? Are we really going to go 8-0? I feel like LeBron James, not one, not two. I feel like we're going to pull off a ton of wins. And also, I want to say, from being on the West Coast, I listen to everything. I listen to Wake Up Warchant. I listen to the Jeff Cameron Show. I listen to Seminole Headlines. I listen to Michael Langston. I listen to the Sunday Smash. You guys really make it awesome for a Nole fan who doesn't live in Tallahassee. And I feel like I have people I can hang out with, people I can talk to, and just talk about the Noles. Thank you. Kiss. Kiss, kiss. Good night. Au revoir.
Thank you, Garrett. I think that's the first time we've gotten a kiss on the post-game show, but
He went with chef's kiss at the end. I thought that was a good save. Ryan Barksdale, thank you very much. Canes in the MTSU chat tonight. Yeah, the VHS tapes. Garrett, that's a great call. That's a great call.
Yeah, it is.
We appreciate your support, your comprehensive support of what we do here at Warchant. That means the world to us. And it's for people like you, Garrett, that we exist. So we can't say thank you enough. And that's 2 for 2. You had a great call after the LSU game. I remember. In fact, producer Ben has already he's cooked up a clip of that. So I think he'll be back when we're promoting this show and the great things about it. That call should be circled. So we appreciate that. And it's not that late out there. So I hope you're enjoying Pac-12 after dusk, because for us, it's well after dark as those games wrap up. But that's right, Gene. It's one of those days. Anytime you can win and then Miami and Florida lose. We haven't had a lot of Saturdays like this, but this is one of them.
I was hoping we get them all and Jimbo would lose too, but he eked that one out against Arkansas. But I saw someone posted that earlier that Oklahoma got upset by Kansas State. How about that?
Oh, did that? Oh, really? See,
Yes.
the thing about doing the watch-alongs and the post
Yeah,
games,
you missed some of that.
I got no damn idea. When Jeff was doing score updates during the pregame show, I was like, "Oh, really? That's great." And he was, of course, talking about Middle Tennessee State beating Miami. Now our final call of the evening to the 803. I have the notes on this one. This is Josh in Richmond. Josh in Richmond, welcome back. How are you?
Hey, how are you doing, brother?
Hey, Josh.
I can't talk too loud because all the kids are asleep. But hey, go Noles. I wanted to start off with something I heard on the ACC network. Jordan Cornette said, you got Middle Tennessee State, you got Miami. Sometimes you're the dog, sometimes you're the hydrant, and we know who is who in this situation. So that's some good quality trash talk. And so also one thing I want to say is just thank you for everything you guys do. And then lastly, one thing that just stood out to me from this team this year is the first drive of every game we've marched straight down the field and scored a touchdown. Except for LSU, we drove down and missed a field goal, but still drive down, be in scoring position, And then first drive after halftime, we drive down the field, score a touchdown in all 4 games. In 2 of the games, we scored right before half. And so what do you think is the difference between like last year and this year, where we walk out against Notre Dame, they have their scripted plays, they march straight down the field, score a touchdown, we go 3 and out. And it's like there's so many, last year that was the thing, we'd get blown out and we just had so many ineffective drives, but you hardly see any 3 and out. What do you think has been the change?
Well, first of all, Josh, I want to say that's a great call and a great point.
Yeah.
We look forward to hearing from you again.
And all the key drives, that is really good. You're right. Not only the first drive, but I mean, you talk to any coach and he'll tell you that last drive of the half and that first drive of the second half, that will set the tone. If you're winning those drives, you're winning the game.
Yep.
And he makes a great point that they've been winning those drives.
So I would also point out that they got a quick stop in the second half. So Boston College did not have any illusions about what the second half could become. So the defense set the tone, then the offense gets the ball. And you're right, Josh. I mean, I would say the drive that started the second half against Louisville was the drive of the game because it goes 6.5 minutes last Friday night. And Tate has to extend the drive on a 3rd and 9 or a 3rd and 11, whatever it was, by bouncing out and scrambling and getting the first down. And the next thing you know, Lawrance Toafili runs in for a touchdown. And that might be one of the drives of the season. But your point is well taken. When they first started here, Gene, this coaching staff, they were really good on script to start games.
Oh, I remember that first series against Georgia Tech, boom, 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 right down the field and scored. I'm like, oh, this is great. But then once the script ran out, they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, 100%. Then they were no good at all on script, and then they got better as the game went along. That was last year. And then this year, it's just consistently. They whoop ass to start games. They whoop ass to start halves. I would say the short answer is better players. better players helps. When you have Johnny Wilson, that helps. When you have Jordan Travis, who now is a passer and a runner, that's going to make drives a lot easier to run. Think about it. The first touchdown drive after Benson's run or kickoff return, the first proper touchdown drive was a 4th and 9. Jordan Travis makes a play, and in the second half, there was a play Jordan made. It escapes me now as it's nearly 1 o'clock on the East Coast. But when you have playmakers who can erase bad moments, Dominic Robinson talked about this when we were handing off from the watch along to the postgame show. When you've got a playmaker that can get you out of 2nd and 12 and he puts you in 2nd and 7 just because he makes a freak play or a good read, that changes everything about your success rate on a drive. So, Gene, my answer would be players make the big difference. I haven't seen anything.
But I think it's a combination, right? There's players that can execute the plays, but it's also, this is Norvell's 3rd year. A lot of these guys have been in the system. They're buying into the system. They know what he expects. They know where to go on the field, and it makes a big difference in the beginning. You got to remember that first year with COVID, they couldn't really even coach these guys. Yep. So it's hard to be on the field and show exactly where to go in this play, in this circumstance, make this read when you see this look. But they've been there. A lot of these guys, Jordan's been in this system for 3 years. He knows what to do now. But you're right. Obviously, we talked before about the wide receivers. You've got legitimate Division I wide receivers. I don't think anybody would really realize how bad that receiving core was last year. It was maybe the worst in the Power 5. And you think I'm exaggerating? No. Look at PFF. Look at some of the advanced analytics. It was a really bad receiver unit last year. And they're actually pretty good this year. And when you got a quarterback that knows what he's doing in a system, you get decent blocking and you got good receivers who know how to execute and they buy into the system. We're seeing that all play out right now. So it's a lot of different factors, but yeah, to Tom's point, number one, it's players, but it's also coaching. It's knowing the system it's buying in.
So we've got one more break to hit, and then we're going to promo what's coming up next on Warchant TV in the next couple of days, as well as Warchant.com. You are watching the Warchant Game Day postgame show. Our final thoughts after Florida State goes 4-0 in just a moment.
Something big, something huge is taking over the world of chicken sandwiches. Zaxby's new signature sandwich with Zax sauce or new spicy Zax sauce. Because the chicken sandwich war ain't over yet. The new signature sandwich, it's taking over. And it's only at Zaxby's.
Warchant.com has been the definitive home of all things FSU sports for over 20 years and is now part of On3, the next generation network. Warchant.com has the most experienced, tenured, and largest staff on the Florida State sports beat and now features innovative resources, including an NIL database that projects player value and a truly aggregated composite recruiting ranking system that will set the bar in the industry. You can have access to all of this in addition to Wake Up Warchant, The Jeff Cameron Show, Seminole Headlines, complete pre, in-game, and post-game coverage, plus year-round recruiting coverage for only $1 a year. Yeah, that's right, $1, 365 days. Get some.
There are no words to describe the perfect pairing of Zaxby's hand-breaded fingers and our 12 delectable sauces. But there is a sound, and that sound is The Zaxby's Chicken Finger Plate with endless sauce abilities. Only at Zaxby's.
Gene, I crushed me some Zaxby's earlier today. I had a lunchtime offering. I said, let's pick up the lunch menu so that I was all set to go for the pregame show. There's more downstairs with some Texas toast that I'm about to crush after this postgame. It was delectable. So thank you to our sponsor, Zaxby's. We've got Sunday Smash coming up on this channel tomorrow night. It'll be 7 p.m. I don't know who's in the chair next to Ira, but our own Ira Segment will be on. And there you can see there's the logo. Sundays, 7 p.m. Warchant TV. You can always book that. Subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, and you'll be alerted that we're going live at 7. And apparently, Don Ira returns. Don Ira, making out the Don Julio. So I look forward to seeing his alter ego on Sunday Smash. Yes, Tom Hanks is interested too. Let me see if I can do that face. Is that close enough? All right, well, whatever. Coming up on Warchant TV Monday, 1 o'clock is the Jeff Cameron Show. That's live. Seminole Headlines is live Tuesday at 1 o'clock. We've got live programming every weekday at 1 p.m. Wake Up Warchant podcasts are always placed on Warchant TV. They go live later in the week, but you'll get their thoughts, Corey and Aslan. And of course, on Warchant TV tonight, you've got all the press conferences and the Warchant wrap, which should be up, I'd say, probably in an hour or two. That's Corey and Ira's thoughts. Outside of Doak Campbell Stadium, we're actually on the field tonight as Ira and Corey are wrapping up their thoughts. And Ira gave us a little bit of hints of what they talk about, but that's always really popular and really entertaining. So that's what's on the channel. Gene, what's coming up on the site the next couple of days, including tomorrow morning or in about 7 hours from now, before you get out for your NFL slate on Sunday?
Yes, I love these late games. First things first, hopefully in the morning. Sometimes, so I'm talking about the Pro Football Focus, they have the grades. So I'm guessing some pretty good grades for this team after the shellacking of Boston College. So we should have those up in the morning. Now, I will warn people, sometimes PFF is late with these late games, so we'll see. Hopefully in the morning we'll have those up for you. But I'll say the other thing to look forward to tomorrow, Tom, for just $1. A lot of recruits in town. Yep. And Michael Langston will be on the spot. So if you have the $1 access to warchant.com, you'll get updates, live updates for what's going on with these recruits who are on campus. And we'll have that on the premium recruiting board. And another little bonus you got, Tom, a lot of people I love about On3, I don't know if you realize this. So when you're a subscriber to Warchant, you have full access to other teams' message boards. So if you're a Warchant subscriber right now, you know what you do? Go over to Kane Sport. Little Schadenfreude.
That's a
go
great
on over there. So you can't post, but you can see the carnage that's going on over on Kane Sport, losing to Middle Tennessee State. If you like the kind of thing, or you go to the Gator site, same thing. It's a lot of fun. So anyway, I like going on that. But tomorrow we'll have grades on the team and on the players, and then Michael Langston will have a lot of recruiting updates from the players that visited officially and unofficially. Then of course the Sunday Smash with we'll see if Tom, if you're in the other chair, hopefully you get a night off.
Yeah,
you can watch the Bucks.
I'm
taking, maybe we get Corey or Jeff or someone to get on that show, but that should be a lot of fun tomorrow night as well.
Yeah, the Bucks with no receivers are playing in the 425.
Well, the Packers don't have any either.
Yep, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they brought Cole Beasley's coming out of retirement apparently for the Bucks to be on the active roster.
Well, you book it, Gene. He'll have 7 catches, 74 yards.
Oh my gosh,
that's what Tom Brady does. But that's tomorrow, folks. Right now, Corey's Corey's column is live on warchant.com. I want to give a special shout out to producer Ben, who enjoyed his first Warchant game day with us. He's been riding for the last 10 hours, helping out.
Oh, Ben, great job.
The pre-game show, the in-game show, and the post-game show. So, Ben, welcome aboard, and we appreciate your help today. Director Matthew jumped in for the post-game show to make sure that the chat didn't get too out of hand. But it's a good thing. You know, last year we had to worry about chats getting out of hand because of bad losses, Gene. When you're 4-0, it just gets out of hand because people are too celebratory.
Yeah.
I like that out of hand. That's
They're drunk and fabulous.
That is. They're drunk and fabulous. To everybody in the chat who supported us tonight for not only this post-game show, but also the watch along. Gene, there were a lot of big time supporters for Aslan and D-Rob in the first half, and then also for us in the second half. So it was very nice to see that about 600 to 700 of you were locked in for the watch along. Those are great numbers. Check back in with us this week. D-Rob's going to have a breakdown and get you prepped for Florida State and Wake Forest. Warchant TV will have that for you. We can't wait to share it with you a little bit later in the week. So for Gene Williams, the managing editor of warchant.com. And for all of the callers who called in, thank you for advancing the conversation. For all of you in the chat, for Matthew directing, for producer Ben making it work for us today on a Saturday, and Aslan and D-Rob, we say thank you very much. You've been watching Zaxby's Warchant Game Day, and we will talk to you on warchant.com and on Warchant TV tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Cheers.